Welcome, everybody, to the Titan series. We've got the premier finals going down tonight. It is that time of the season. We're in week 4, and this is where everything is make it or break it. The teams have qualified. We've got our final 16 locked in. If you guys have not been paying attention all season long, we ought to break down the format of the tournament, keeping in mind that tonight are the finals. It's all led up to this, but let's go ahead and get you guys up to speed.
This is the Titan Series, mobile gaming's ultimate esports showcase. Teams will battle for ultimate battleground supremacy and a prize pool that stands at $2,000. Each Titan Series season is 4 weeks long, and teams will play in 2 divisions, the Premier Division and the Challenger Division. Both Premier and Challenger teams will play in the qualifier stage that spans the first 3 weeks of the season. From there, the top 12 teams from the Challenger qualifiers will join the bottom 4 teams from the Premier qualifiers to play in Week 4's Challenger Finals. In the Challenger Finals, anything can happen, as the top 4 finishers will join the Premier qualifiers' top 12 in the Premier Finals later on in Week 4. The prize pool will be divided amongst the top 3 teams in the Premier Finals, and the top 12 Premier Finals teams will be guaranteed a slot in next season's Premier Division. In the Titan Series, the stakes are always high, as teams have the ability to climb up or plunge down the leaderboard. If you think your team has what it takes to compete at the highest level, prove it. Sign up to play by visiting titanseries.gg. You can also stay up to date with your favorite teams, look up detailed team and player statistics, and even grab custom Titan Series player cards to share with the community. This is the Titan Series, forged in fire.
All right, that's it. You've been educated. We know why we're here. I've got some friends to bring on. We've got all kinds of fun talent joining us for the broadcast tonight. Well, let's kick it off and bring on some friends right now. We've got Wynnsanity, we've got Shifan, and we've got Neptura Network back with us today. We're going to be discussing the frickin' finals, baby. But first, before we get into the context, before we get into the predictions and all the fun to be had, let's figure out what has happened up to this point and review a little bit of what went down last week, or I guess this week on Tuesday. And if we have a graphic at some point, maybe we'll throw it around. At least I saw Wynn's camera scooting around. He's zooming. Anyway, hey Wynn, I gotta shout you out, man. Nice studio. I'm digging the new look. He's got dark mode awesome. Turned on instead of light mode. What inspired the change, my friend?
I don't know, man. Hey, you know better than anybody that like when you go into your studio, that's got to be such a good creative space. Like you're in there all day, and just something about the old one didn't feel right. So hey, nothing a gallon of black paint can't fix. You know what I mean? And now here we are.
At some point this broadcast, I will show you not 1 gallon of black paint, 2 gallons of black paint sitting right outside my door. I'm about to do the same thing down the hall. Cannot wait. While we're getting ready to talk about things, Shifan, Neptura, you guys joined us on the Challenger Finals, which went down this Tuesday. We had 4 teams actually make it through. Did any of those kind of stick out to you as like, hey, man, they performed pretty good. They're going to have a legit shot in the Premier Finals this week in Titan Series. Neptura, I'll start with you.
Right off the bat, Bope, they did a good job. I mean, we've seen them do very well before anyway, but certainly they did a really good job in inters as well. So looking forward to see what they do tonight, as well as Black Mamba, because remember, without getting too much, we did see last 4 come in, and they've been a big team in the season 1. So looking to see Mamba. We'll get to follow those footsteps. They got some big shoes to fill, so I'm curious they're going to be doing as well.
Mamby-pamby, all nibbly-pibbly, jumping from tree to tree than Black Mambas are. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. It's one of the Challenger stories that has come with us. I love it each and every season when a new team that maybe hasn't been discovered yet actually gets surfaced and gets an opportunity to compete on the big stage. So we've got ourselves a nice little MVP that we have selected. It's been a build-up all season long. This is for the qualifiers. And you guys, none other than, it's an obvious one once you kind of see it, but it's Kindness. We're going to take a peek here. And Hyper. Shifan, we'll come to you in a second, man. Look at this 3-piece, though. You've got him with the S12K, just doing work with the auto shotty. Fate tries to peek him, and Fate had a dominant Challenger Finals, but he was no match for Kindness right here. just owning with the shotgun. He had another amazing clip here going on against Excuse, and even fending off a third party as well. So again, Hyper just decimating teams. Ultimate Gaming in the open right here. This was one of the fastest squad wipes I've ever seen. Ultimate Gaming going down, and Hyper though, just blessed to have probably all 4 players really can pop off for MVP at any given time. Shifan, gonna come to you really quickly as we take a peek at the stats over the course of the qualifiers. Talk to me about Kindness, but even in addition to Kindness, you guys have got multiple other players, the likes of QZZ, last season's MVP. You've got GK first. I mean, really solid squad overall. Tell me, how does Kindness's impact your team? What does he do for Nova Hyper?
Kindness is definitely a great fragger in our team, but he plays in a position where he often covers our back and gatekeep other teams behind us. So he's not really, the ideal type of player, but he just pure fragger, has a gun skill, and if we put him in the correct position, he can get the kill. He can shoot enemy teams away. But compared with the rest of the team, they more focused on rotation and that sort of stuff. So Kindness, great player. Can't wait to see what he can do in the Premier Finals.
Heck yeah, I'm excited for it, man. You got the team already coached up. As we saw, game 4 of the week 3 qualifiers, and Hyper came out and put up 4,100 damage in one game. I mean, over 1,000 damage from 3 individual players. That's the most bananas thing I think I've seen on the Battlegrounds in quite some time. Are we going to see something very similar tonight? Are these guys kind of locked in, ready to turn it on?
Hopefully. I hope they can deliver. It was qualified.
Bold predictions.
But now it's Premier Final we're talking about, right? They gotta, don't pull a PMPL finals, that kind of performance, hopefully.
Well, perfect. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. Coming in tonight, we've got Hyper on top of the leaderboards, picking up those 10 bonus points to start tonight's contest with. C4 Esports was kind of a surprise coming into the season. They won the Challenger Finals last season, but ultimately, really strong performance in Premier this season, topping the leaderboards the entire season up until the last game of qualifiers where Hyper finally took over their rightful spot on the top of the leaderboards. We had the likes of Dauntless and YKG really doing well over the course of the season. But then from here down, it gets a bit muddy in my eyes because of all of the roster changes that have happened with Mazexis, Wanted Vigilantes, Dope Slayers, the Panthers. They're a bit of a wild card for me tonight. We'll have to wait and see what they bring to the table. But it pays to note the teams coming in as well are not focused. They're not mentioned here, but Execute and Bope make their way back in to the Premier Division, even though they were kind of relegated down through the Challenger Finals. So that's pretty cool. We'll take a peek at what happened in the Challenger Finals earlier this week. And Execute was really the story of this one early on, winning the first 2 matches out of 6 and playing pretty well throughout. Ultimately, Bope Esports did catch and surpass them in that last game, but, Execute's got to be happy to just move on. Win, did you have an opportunity to catch any of the Challenger Finals? Not trying to put you on the spot here, but ultimately, I want to throw to you for a little bit to talk, just so I don't have to for a bit.
Hey, I'll always pick up where PB left off, but honestly, I did not get the opportunity to see what came out of the Challenger Finals, but if I recall, I do somehow I'm getting my tongue twisted, PB. I did remember a few teams from the last time I was in the booth, primarily YKG. I'm happy to see Wanted Vigilantes make the cut, and that was a team that I was excited, to see some success from. I remember calling out, can they win this game? They were getting close, and it seems like over the weeks they definitely have improved. And we will go to the Challenger standing series here, or the standings in just a second, and let's take a look at it.
Looky there. The top 4 are the ones joining us for tonight's Premier Finals. We got the Bope Esports Club putting up 66. They got that 1 chicken dinner. Execute, as we mentioned, picking up 2 chicken dinners to start things off. That'll float them through. Black Mamba, the newcomer to the group, getting that 51 points and passed through to the Premier Finals. And obviously, we got Wall Street Bets, who was relegated after last season in Premier, and fought their way through Challenger this season. But the great part for them is redemption, right? It's a story of making its way back to Premier, and now they've got an opportunity to lock in their spot for next season. Remember, the top 12 finishers tonight guarantee themselves a slot in Season 2 Premier. So taking a peek at the teams going to be on the Battlegrounds tonight, the Premier Finals include all of the following. Again, the top 12 from the Premier qualifiers. Those are the top 3 rows. And then you've got the top 4 from the Challenger Finals, which is the bottom row. And those are your teams that will be shooting up in tonight's lobby. So with that, would love to understand, out of these teams, Neptura, who's catching your eye? Who is going to be performing here? Do you have any, I guess, front runners to keep an eye on?
Wall Street Bets. We let them all challengers long, and they actually performed. I mean, they got that win, the win on the end of the last match. Really did a really good job there. I'm at C4. I think we still got to keep an eye on those. You know, it can't all be about the new 4 teams. Bope and Hyper, of course, as well. But yeah, I'm still looking at C4. There's a few others that I'm looking at, the ones that have come in, and then the top couple that we've seen as well.
Amazing. Shifan, coming to you. You've got a really good understanding of the talent of some of these squads out on the battlefield. One of the wild cards for me is, as I mentioned during kind of the team overviews, a lot of these teams have kind of shuffled some players around, and I'm excited to see a few of the key players that may have been elsewhere earlier in the season. You might see some new jerseys on tonight. So that's going to be interesting to see. But from what you know right now of the rosters and where things sit, outside of N-Hyper, because obviously you're going to pick the home team, right? You're going to pick N-Hyper. Outside of N-Hyper, who do you think has the best chance to perform well tonight?
Oh, definitely YKG and C4. For C4, they got a Coops, right? Or in a Superstar, even though he's not playing in the region anymore. But yeah, glad to see him back on NA and playing an attorney. But for YKG, yeah, like a lot of other rosters, they had some really quite a lot like roster changes. But YKG, I think the squad that stick as original 4, I think that squad can has the most chemistry between players, and that can potentially give them a really good performance in the Premier Finals.
Love it. Love to hear it. Wynn, coming to you really quickly, man. You mentioned the Wanted Vigilantes. That is kind of a tongue twister. I'm getting tied myself. But any other teams besides them kind of sticking out to you?
I remember C4, YKG. I mean, I'm kind of aligned with Shifan on some of these top teams that we should expect to do very well. And it's interesting that you mentioned we have had some roster swaps, but that might not always be a good thing. It can be a double-edged sword, especially when you're switching teams and they don't quite have that chemistry. And as a former athlete, I do know that if you kind of stick with that same team and let them grow together and kind of feel out each other's play styles, sometimes consistency and keeping the same roster can be good even through adversity. Sometimes jumping the gun and we got to switch people because we didn't perform might not always be the best course of action, but we'll see, right? We're just getting started.
Fist bump from one former athlete to another in a past life many moons ago. Did that myself. But let's go ahead and check out the bonus points coming into tonight. As we mentioned, we want to reward consistent performance throughout the qualifier play, and we have done just that with the top 8 teams receiving bonus points to start tonight's finals, with the first place team over the course of the qualifiers receiving 10 points all the way down to 8th place receiving 1, and then anyone coming into the Premier Finals tonight by way of the Challenger Finals are coming in at ground 0. So no bonus points at all coming from the Challenger Finals, but let's take a peek at how that affects our overall standings before we even get on the Battlegrounds tonight. And Hyper out in front already with those 10 bonus points. C4 coming in second with 8, Dauntless with 6, YKG 5, on down all the way through the Panthers, who pick up that 1 bonus point. Everyone on the second column there, well, they're below the fold and they've got their work cut out for them. I'm really curious to see myself if the likes of Execute bring their A game tonight. We saw an entirely different Execute squad come to play in the Challenger Finals on Tuesday night, picking up 2 chicken dinners after a very lackluster Premier qualifier performance. So let's see if they have the opportunity to turn it around and back up a great performance Tuesday with another great one tonight. If they do, it should give them a great opportunity to take the Premier Finals home, back to wherever they call home. So, taking a peek at the maps tonight, we've got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Vikendi, Miramar, and Erangel. 6 maps to be played, 2 for Erangel, 2 for Miramar, and then we're splitting the third one between Sanhok and Vikendi. So we're going to get a nice variety. We got the snow, we got the jungle, we got the desert, and we got more of the forest as well. Super excited. So talking storylines tonight, obviously Enhyper off an extremely dominant performance in week 4. Coming all the way back from way behind. C4 seemingly had things on lock, but Enhyper putting out a performance of a lifetime. 34 elims, or not elims, but 34 points in one game. 24 elims, that's dang near half the lobby. Incredible stuff from them. I want to understand, can they carry that forward? Can they stay on the aggressive? That's one of the things I've noticed a bit from Enhyper. Not quite, I wouldn't call it hesitant play, but certainly calculated and making sure that they move very deliberately, not super aggressive. Whereas the likes of a YKG, far more aggressive, right? So, Shifan, let's go ahead and come to you. Prediction for tonight. Who ultimately is taking home the championship and who is going to take home the single player MVP? I want to get these predictions from y'all tonight. Shifan, coming to you first.
Okay. Can I say Black Mamba? Because I see people in the chat. No, actually, I'm definitely gonna support Enhyper, right? Because he's my team. But I'm gonna give a little bit of love to Black Mamba because chat says so. Hopefully my reverse caster curse again, not like work well. But for the top fragger, I'm expecting at least one from these top teams like YKG and Hyper, C4. But I'm doing a big shout out to Coops. Can Coops get the top fragger in this final?
Coops Jr. He's coming at you fast. All right, Win, hit me with the prediction. Actually, let's go Neptura because Win and I are casting the first game. Neptura, what do you got?
Okay. Ooh, you know what? I kind of want to shut Jukes. I know he'll go for the Panthers, so I have to represent Jukes here for this one and go with Panthers for this first Erangel.
All right, who's taking MVP home?
Probably one of Enhyper. Come on, let's face it. Kindness is not here to mess around. So that's who I'm going for.
Love it. All right, Win, we're going to take it away. Game number 1 coming up. Erangel, my man, I'm going to throw it to you for predictions. Give me a team, who you picking, and give me a player who's going to take that MVP home tonight.
As a kind of a safe pick to just say Kindness and Enhyper, I want to say Coops and C4, but like maybe I don't know, my heart wants to say like Wanted Vigilantes again or something, like let's see a team that you might not think of really come out and set the tone here early in match number 1. Anything can happen.
I love it. All right, well we'll go for that. I'm gonna go ahead and take it with YKG and Joey. Those are going to be my picks. Got to ride with Joey here, see how that goes. I really liked when we had the interview with him a few weeks back. It was cool to see him on camera talking a little bit about the performance. But here we got all eyes on Enhyper early on in this one. They're going to split drop, grab some cars, and they are known to take over this farm territory. Head to different compounds, loot up. Everybody's going to got their spot that they goes. But interested to see if we have any hot drops. Right now, my eyes are looking towards Yasnaya. A couple of teams up there, including Bope and the Panthers, headed that direction. I also got Wall Street Bets that might be looking at Roshawk School area. They're split all the way to the ruins as well. So we got things happening all over the place right now as a Western Zone pops. And one unique thing, Win, that I'm seeing here is we finally have some action on that southern island. It's been pretty quiet throughout the Premier Division. Not too many teams have dropped down there.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty safe spread, pretty safe circle, and that's all you can hope for in match number 1. The question is going to be, if you're a team that has some bonus points, does that give you a little bit of false confidence? Like, if I were them, maybe mentally, I'd just come into this and think I have 0, right? Like, let's not think, oh, we have 6 or 8 or 10. Like, just it's an even playing field, and maybe those points can just be that little extra bit you needed at the end to get you, into that prize pool or whatnot. But honestly, I'm thinking I have 0 points if I'm any of those teams that has a little bit more than 0.
I fully agree with you, Win. It's oftentimes, I feel like the difference, it's like it comes down to 1 or 2 points, and the bonus points can often be that kind of tiebreaker or difference maker. But everybody coming in tonight, it's ultimately every man and woman for themselves. So it's like, we just got to beat the other teams, right? We got to perform better than them today. And hopefully, you know, over the course of their qualifiers, they didn't do enough to earn back that gap, essentially. And if they did, you got to tip your cap to them. But it's all about what is going down tonight, what's happening in the finals, and Ultimate Gaming trying to make a statement early on here against YKG. I think this is a calculated drop from YKG, because this is not their normal drop spot, and this is Ultimate Gaming's normal drop spot. They finished near the bottom in the rankings, so I'm wondering if this is a hit, trying to get an early bit of momentum going on from YKG.
Yeah, it could backfire in their face, though. If you pick a fight with the wrong team at the wrong time, we'll have to see. I mean, getting some early points can set the tone, and, you know, dropping a bad fight or a bad match, it's not going to ruin the whole tournament for them. We have 6 games today, but, you know, one way or the other in the very beginning of the day can really kind of mess a team up mentally. So we'll have to see how they play this. But like you said, could be a calculated hit job we got going on here. They think they can pick on a smaller team, and they might pay the price, or they might set themselves up nicely. We'll have to see.
Ooh, nice shots here from Cobra.
Hey, Cobra's striking back. You mess with the snake, and you get the fangs right there. That could be bad for YKG. And right here with a Bison on the floor, we've got 24K. This is not a good spot either.
I mean, if they catch a nade here, if 24K catches a nade, this is not how YKG is going to want to start this. Right now, it's still salvageable. I think they're in a good spot here to launch an ambush, as they have 3 players on this side. But you can see on the mini-map, they've got 1 player rotating up to try to take care of Joey right now and get that finish. Bang, rotating all the way around. Chico's going to try to protect him here. Joey's going to be calling out anything that he sees, but I think Chico's going to try to hold down that angle and see if he can hold off Joey here in some sort of hero play.
Yeah, it's your MVP going down first, isn't it? Didn't we just hear a YKG Joey on a power bang?
It's exactly what happened. Not only that, but, you know, they got the clap back here, getting the pressure out on Bang, and picking up the knock on Cobra. So YKG answering, but still they don't have an answer for Joey right now, who's bleeding out. Will they go for the revive? They certainly don't want to lose Joey this early.
Yeah, this is a tough fight. Like I said, it's might bite back here early on. This is not what you want to do. And they're at the top of the leaderboards now, picking up a point there, but they're going to lose Joey in the process, and that might not be a trade you want to make.
I think they worked their way over to Joey last second there. Yeah, Chico made his way over, and I think they're going to get the pickup. Yeah, impressive stuff.
Wow, that couldn't have come at any sooner.
Isajat seems to be on to Scar over here. I think that they're on to this person in the shack. Can't say for certain. Angle being held right now by Fisherman. And they're trying to figure out how they could pick off more of this squad. And now they fired those shots. They know where this player is. So now they know one's in the shack. They know Bang's on the hill. They know they flushed one. And they know one's on the roof across the street. So I think they've got a pretty good idea of how to work this fight right now against Ultimate Gaming.
Yeah, I think this is a bad spot for Bang. I think he might go down because YKG now have like a 2v1 up there on the northern side of the road. 24K and Jat can kind of hold Ultimate Gaming here. They're definitely digging their heels in, though, you know, and you have to wonder, like, all the meds and utility that they might waste in this fight, you know, might be something they needed to have saved for later on in this game.
Yeah, sorry to chat if I blew your eardrums out with my cough. I muted my Discord and realized that wasn't the right mute button to push, so oopsies. Rookie mistake from Powerbang. Yeah, I don't know how I've ever lived that down, but just in case. Ooh, good throw there.
Ooh,
just missed Chico on that one. Chico is going to head downstairs, and he's like, wait a minute. You throwing at me, bud? I know exactly where you might be at. We'll see if he has any nades to return fire with.
Let's see. The perfectly placed nade could get him there if he times it, but they're both... Yep, there comes the smoke. Maybe? Yeah, okay.
Oh, wow. That was a perfectly timed nade.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it wasn't perfect because he didn't get the knock, but, I mean, it was right when Chico decided to head on out.
Execute, by the way, sneaking up and getting a couple points there on what looks like Black Mamba. So we have another little skirmish going on elsewhere.
Hey, what do we say to Black Mamba? I think we say welcome to the Premier Division. They have been christened, and it has not gone well for them. Execute. Getting a little bit more, and there's the knock on Scar. That was the man in the shack, and he is stranded. Fisherman's the only person to support him, but ultimately 24K getting the finish. And we've got YKG and Execute off to fast starts right now. Blue Zone coming in. It's time for these players to move. But it's a 2v4 at this point. Joey back in the fight and fully healed, and certainly advantage YKG.
Yeah, I think YKG is going to win this fight. Unfortunately, Ultimate Gaming, they had a chance with that knock, but letting YKG reset and get back to full strength is not what you want to do, and now they are swarming, and it's only a matter of time.
Ooh.
Maybe never mind. They're going to bite back.
That's tough for YKG. They almost pulled off the what do you call it? The oopsie daisy, where they get the one knock on them early. They're able to recover, rebound, and unfortunately for them, they lose one in the process. Looks to be a newer member, though. It's not one of their usual players. I'm not sure who that is, if it's a code name or if they have a new player. It could be Jet G, it could be somebody else. I'm not sure who's suiting up there for YKG.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that a lot of these guys don't even have backpacks yet. We're seeing like no helmets and stuff. Like, you know, hopefully this late in the game. Oh my God!
No, Joey! Who called this MVP? Who called it? Joey connects with a pan.
Oh my God!
Deliver the goods. Oh my gosh, he's delivering chicken dinners one pan at a time.
Oh my gosh, production team, just get the clip ready. That's going to be the play of the day. We're going to be talking about that for the next couple hours. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
The disrespect win. The disrespect. Joey he has 150 rounds of ammunition. 7.62, the big stuff. That could have stopped a man in his tracks, but he chose to throw the cast iron instead. Can't believe what I just witnessed.
This is Premier League. This is the finals. And they're just having fun out here, man. Oh my gosh. He timed it
here
perfectly.
It is, out the window.
Boom.
Oh, Joey. He is forever endeared in my heart for that one. That was unbelievable. Oh my gosh. My favorite moment of the Titan series so far, hands down.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the top plays, I think, to ever come out of this entire series so far. That is amazing. But the show must go on, and YKG ultimately getting those 4 kills that they wanted, but it costs them 1 player. We'll have to see if that bites them later on.
Man, I don't know, dude. I still think starting out the game, squad white, getting 4 points on the board to go along with their bonus points they've already secured, and kind of feeling that moment. You know that getting a pan kill, that's got to affect your morale. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's got to jack your players up. That's like doing a dunk in a basketball game and breaking the backboard. That's got to get people hyped. So I think it's a worthwhile trade-off there for the 1 player. You know, maybe they don't get the chicken dinner here, but shoot, what a stylish way to start off the finals.
Yeah, for sure. And we've talked about before how the scoring is a little bit more favorable towards getting those kills. Placement's important, but it's not going to be make or break. But getting those kill points can really be what propels you. So you're right, PB, getting that squad wipe early. That's a lot of points guaranteed already in their pocket.
Now, if you tell Ultimate Gaming earlier today, it's lunchtime, right? They're having a nice, calm bite to eat. And you tell them, hey, guys, just wanted to let you know that in tonight's Premier Finals, Game 1, you're going to have to fight, within 2 minutes. It's your call. You're going to pick the fight. But it's going to end with you getting wiped and cleaned up with a pan. Do you still show up to the finals?
I'm still showing up no matter what. Hey, they got 5 matches to try to come back and get a little bit of revenge. There is definitely some bad blood now between these teams.
Oh, man, the disrespect was real. Anyway, Hyper on the move. They have rotated out of farm, and they have found themselves Mizexis, who is short themselves a Remix. Remix is no longer with the team. I know who he's with, but I'm not sure if he's shooting up tonight. We'll have to wait and see if he is making his way onto the battlegrounds. I definitely don't want to spoil any roster secrets, but it's not that secret. I mean, you can find him on the website at titanseries.gg. But we do have Trick and Clown leading the posse into battle here. We've got K19 ahead of them and Phoenix Esports on the flank. But Hyper is ruthlessly chasing them down, and it seems like they may have brought that aggression that they finished Game 4 with in Week 3. It looks like they might have brought it with them here to the Premier Finals.
So we get a bit of a lull right now. Kind of had some nice blood off the drop. We've already lost 11 this early in the a tournament. That's rather interesting. But like we mentioned, due to the kill points, it is a little bit more incentivized to get your hands dirty early on. But now it's starting to get a little bit more into okay, we got a position. Where's the zone gonna go? And we got Hyper scouting out some shots on C4. This could be a clash of titans here on the desk. I know a lot of us have called out both of these teams. Would be really interesting to see one of them potentially take out the other.
I see what you did there. Flash of what?
Titans. There you go. Yeah. I didn't even mean to do that, but I'm going to say I did.
I like it, man. That was the true stroke of marketing genius from Wynnsanity 2023. All right, shots
Clown.
in on K19 here. Who the heck shooting at him? There's hitting the other side of that berm. Maybe it's K19 trying to shoot Clown's head off here, but they're just shooting a little low. I can't really tell what's going on.
Yeah, K19 able to get back. That was going to be a risky pullback in that car, but they managed to pull it off. Clown just didn't have the arm to catch him with that frag.
I am watching this road rage here happening as they push this K19 squad. Good to see HH24 back on the battlegrounds as well. And I am about to watch chat because we have ourselves a nice little pan incident coming up, and I got to see the reaction.
I know. I'm keeping my eyes on my chat, too. I know it's coming up in a minute or two for them. And I teased them. I said, OMG, just wait for it. So my chat is on the edge of their seats waiting for this. I can't wait for them to see that pan kill. Of course, we are on a couple minutes of a delay here for competitive integrity. So we're in the future and chat's in the past. So they will see it in due time for sure. But let's check out the zone. Got a nice little western shift towards Gatka. And a lot of open fields and not many compounds here. This could get really tight. I love seeing the circle shift because every single player turns into a little steering wheel. We've got at least, 40, 50 cars on the move right now. This is a bit of road rage, as PB said.
40 or 50 steering wheels just moving their way about the map. I absolutely love it. We saw ourselves chats going off right now. Just absolutely insane. Hey, big shout outs to the Winner Circle as well, tuning in over on Winnsanity's channel. Appreciate you guys checking out the action here at the Titan series. We've got the action popping off right now. We got Dauntless into it with Execute and Executes. Buck stops here. They're out of it. But now it's up for Hyper to get into Circle, and they've got the likes of YKG gatekeeping them.
Yeah, we got Chico in here. Sometimes a little shed is all you need. And unfortunately, he might lose some of those tires. So he is going to be in a pretty bad way if he doesn't get zoned coming up here pretty soon. And Hyper, yeah, laying into him.
I'm laughing so hard at chat.
I know the chat's.
UG just might as well go home at this point.
How do you come back?
Oh
from
my
that, man?
God. Shout outs JP, dude. It's pretty funny. I mean, hey, I'm not trying to clown on UG, but ultimately, if you get panned in a competitive game, you just got to laugh along with it and tip your cap to the other team. TMGG here, though, trying to avoid that pan, and they have got some work to do against the Vigilantes. Down to just one player left. It's Kim Chi. Can he get them out of this sticky situation?
Oh, he's going to frag. I think they're already in your building, man. Yeah, not out the window. They're coming up your staircase into your room, dude. Maybe?
Yeah,
no,
he
not
had
going to get it.
One of his players out there on their knees. He was just trying to send one to the afterlife a bit before him, just so he had the bragging rights of being the guy that survived the longest, but I don't know. Anyways, TMGG out of here, and Wanted Vigilantes picking up 4 elims. They lose a couple in the process. I think they'll take that for a good, first game break-in. They've got 4 guaranteed points at this point, and they still got some room to climb those leaderboards.
Yeah, we got 3 teams out, but at least they picked up a point or two. Like, no big fat goose eggs so far, unless some of these other teams fail to pick up anything. But points are getting kind of just sprinkled around. A lot of people just picking up a couple early on.
Now, one of the things I'm noticing early on in this one is the control that Hyper has on the battlefield. They're what the heck? Robert and Klaus, they're shenanigans in the kill feed. Dauntless getting wrecked here. Dope able to get the job done. Send Dauntless back to the lobby with only 2 points, and Dope's going to pick up 4 points of their own. So we've got some teams jumping out front, and just like that, YKG has been eliminated as well. They'll take those 4 points earned in Melta, and they'll have some time to reminisce about that pan kill before they get ready for game 2.
Yeah, it was interesting to see YKG just kind of fade to the bottom of the leaderboard there, unfortunately for them. But things are starting to tighten up here. Stage 3 will be closing in 7 or 6 seconds, and from here on, this is my favorite part of the match. This is just kind of this mass execution that goes on. We're going to see it drop from 39 remaining down to, maybe 20, 15. This is really the most pivotal part of the match that you need to survive.
Absolutely. So far, Phoenix and Bope have been really quiet. Curious to see if they find themselves in the action. Also looking at Mezexis to see if they can turn around kind of a lackluster week 3 performance, trying to figure out these new roster shifts. They've had a week to play with each other, see if they were able to turn things around, because ultimately they had Remix in the running for MVP. Ultimately probably lost it on the last game he was out in front by quite a bit, but since he didn't play in week 3 and Hyper went absolutely bonkers. Yeah, I mean, literally 4,128 damage, I think, in one game win. With 3 players getting like 1,200 damage or more. It was just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, honestly, we've definitely seen some performances that we're definitely noteworthy. That is for sure, and we might see some here today. And hey, my wanted vigilantes are at the top of the table right now. I just noticed that they only have 2, but they are still going strong, and they've also picked up 4 points themselves. So I would love to see them do well. Another team I remember was TMGG, Team Mobility. They were starting to come alive the last time that I casted, but unfortunately, they are not alive in this match anymore, PB.
No, they are not. Unfortunately, just a little bit short of life. They find themselves regrouping as well, but that's all right. Team Mobility historically has been a team I've been kind of pulling for, but just historically riding that line of cutoff, like right around 12th or 13th. You see them here coming in 14th in this particular lobby, but I want to see that pop-off game from them. I don't know if it's in them, but I'm hoping that they can pull something together here in these Premier Finals. Got the Vigilantes again down to 2 players, and we'll see if that's the case as they move on, see if they can lock in a nice placement here. But good high ground position from Mezexis, and they'll be able to gatekeep the Panthers here and put out some pressure. Panthers actually looking pretty decent right now with 4 players alive, 2 elims at this point, and a Pan. And if Nate's learned anything from Joey, that's a viable weapon in this lobby.
That's right. If you see Pan in hand, I'm never going to doubt it again. It's possible. Anything is possible. And, you know, I didn't call out the Panthers at all today. I kept calling them out last time, and they didn't do well every time I did that. So I purposely left them alone. So I'm not rooting for the Panthers. So please do well now, Panthers, because I didn't.
Not trying to
no
poke
curses
the bear,
here.
Huh? All right, Zuko, you got to get off that picnic table. All right, mission accomplished. Now into the zone. That little stutter has left him behind Dope Esports. We'll see if Dope can actually cut them off. Nate gets mowed down here by Hyper, who is off screen, actually. I thought it was Mezexis at first, but it's going to be a big pickle mess of players up there at the top of the ridge.
Yeah, this is not a forgiving circle at all. Just little hills, just tiny dips in trees is really all we have to work with right now when there's 37 players all fighting for the same little spots.
Ooh, nice molly there from Daddy Payne. Bringing
That's
that pain, getting that finish. And Skirt, though, I mean, I don't think C4 and Vigilante's got the memo. You can actually use guns in this game. You don't have to use just grenades.
All right, it was mollies and frags. Just going back and forth.
They're just going back and forth with grenades and mollies.
That will take one of Vigilantes off the board. That's some good points for C4 to set them up early. And of course, C4, they play very well towards the end of the match. So look for them to get some placement points. And they're really just working both sides of the table, getting the eliminations, getting the placement points,
100%.
and really just stacking it up. And, you know, match after match, the consistency is what always puts them towards the top.
You know what I'm seeing, though, start to develop here, Wayne, is a pretty even disbursement of points. You see a lot of teams right now with 4, 4, 4, 4, and 3. You know, it's got a real interesting problem, if you will, of not really separating anybody and kind of keeping things very kind of aligned with how they were originally. Ooh, good shots in there on Mezexis. Bope finally getting on the board as well, getting into it now with Wall Street Bets. And now we've got Phoenix. Dude, just shots flying everywhere from everyone. Lots of players trying to get back into the fight. Panthers on their heels, able to save theirs, get back into the fight. And now Phoenix, finally, we called them out as being quiet a little bit earlier, but they're trying to capitalize on this fight here with Mezexis.
Yeah, I'm kind of pulling for Wall Street Bets as well. I didn't mention them at the top of the show, but that was a team that came to mind. They came up from the Challenger Series. I love a good underdog story, and I've watched these guys play in other tournaments before. I'd love to see them do well, and hey, they're still hanging around with these big teams right here in this final zone.
Valak just got caught there from the Panthers. I wonder if that's going to slow down Quan's effort. It does. He hops out of the vehicle. Mezexis makes him pay. The Panthers down to just 1 at this point, as surely that will be a flush on the Panthers, and it is. Mezexis down to 2 members right now. They're going to try to patch up their third. Maybe they let him go with the zone collapsing as we speak. Cars just zooming everywhere when the chaos is real.
Yeah, this is very chaotic, and that's why vehicles are so important. We talked about the lack of compounds, and look at Trick smoking in the vehicle. That is a 200 IQ play. Is he going to get some of these thirsts? Is he going to fully wipe the team? No. And I believe they're going to get a full reset there.
Look at this.
They're going to get all those reses.
This spread of points is crazy. It's like everyone's got almost the same score all the way down. Coop's getting finished here from distance by Rin. You got to like where Nova Hyper's sitting, though. 4 elims and a full squad right now with position looking down the hill. So they've got to rotate to get into circle. K19 holding that ground. They've got one to, K19's got to fight them off, but ultimately not a super defendable position there. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that was definitely a big caw play right there. I know Hot Jukes is hitting a big caw in the backstage, but they got all the way back to full strength, and they're now one of our only fully standing remaining teams, Phoenix and K19. And Hyper also losing a player, but a full squad. These are going to be your Titans here at the end of this zone. In 15 seconds until it shifts. And I don't know if you can see the mini-map there, but this is it's a long ways off. It's a lot of field.
It's a lot of field and a lot of squads participating for the exact same real estate, shooting out of the vehicles as they go. And the only team that's really waiting for them there is K19 on the other side of that circle. We'll see if they're able to actually hold off. But that's a lot of teams. I mean, what if they all just choose to look forward instead of to the side? This could be a really interesting final circle here. Rin goes down from K19 Tuki. And that's a big, big knock here. Turco getting shots down range, doesn't connect. And that might allow In Hyper to set up. They get a hay though.
They might be just out, though. Yeah, they're like 6 meters out. But that's not going to matter because the utility's coming in. The frags are raining down. There comes that zone. And, yeah, Kindness has no choice but to run in.
Bro,
and he
gotta
is
go prone. Gotta go prone.
Yeah.
Gotta go prone.
Gotta prone that. Honestly, K19 or Phoenix, too. I don't think anyone mentioned them at the beginning of the show, but we might have some surprise performances here. And now the points are starting to roll in for sure.
I told Phoenix I picked a couple of times in week 2 and week 3 is kind of like a dark horse pick, and they did absolutely nothing. And I was like, you know what? You're dead to me. I'm never picking you again. And they are proving me wrong right now. Phoenix coming out with an impressive game 1 performance, 10 elims, and there's still a fair bit of bodies in the lobby to take out, including that of K19. K19 looking at the exact same scenario here. So some points to be had from either side. Whoever ends up winning this one, though, is going to have a really, really nice first game to build some momentum.
Yeah, and we just had a team go out in 5th place, but before that happened, we had 3 solos. We had some snakes in this field, and a lot of guys getting some placement points for their team. But we still have 4 alive, so placement even now is not going to be much.
Really impressed with the spread of points so far this game. Finally, 2 teams start to set themselves apart. It's K19 and Phoenix Esports, both of them 10 and 9 kills respectively. Really thought everybody was just going to do like 4 and 5 elims across the board this game. It seemed to be kind of how things were going. But now it's up to Phoenix and K19 to put their stamp on this one. C4, Wall Street Bets doing a great job hanging on here. You can see Kubi kind of snaking their way towards that circle. Kind of going to have to make a run for it at this point. Ghoul out there as well. Which one of them is going to get mowed down first? It's a game of chicken. Kubi goes down, and that's going to put Ghoul in 3rd place. He's likely to go down to the zone here shortly as well. And just like
he's going to strike, though, from the blue.
Yep.
I love it.
Man, playing spoiler there, takes down 2 of K19, and now Phoenix. Come on, Phoenix has got to capitalize on this, and they do very quickly, realizing the situation. 2 of K19 go down, and just like that, Phoenix able to take game 1, 22 points overall. That's the first time I remember seeing Phoenix on the top of the boards here win, so that's their first winner chicken dinner of the whole series.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a fantastic performance. I mean, we were talking a lot about the solos, but we had some full squads in that final circle, really doing a great job. But I think Ghoul got his kill. I might be wrong, but that little knock from the blue when Phoenix wiped the other team, actually, when they went down, I believe it credited him the kill. I might be wrong, but hey, that was a really good heads-up play. I think it was a good heads-up play to just throw it out there in the universe. Say, I'm knocking this guy, I'm leaving, and whatever happens, I'll take a point if I get it. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, one thing to point out, too, is that Phoenix really kind of lost a lot of players during this recent roster mania period over the past couple of weeks. And we talked about the potential for those new rosters to kind of be positive, or it could be, man, we can't find the chemistry, can't get it going, still feeling each other out, haven't had enough time to gel. And so far for Phoenix, you got to love where they ended up in this one. Again, super quiet. I even pointed it out mid-game. It's like we've heard nothing from Phoenix this entire time. No elims. We got 2/3 of the way through the game, and they just turned it on, looking like they're picking up 12 elim points in this one to go along with their chicken dinner win. What do you make of the action so far in this one? We'll bring back the rest of our analysts as well to break this one down, but Win, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great way to set up the first match. Unfortunately, one game, and when you have 6, is not going to get the job done for, winning the entire tournament. But to win the tournament, you need good games. So that's one step in the right direction, especially for Phoenix and some of our teams that did pick up a few points there towards the end. But we also mentioned a lot of teams just picked up 3, 4. Like, there wasn't exactly one team soaking all the points. The last time I was in the booth, I remember we had like record-setting performances. C4 and Hyper just putting up 20, 25 kill games, something ridiculous. That's going to take a lot of points away from other teams. But in a match like this, a little bit more dispersed, a little bit more even.
Well, I got to take it to the analysts right now. We've got replays coming up, and as we review these, the fight to kick off the match, obviously Ultimate Gaming versus YKG. We all know how this one ended up, but I got to toss to Shifan. In your professional esports player opinion, was this pan necessary? I mean, right here, Joey's going to take down Bang with the pan. I mean, how do you set up and practice for a moment like this? And is this going to set YKG up for success kind of moving forward? How did what did you make of this whole play?
I think from my point, you can't really practice this. I think this is just how Joey normally plays, and he just showed his confidence in this lobby. Because like one of the play I noticed Joey often do is like he often threw a fake nade or put the molly out and bait the enemy into rushing him, and the pan was just even better, and that land is just but that could just be the clip of the day or clip of the premier final. Yeah, that's
Clip of the whole year, my friend. That was crazy. I mean, it's definitely instinctual, I would say. Neptura, as this match moved on, obviously we saw Phoenix start to kind of get rolling. You saw this fight here. They were down to their last member in a head-to-head with Mazexis right here, the 1v1, and ultimately Killjoy saves the day. What did you make of this, and what did you think of Phoenix in this first game?
I think Phoenix came in really strong. It was so nice to see it from them because, as you had said, PB, they've been kind of quiet. Not only just the whole series, really, week after week, they've been fairly quiet. So it's really nice to see them come in and just take over the lobby like this. And I do want to say that it really just signifies, doesn't it, the whole thing of, your strategies can be super good, but if you don't win those 1v1s, it's all for nothing. So really good job from Killjoy there to clutch it out for his team. I think it was a really, really strong performance, and they're going to be starting to feel really good about the rest of the night.
100%. Love to see Killjoy here popping off 5 total knockouts. He gets 6 elims, finishing off somebody else's kill as well. And we got 762 damage also to lead the lobby in this one. So good job from him. Phoenix overall, though, able to put themselves on top of the leaderboards for this first match. But K19, no slouch either. 9 elims along with 6 rank points here to put up 15 overall. We've got C4 Esports with a familiar top 3 placement. You gotta like that for them, as they missed out on that in week 3, but it seems like they're back to their top 3 ways. We take a peek at the bottom of the tables right now. YKG getting off to a quick start against Ultimate Gaming, but ultimately it was not meant to be. They did not last, could not get that zone position, and ultimately I think that fight, long and drawn out in Milta, cost them as they rotated late and they were caught by Hyper as well as some others as they were trying to hold that position. So let's check the overall standings and how the bonus points factor in. At this point, you can see Hyper with those 10 bonus points all the way in 3rd place at this moment, but they've already been surpassed. Phoenix and C4 getting the job done. C4 up to 2nd place here. Win, what do you make of the table so far, my friend?
I was just thinking this. I was thinking that Phoenix did not get any bonus points, so they'll probably be at the top, but it's not as wide as we'd expect because, like you just mentioned, C4 and Hyper, they got the most bonus points. So luckily, that's going to help make up for some poor performance, or not too poor, but not what they were expecting. So they still have a chance to do well, given that they're in 2nd and 3rd. But right now, it was really the bonus points that were helping them out. So from now on, it's got to be performance points.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take it to a replay segment next. Break down the match. Want to throw it to you, Neptura. Break down the action for us and point out anything that you felt was hot and mentionable.
Well, I do want to just mention, I think it's coming up in just a second. I mean, 19 for a great performance as well. But big one for me is Nyx coming in here. Phoenix, you know, they didn't have the zone. They were getting gate kept Zexus pretty darn hard. It was getting very uncomfortable for them. And instead of fighting, they went for that zone. It was like, yeah, sure, that's a good idea. But what we saw instead of them kind of going to that zone is actually just doing a whole getting right behind Zexus and actually, you know, ending up at close range play coming in, which is not something we see very often. So I did just want to shout that out, that I really liked that from Phoenix. Trick tried his best, but yeah, you got to win them. And yeah, Phoenix did. So GG's.
Absolutely. Coming to you, Shifan, in Hyper. Not a bad first game. I mean, had some good shots. They were pretty spread as those circles were collapsing and the zone seemed to be kind of everywhere. What did you notice not only from Hyper, but just generally in the lobby after this first game?
Well, still, I want to mention Hyper first because I think Hyper somehow threw the game away. They had a circle. They controlled the zone in the first few circles really well. But just in the end there, like once the zone hard shifted away from them, they were too focused on the edge instead of like sending one players, you know, to the zone first, and you can build up the smoke, and in that way you can prevent yourself like dying just to the zone because the zone was kind of fast and they were not prepared for the next zone. And in terms of the other team, I think Phoenix definitely did a good job like clutching against the exits there, and yeah, just like fighting their way like to the zone. I think that's really impressive, and that's what got them like first place.
Absolutely. Great points there as well. I mean, K19, honestly, I completely agree with you with regards to Hyper. K19 did not have the most defendable position. I mean, they were also early to the zone, which shows you why it's important to be early, but literally they were just kind of out in an open field with some vehicles for cover, maybe one of the straw bales that you kind of see there. But had Rin been able to get there early, dive actually into more center circle, secure that position, build the smoke wall, I think they would have been all right. They almost made it, but ultimately bullets chunked them down. You know, that vehicle explosion was parked just a bit too close to them. Ultimately, it was a bit too much to overcome. We'll love to see them, you know, pick it up for next match. They got Miramar coming up next. I'm excited about that one. Let's turn our focus, obviously, to the matches ahead. We saw a great showing from Phoenix and from C4, from K19 to start this off. But we've got Miramar coming up in just 4 minutes. So I got to ask Neptura, like, who are you looking at after seeing these teams for, you know, the first game? Is anybody sticking out to you as one to watch on the desert map?
A couple. There are a couple. I think Execute did not have the game they really wanted. I think YKG did fairly well. Going to be wanting to do in this next match, so it's kind of between those two for me. But I'm going to go with Execute because I think they're going to want to step it up after this, where they just didn't really do all that well. Black Mamba as well, but also Hyper. I think there's many teams who are going to do well here. Hard to really call it, but I think I'll go with Execute for this one.
Love it. Coming to you, Shifan. What do you expect to see on Miramar? Give us your prediction as far as teams.
I would actually go for YKG because YKG generally do pretty well in the Miramar game compared with Hyper and other teams. And statistically speaking, I think they had a better chance in the Miramar game.
Love it. No, I appreciate that. And Win, coming to you. Give me your pick for Miramar coming up next.
Yeah, I want to see if Phoenix can maintain the momentum. Sometimes you get a great game, and then the next game, like it goes sideways, right? So it's about coming back and being consistent. But I'd love to see if C4 or Wall Street Bets, you know, they were hanging around match one, but as like solos. Maybe they can make some adjustments, keep a few more players up, and then have a bit better of a result in that late game. So let's see if C4 or Wall Street Bets can get that chicken dinner. They were close.
Yeah, I like the cause there for sure. You know, a couple of teams to shout out, a few that, you know, you guys have already mentioned. We've got Execute as well. It came out, they got a few frags early on. It was kind of like what they were hoping to do. That was a good sign for me. It didn't pan out well for them, but it showed me that they were kind of bringing that mentality of the Challenger Finals forward. Definitely feeling like they were, you know, ready to play, being aggressive. And same with YKG, honestly. I was looking at YKG. they did not drop in their normal drop spot in Erangel. So there's a little bit of potential unfamiliarity with the grounds they're stomping on. They're having to take on, an enemy. Ultimately, they won the fight, but it took too long. They lost a man early with Joey getting picked there. They were able to get him back in the fight, but then they lost one later on. So YKG, I expect to turn it around, bounce back, land in their usual drop spot, which is Opozo on Miramar. If the zone is up there at all, my expectation is that YKG takes this one as well. So that's going to be my pick. Would love to check who we have on the docket here. In just a bit, we're actually going to have Hot Jukes and Dave cast game number 2. So as soon as they're ready, we can bring them in, just like letting the production team know. But I want to take a peek at some of these stats that I have in front of me. Looking at Killjoy in particular with 762 damage. Ghoul also had 760 damage. Yeah, that was the player that popped up from that blue zone from C4. C4 specifically, though, I'm wondering if they have a chip on their shoulder, after that third week. They had it, man. First place, end to end, wire to wire, with the exception of the last game in qualifiers. So with that, Neptura, coming back to you, we saw C4 as your pick kind of through and through almost the whole season, and then went from top 3 every single game to nowhere to be found in that week 3 qualifiers. Do they have the clutch gene needed to place here in the top 3 in Premier?
Oh, absolutely. I think we've already started to see it even in game 1. They were doing very, very well, even as a solo, just clinging on to every single placement point they could grab, even trying to get those elim points right at the very end before we went out to the zone. So yeah, they're definitely here. They're definitely ready for that win, for those points. Definitely are looking for that tonight. So yeah, absolutely. They got it for me especially.
Amazing. Taking a look at some more of the obscure statistics while we wait for just a couple more players to hop into the lobby. I want Shifan, you to break down a little bit for me utility usage. How many grenades are you typically carrying around as a professional player, especially for those in the lobby that maybe aren't used to pro types of loadouts? I know the ammo is typically far a bit less, but you're seeing people run around with 5 frags and a billion smokes. Looking at the top smoke grenade usage last round, K19 was up there with 21 and Hyper was second place with 19, and they went out kind of early. So, how important is utility? What are players typically trying to rock around on the map, on a map like Erangel or Miramar?
Honestly, I think 5 grenades is a minimum in any competitive matches. And for smoke, normally I carry 6 to 7, and that's just like normal standard. And I think these are really crucial compared with like carrying like 200 round or 300 round ammo, because for ammo you can actually save it right for later, but in crucial moment in the utilities, if you don't have them, you don't have them. So yeah, that's just my take.
100% off in the way you kind of open fights, but it is time to whisk you all away until later in the broadcast. Appreciate you guys being here with me to break down the action of game 1. Let's bring in Hot Jukes and Dave, and you guys can take it away for map number 2. Got Miramar coming up next.
Joey hit a pre-fire pan. Okay? Nothing else matters after this. Joey hit the pre-fire pan. I think that's automatic victory. What are we talking about here, Dave? Did I not see that?
We had it in the replay. We had it in the slow motion. It's probably going to get tossed on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok, everywhere. So make sure you hit those follows on all the socials. Are we going to have more pan shenanigans, though, Hot Jukes? I'm hoping yes. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. Up and down. Up and down, man.
It's too good. I wanted to say this, but what we just saw was so beautiful, so magical. I don't even know if we're going to see it again, Dave, ever in our entire life. It's like a Zarky finish, right? You dream about it sometimes, and some people get it and some people don't, okay? But we're not talking about Zarky. We're talking about Miramar now, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, once in a lifetime. So, hey, we saw it game number 1. Probably never see again. So it was something to write home to, email the grandparents and let them know what they missed in game 1, or go back and watch the VOD. But Hot Jukes, Miramar, game number 2. My man, Titan Series Season 1. This is the last day of season 1, man. I'm feeling good. How about you?
Oh, I'm feeling amazing, baby. It's the Titan series. We've officially seen a Titan on the broadcast. That was Joey, right? We may see some other ones here, but there's still a lot more gameplay. There's still 5 matches. This is match number 2. And I think it's YKG's time to wake up here. You know, they had the pan kill. I think after that, they were just like, let's just put our feet up. We're good to go. But I think now it's about time to put some big points on the board. What do you think?
Big points. First of all, I got HH24. Is chat trolling? They're saying HH24 is playing tonight. I have no idea.
The legend.
But, the legend.
Very
going
talkative.
To my pick. I'm going with Boat, man. Boat dominated during the Challenger finals, and I have to assume they're going to continue on with that momentum here. We saw them in game number 1. Only 2 points so far. So hopefully they can, pump that gas a little harder here and really come out on top of this Miramar game.
Boat's a solid team. I mean, if they get the right zone and they all focus up, I mean, they're going to win that match. At the same time, I think that there's still some kinks that need to get worked out. At the end of the day, it's all about just getting it done, putting those points on the board and, locking it in to that next stage, baby. And
lock it in.
They could definitely do it here. They're going to have to lock it in on the north side of the zone, though. It is all the way to the top. So I prefer this. I think that, northern zones in Miramar are great. The terrain isn't as crazy hilly as it is down south. So that's going to be pretty good. But it does look like Dauntless decided to join YKG and El Pozo. What do you think about that, Dave?
Yeah, very interesting little drop right there. And I think YKG coming out on top, but let's see if there's any upsets here, because if there was ever a time to really put a wrench in the YKG storyline, it would be on this Miramar map. If Dauntless can wipe them out very early on, that's going to set them back a couple pegs here, moving on through the rest of the night. But talking about who is going to be upset because of game number 1, Ultimate Gaming, I believe the first team to get taken out. Game 1. Game 2, Fisherman 69. Hot Jukes. What is my man doing out here in the open? What are we doing?
You know what? This team is completely demoralized because this was the squad that was on the opposite end of the pan highlight. So I think once that happens, all the team's hopes and dreams were crushed. I think the player that received the plan was writing his retirement letter, and I think that just automatically caused a rough start here in game 2. Who knows? Maybe they can have something that bounces them back and that, that letter doesn't get put in the mail. But the problem is, Dave, it's written. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's written, and I feel like the envelope already has a stamp. It's just a matter of putting the letter in the envelope and putting it in the mailbox. So let's see. Talking about mailboxes, Joey trying to deliver a grenade himself to Trey over here from Team Mobility, who's just counting their blessings. What was that? Was that Joey's nade?
I don't know whose nade it was, but Joey's feeling confident because he was standing right on the open, just saying, "Peek me, peek me."
Yeah.
And then after that, he was like, "You know what? That's probably a little too overconfident. Let me just wait for my team to get here." And by team, confidence. The wrong one.
Sending it with the bus right now. Team Mobility.
The
trap from Joey with the gas can.
And that lit him up, too. He's forced to heal. Joey's a monster. Joey is a monster that is unstoppable. Everybody else. Oh, no, he ran out the wrong way. He got caught by Trey. Where's the squad? Dude,
they're looking at Dauntless, remember? They're
that's right.
Sipping lemonade out there.
Oof. Here they come, but it's just a little...
You got to commit now, Jukes.
Why not? Send it.
Joey's down and out. You have to commit to this one.
It's Team Mobility.
Whoa, what's that mean?
That means that they're on the low ground. And when Team Mobility's on the low ground, they're at a disadvantage.
True. I like where you're going with that one. Let's see. Are they going to get revenge right now?
Look at that. It's a jet. He's looking. Oh, Chico's trying to set up on the other side, but I think Team Mobility is like, you know what? We don't want to risk. Trey is wide out in the open on the buggy. And the shots are taken a little too late.
Yep, they got in, they got out. So Team Mobility,
24K though.
1 point.
They got one. They separated one. That's Versa.
As a vehicle, though.
He also has a mullet. Okay, so he can handle the sunlight. But the rest of the team is going to have to go and get him. Yeah, here comes Trey with a buggy to try to do a nice little evacuation technique. But that could not pay off if Visajak can hit these shots.
Some tough shots to hit.
Couple. Oh, that buggy is getting lit up, but not enough.
Yeah, they're out here. One thing that I would have liked to have seen is you have to assume Dauntless knew that YKG were with them, right, in El Pozo. And they were keeping tabs on him as well. So with that in mind, you saw YKG pulling out. I would have loved to have seen Dauntless kind of follow right behind him and try to get that backstab, but we didn't see that. So we'll see where Dauntless end up showing up here in this Miramar game.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the game plan is. I wonder if that was a set play. You know what I'm saying? Like, did T-Mobility realize that Joey likes to separate here and decided to catch him out early? Because if so, then that was really heads up of them.
Yeah. Oh, we did get confirmation. HH24 is on K19. So, wow. That's a big storyline.
Is he on loan or on permanent? Because if it's permanent...
You remember Challenger Finals? We had dude playing under tryout. All right, that's
right.
What's happening.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. That dude is the team now, by the way. they dominated. But yeah, that's a pretty cool storyline to follow with K19. Hey. Oh, there he is, right there in the distance. So HH24 showing back up in the Titan series. You know what happened? Is HH got sick of watching it. He's like, you know what? I'm playing in it, baby.
Let's go.
I saw him chatting like a couple weeks ago, so this is pretty awesome.
Hey, if there's any tournament to see HH24 the legend return, it is going to be in the Titan series. So I'm glad he got a part of this action. I'll tell you what, HH24, super talkative guy, man. You know, every time you have an interview with him, he just will not stop talking. You know, he'll talk your ear off, Dave. And I want to see what he has to say here in the Titan series. He's been off for a while, but you know what? I think it's about time we see some of the old legends come back.
He's gonna say, it feels good. It feels good, real good. I mean, last game we saw them. They were able to get, 9 elims in one match. So they are definitely feeling it with HH24 on the squad here. Who would you want to see? I want to see Babel come back. But we'll get, I mean, if we got time, who would you like to see come back?
Who would I like to see? Carnage.
Oh, yes. The single E Carnage, not the double E.
That's right.
Single E Carnage.
Why not?
Something else.
Because why not?
Talking about changes, Dope Slayers. Look who's on their squad. Look who they picked up. Remix, the top player from the Premier League, who used to be on Mazexis, now playing on Dope Slayers here.
That's a monster, and I mean a monster pickup. So I guess Remix's check finally cleared. And now he's on the Dope Slayers, and I think this is what the Dope Slayers needed, right? They needed a real strong fragger that they could just trust in, and I think Remix is definitely that guy. So, what they really need now is just a chicken dinner to seal in that confidence, Dave. You know what I'm saying? Like, new player, one of the top fraggers in the lobby. You win a game, now you're like, hey, we're unstoppable. You get that confidence going, and then you just take over. But you still need to win the game, though. You gotta win.
Yeah, and you know what's even more interesting is Remix before tonight said it's their first time playing with the boys, and he's already feeling convinced that this is a good fit. And that they plan on working on that synergy here. So, I mean, feeling good, right? Feeling good coming into the finals tonight. That's exactly what you want to hear from one of the star players. And you know what they did? They went on to TitanSeries.gg. They went to the stats and like, listen, Remix is at the top. Let's sign him. Let's get that guy. You know, we need that guy.
And that's what I love. That's what I love about the Titan series, right? Is that even it's so beneficial to play in, even if you don't feel like you have like the most solid squad yet. You know, if you're able to get into this and just put up some big numbers, you know, one of those bigger teams are going to come calling. And this is something that North America has really, really been needing. And you know what else? Yeah. You know what else NA needs, Dave?
Tell me, what else does NA need?
Some free UC.
Oh,
some free UC right there on the left-hand side. PUBGmobile.com/redeem. This is why you got to hit that subscribe button, guys. Free UC, some of the best PUBG Mobile competitive play. What more do you want?
Yeah, I love this because, you know, I still get hit up in the DMs like, hey, UC, can I have it? Can I have it? I'm like, listen, watch Titan series. You can have it. Just watch. I send him the link to Titan series. That's all I do now. So
I love it.
You want that UC? There it is. There it is. Big brain, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. Let's take a look here at Fishy blowing up the buggy, saying you're going to have to jump down. It's a nice little heads up play there from Fishy. What does he have his eyes on? Yeah, he's just right now Billy Goatin, keeping an eye on everybody.
Oh, that's Fate all the way out there. The opposite Billy Goat. Fate, the thing is, if Fate gets knocked, Fate is done. You know, Fate's alone right now. A little 3-1 split. Hopefully Fate does recognize the danger of their situation. But talking about the danger, we're in the danger zone right now. Clown from Zexis on the rooftop. C4 looking to make the breach here.
Let's see what C4 is about. What are they going to do? Clown looking to make the plays. Ooh, try to make that pre-fire. Daddy Payne shut him down real quick. Kappa is holding that nade a little too long. And that is going to be a rough start for Mazexis. Do you think Remix is chuckling right now, seeing that in the feed?
Nah. Remix, nice person. You know, they don't want nothing but success for their former teammates for sure. QZZ, though, is going to be chuckling because they got a member of Mazexis heading right towards them in the open field. Looks like QZZ took a couple shots onto Trick, forcing them to go into that little shack on the road right there.
Water treatment, always a fun area to play in, and Hyper rocking that little 2-2 split, trying to cover as much real estate as they can. They know this area really, really well. The only problem with these kind of splits, though, especially where they're positioned, is they're just going to worry about a team pushing up on them. But at the same time, this squad's always looking out different windows, getting different angles. Look at that shot, that spot from QZ. What kind of vision is that?
At 2020. Let me ask you real quick.
What's up?
Do you think the pressure is cranked up even higher tonight for NHyper because we got Shifan on the desk, analyzing them, picking them like 100%, Jukes?
Yeah, 100%. The pressure's on. You know, I saw Shifan with a little twinkle in his eye after watching game one. You know, he saw the mistakes that they made. He talked about the mistakes that they made, you know, and I think Shifan was deep down thinking that, you know what, if I was playing, we would have won game one, you know? Yeah.
You said they threw.
He did say that, you know, and I quote, that they threw. He didn't say that I threw. You know what I'm saying?
True. Yeah, he's typing right now. Yeah, totally accurate. If I was in, we would have won that chicken in 20. So let's see what they can do here this game, though, because we still have 5 games to go, counting this one. As of right now, they are in an off-center position, have everybody still up, and remember, they got Trick right beneath them for the time being. So everybody just kind of waiting to see where the next circle takes us here, Hot Jukes.
Yep, just playing the waiting game. This is that planning phase for everybody watching. So if you're in the game right now, your IGL's thinking, hey, man, okay, the zone goes over here. We're going to travel this way. At least that's what they should be doing. You know, and just preparing. Now, if the zone stays, they're not moving a single muscle. Still a lot of real estate available. Where's that zone going to go?
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
You called it. You said water treatment earlier
on.
You got the crystal ball here tonight, man.
That's the way to go. That is the way to go. You see the Panthers, you know, chilling at water treatment. I do see one of them get knocked, though, and that's by Bishop. So the huge split from the Panthers, this is what I'm talking about, is sometimes you split just a little too far. You get pushed up on, and you know what? That little railing should have a clearance sign. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It says like only this height can pass, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Or like yellow tape, you know, so it sticks out a little more. So looks like the Panthers are going to be attempting to group up here, possibly. Talking to Nate before the games, Nate literally said everybody can catch that smoke. Like, quote, that is quote, yeah. Everybody can catch that smoke. So hate to see one of their squad mates already down and out, but we know the Panthers, that team, when they're hot, when they're on a roll, Dukes, nothing stops them. Replay, just in case you missed it. The clearance, we need to send the email. We need that clearance sign here confirmed.
Yep. PUBG Mobile devs, if you're listening, put it in the game.
Put it in the game.
Safety
first. OSHA certified.
Gotta make sure You got that clearance, Dave. And speaking of clearance, right, these rotations right now are extremely important. You know, what I want to see is I want to see these teams leapfrogging. I know Miramar is a big map, and sometimes you want to just full send it to that next spot. I'll tell you what, though, like if you're Phoenix, you should be cresting a hill together, focusing. You don't want to just get knocked out on a rotation here.
Yeah. I really impressed with Phoenix game number 1. 12 elims.
Wow.
Wouldn't have, I wouldn't have expected that, you know. So it looks like Phoenix are going to be up there on the hilltop, like you mentioned, to the north with a really nice buffer zone between them and everybody else. So going to be paying attention to Phoenix here and kind of seeing how they maintain their lead. Now they don't have that big of a lead ahead of C4 and Hyper. But regardless, they had a phenomenal start here of the night.
Oh, Kim Bap. Keeping his eye on Wanted Vigilantes. Doesn't look like he's going to pull the trigger. Doesn't want to give away his spot just yet. They are on the edge of the zone, and they're probably thinking that they were going to have to rotate soon. But Ultimate Gaming is looking to apply some of that pressure. Wanted Vigilantes does secure the rotation, but they got to make sure they keep those vehicles safe because this zone is most likely not going to stay here.
Yeah, and good point with Ultimate Gaming. You know, they only have 1 point, so honestly, this is their moment to really turn up the dial here just a little bit and try to capitalize on these elims right ahead of them. That's going to be Wanted Vigilantes, somewhat split in the hardcover across the road, but I don't think this is a time for them to play passive here, Jukes. You know, if they get a knock, sure. Are they going to make the push? Probably not, but I hope that they're at least thinking about some type of way on how they could execute a play like that, though.
Let me ask you this, though. Bang was the one that got panned by Joey, right? Believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Believe so. What does he have to do to make up for that?
They go 1v4.
1v4. Okay.
Yeah.
1v... I'd say 1v4.
1v3. 1v4 will seal the deal, but 1v3, I think we'll forget about it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but it has to be a stylish 1v3. Like, you know, blow up a gas can, knock one. Don't get bodied like that, though.
Yeah. Don't sit in this room where, like,
no,
all the walls are windows. You know, I'm not really a fan of that, but you know, I would take a 1v3, 1v4 grenade wipe. Grenade wipes are awesome to watch. But
I agree.
Talking about what is awesome, next zone goes up on a Tuesday. I'm liking both on the outskirts over there, but ooh, look who is getting a little active here. Ultimate Gaming on to Wanted Vigilantes. What stands out to you right now, Hot Jukes?
I would have, if I were Ultimate Gaming, I would have let Wanted Vigilantes rotate away because they have to rotate as well. So them taking that shots is forcing them both to just sit here. So if you're Ultimate Gaming, letting Wanted Vigilantes leave and then take off from there and just fight when you get into the zone together. But if you decide to have this fight out now, you're just trying to get some of these eliminations and you're probably going to get taken out immediately after.
Yeah, I definitely understand where they're coming from, though. If they can just get 1 or 2 eliminations, that will offset the risk of that rotate, because the next circle, Wall Street Bets, K19, are going to be the gatekeepers. Of course, they don't know that, but they have to assume with how far they are from the zone. Oh, yep, here's Kubi. Nice little vantage point over here. Honestly, both of these teams kind of out of luck, Jukes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. It's like if they were to push together, it's not like you're teaming, you know, but you got to do the best that's for your squad. Oh, not throwing a...
I know the Titans like right here.
That it is, you're right. And then Hyper versus YKG. Chiffon bet on YKG. Was that the curse? Oh. And Molly.
Yeah.
That Molly hurt.
Yeah. I hurt a little bit.
And this is a 2v2, right? I believe so.
Straight up 2v2. Chico trying to get a heal off real quick. There was going to be smoke on the stairways. Chico does have 1 grenade, 1 Molotov to work with. Rin on the outskirts. Rin needs to make sure not to get third partied. Here comes Chico with that 1 grenade trying to take out QZZ, who is in the smokes with the UMP, making a lot of noise right now, Hot Jukes.
Definitely. But I think this is a third party coming up. Yes, it is. Right from behind. Dope Slayers with Remix now added to that formula. It's going to make things very dangerous. QZZ throwing some smokes, trying to buy some time. This is still in the center of zone, so I think if you're in Hyper, you would not mind being neighbors for now, but Dope's coming for them.
They are. Dope and Dope are armed. You know, they're armed, ready to go. They got a couple grenades, couple mollies as Remix going fishing right here, trying to get one of these grenades through the window. QZZ knows what's about to happen here, trying to avoid that, but now here comes the push from the trio in the front lines. 24K down. Chico, UMP going for that spray down in the confines. Close quarters right here through the smokes. Gonna get it done here, Hot Jukes. But then Hyper pulling up from behind. QZZ, last one alive right now.
Last one for alive, and he's getting some nice shots through the window. He has no first aid. Oh, he has one first aid, but doesn't want to allow Dope Slayers any room to breathe. He's gonna go for it, and I think he's gonna push full send immediately afterwards.
Love the pre-fire. Love.
Here he comes.
Pre-fire.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Popping up. UMP getting tagged up quite low. 6 bullets swapping on over to the M4.
That knock was really tough. Really tough. Unfortunately, for and Hyper. So Dope is going to go ahead and get all their teammates up, and they did it perfectly on time because they still have a minute. So they got plenty of time to reset and full send it on in here.
Yeah, and you know it hurts. 0 points in Hyper that game. 0.
Ouch.
So yeah, that's gonna set them back here a little bit. And you know, Phoenix Esports 0 points down to just a solo. So that is kind of a blessing in disguise for an Hyper. But K19, what is going on over here? Pushing Wanted Vigilante is getting bodied in the mix.
Let's see what K19 is gonna do. These hay bales are a really tough spot to hold. And K19 is going to probably go out in this area because they have to run out wide in the open. Nate, hopping in the vehicle. He's going to start trying to push a little bit further. That's going to give him a little bit more cover for now. And Nate's trying to make something happen. That's a tough spot to hold, though. Everybody just so desperate. You can see even Onder in a smoking Marauder is going to have to try to make the rotation.
Everybody can catch that smoke is exactly what Nate told us here today. Looking at the teams, though, I'm really digging Bope. Their 2-2 split, holding down water treatment on the northeast side. We'll see how that one pans out for them. As Skipper trying to take out Daddy Pan with a little grenade action right here.
Skippity-doo-dah. Skippity-doo-dah. Trying to hold the inside of water treatment, and he is laying it down right there. So that's going to be a Black Mamba, but Skippity-doo-dah still holding down this spot. Nice peek through that window, too. Dauntless in the middle of the mix as well. Let's see.
Daddy Pain's done. Daddy Pain's done. Skirt in the open right there, taking those open shots. That one hurt.
That was nice for Phoenix right there.
Yeah, they're gonna be done. Phoenix down to just a solo. They did get a Elim out the mix. 7 teams to go. So if you get taken out right here, right now, that's only 1 placement point. K19 going for another squad revival right here.
Phoenix is really close to that zone, though, that last player. So as long as he holds it down, he should be able to secure some placement points. Bishop and Mazexis, they got to get the move on it, though. Dauntless as well. That's going to be that they're going for him. So they're going to be going through that side where that final player from Phoenix is. Going to clear him out and then try to go up the hill. Very smart.
Knocking on the door right here. Looks
like
he
got in a buggy.
Yeah, are going to be pushing. Here we go. We are out of here. Dauntless, see you later. But look where we're driving, right towards the duo of Mazexis. But we're going to find the back of the dumpster here. In the zone, by the no! So close.
He tried to go for the laydown. Man, everyone gets baited out by that truck. If he's able to get that laydown, he would have survived for sure. But unfortunately, not able to do it. The Panthers are still stuck. Oh, Nate is, even though he's got all the smoke in the world, there ain't nothing he can be able to do from this position.
Let's see. Tossing out a couple smokes in the blue, dodging, zigging, zap. Oh, getting a little heal over here.
Yeah, too tough of a position. Unfortunately, I think he gave up one of those points. Yeah, so Bope does steal one of those points. You said you like their position. The Bope and the Dope. The Bope-a-Dope still up.
The Bope-a-Dope. The Bope-a-Dope. Dauntless also 4 up. Here comes Dauntless now trying to make the breach, following in the footsteps where we saw a couple moments ago the solo from Phoenix. But Bishop cooking a grenade, going for the fadeaway right there. And tossed one himself here.
Bope said, take some of that action. So Bishop goes down. That clears out this entire side. Bope's going to go ahead and try to get these reses off. And it looks like we're going to have a big battle between Bope and Dauntless here to finish these things. Who are you betting on to win this one, Dave?
Yo, I said Bope. I said Bope, so I gotta stick with Bope, even though things are looking kind of rough for them right now. Dauntless looking to clean up the southern side of this zone.
Oh,
They're gonna run into Trick here. Oh, they know where Trick is. They're pre-firing.
Wow,
They got the
that
molly,
molly.
and there goes Trick, burning on down. So that I believe bought time for Bope to get the pickups though.
I'll
Let's
tell
see
you
what
what
they can
though.
accomplish.
I don't know if they're gonna be able to beat Dauntless though, because you know why? They got the skippity doodah and Klaus himself, the legend. This guy has been popping off in the Titan series. This nade from Terran though might just spell the end for Poppy Sour. Barely misses it.
Poppy with a DBS. I mean, throw is ready to go. In the smokes though, it isn't gonna see anything. And paying the price. Paying the price for that hero.
Oh, yeah, Bope tried to push up Klaus, saying, "What are you looking at?"
Oh.
Ophelia just drives straight into the lobby, and Dauntless takes the victory.
GG's. Dauntless taking game number 2 here on Miramar. Bope, though, second place. Second place gets you 6 points. Not too bad. Mazex's third place. Third place gets you 5 points here. So, Hotjukes, looking at that map, all things considered, I think the biggest surprise for me, YKG. Oof. First team taken out, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
in this Miramar game.
Tough finish for them. I think they're just trying to get things firing on all cylinders. You know, they've really had a lot of players gunning for them, I think. We saw Joey almost make a crazy play at the start, but there's only so much you can really do 1v4. So I think if they just played a little bit more traditional, I don't think they got to really overthink this lobby. Just play together, and I think you got it.
What happened to Execute? I didn't even see him that game. We
That's
saw
true.
Fate on the hilltop, and then next thing you know, nothing.
Yeah.
Hopefully next game. And I'm bringing them up because they did pretty solid in the Challenger Finals. But that's it for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pass it on over to PB and the desk here. See what they have to say about that game.
Where was Execute, you ask? 0 elims and only 230 damage. Tough performance from them, but not so tough from DPS, Dope Slayers. Man, they came out and performed, did they not? Finishing with 13 points in that game. That's exactly what they needed. That's what they were hoping with the addition of Remix to the roster. And I got to tip the cap to Dauntless there. They did not have the greatest of zones. They were back to the wall, having to fight their way in. Really, really appreciated that. Neptura, what did you see in match number 2?
I saw a lot of spice, PB. My goodness me, that got very spicy very quickly. And it all has to do with that zone, because that's not an easy zone to play from. Too much open ground, too much high ground for very few teams. So little goes a long way in that zone, and these teams played it really, really nicely. Specifically, the two things I did want to mention was that Wumavi and K19 like long range fight. That was really fun and a great example of what cover from your team should look like. You know, that one there did get knocked from Wanted Vigilantes, not Wumavi. And then K19 got 2 knocked in return from that long range cover from Wanted Vigilantes. So good job to them. Other thing is that final zone, the final fight between the 2 or 3 teams, really. Dauntless got a little bit zone blessed there. They did, but they played it super, super well. I think that, who was second? Bope, there we go. I think Bope ended up getting a little bit shredded with those nades. They hesitated a little bit and made them have to take cover rather than push forward like they had been trying to do earlier on. And Dauntless just took perfect advantage of that. So big GG's their way, PB.
Absolutely. Modest in there trying to hop into the back of that dump truck. My goodness, he just got caught at the wrong time there, unfortunately.
I know.
Meets an early end here, but again, Dauntless, really impressive so far. I was kind of flashing back to that house scene with Hyper there. QZZ coming around the corner. Actually picked up the 1v1 knock, but Robert was hiding from Dope Slayers in the corner with 1 HP after getting the fresh revive and able to pick up the clutch there for Dope to keep them further into the match. Not the end Hyper was looking for, unable to pick up any elims, but that's all right. Turning our attention, though, to Dauntless here. They take care of Bope relatively easily in the final circle, but again, as long as we're shouting Bope's name at the end of these matches, you know they got to feel pretty good about that. Shifan, going to come to you. What did you see match 2, obviously from Hyper, as well as everyone else in the lobby? What are we taking away?
this is not a Titan series. This is the falling of the Titan series. Okay, YKG is out early and Hyper is out early. Like the top teams from PMPL and NA, they were all out early, and YKG crushed the Hyper account almost like perfectly. They were 3-man, and they're crushed into a full squad of Hyper, and it somehow knocked out 2 players of Hyper, and almost if they didn't get a third party from Dope, they could have like taken out Hyper there. That's just crazy.
I saw that house was a little too close for comfort. Far too many squads in a house that early on in the game. Ultimately, they settled their business, but in Hyper not meeting the nicest end of that stick. But taking a peek at the match rankings here, we see Dauntless on the top of the match leaderboard, which good for them. They pick up their first chicken dinner of the evening. You know they'll be gunning for more here, but Bope adding more points to their total. Mazexis as well adding 10 apiece. And then we got Dope Slayers in 4th, but they pick up 9 elims to top the leaderboards in that category. 13 points overall for them. But looking at the bottom, as Shifan so eloquently mentioned, it is the fall of the Titan series, and Hyper, Execute, YKG, all on the bottom of the leaderboards, including C4 sneaking into the bottom half here as well. Definitely time to turn it around. But that time starts now. Dauntless sneaks into first place overall on the strength of those bonus points. You can see there those 6 putting them ahead of Phoenix Esports. Again, Phoenix having a decent game this time around, made it pretty far, but once everything got crazy, every squad seemed to be falling very, very quickly. It seemed like every squad made it pretty far into this game. There were 16 teams alive in like the 5th or 6th circle. So impressive job from all of the teams there. And then ultimately they had to fight it out. Coming to you, Win. What'd you think of the second game, man?
You just stole my point. I was like, I got something good that nobody else noticed. And then you literally just mentioned it. But it was that in the beginning of phase 5, we still had all 16 teams alive. It wasn't until we just lost our first team in phase 5. And by phase 7, we had a winner. Like, it was insane. I don't think I've ever remembered a game where we had every team on the table still alive that late in the match. And I'm not sure if it's just a Miramar thing. We know it's like the biggest map we have, but also this is the finals. So you can't help but feel like a lot of teams might be playing just a little bit more conservatively. I mean, this is the big day, right? So not a lot of early fighting that match.
Definitely, I don't think it's Miramar specific, but it certainly was kind of a unique game in that category. I think it was where the circle settled up. There was a lot of like odds and ends in, to take cover with, and teams were able to find a home until the circle absolutely forced teams to move into each other. And then it was just mad chaos. It went from 16 teams alive to like 7 really quickly. And then ultimately we went to the final circles. But that's going to wrap up the first third of our show. We've got 2 games in the books. It's very, very close at this point. Anyone's ball game, and anyone can still come back and win. We're going to throw to a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with our third game. We've got Sanhok coming up next. We'll see you guys in just a moment.
Passing right past.
Oh! In the
Trick!
dirt, both players strafing back and forth.
Comic Sans.
Hyper getting in on the action here. Ultimate Gaming is just...
What are they writing?
God.
Excuse.
Making the journey?
This is huge. So clutch.
So they don't need gimmicks here, Hot Juke. So
Oh my gosh!
There's Dauntless. Oh, in a skirmish with Phoenix right now, trying to avoid the mini red zone.
In the open. The angle. He's gonna win this.
Oh my god.
It's Alquan. The Panthers. I never doubted them. He's got a shotgun. Oh, Joey, best player in the game, PB.
For a while now, so experience is there. We can see it. UMP action sprayed out through the hallway. But Zexus catching a nade, though.
Oh my gosh, Nate! Jump shot! One more, baby, one more!
We are back getting ready for game number 3. We got Sanhok coming up next, and we'll turn our attention to the snakes in the jungle. We're back with Wynnsanity, Shifan, and Neptura, and we've got some thoughts about what you're about to see. And I got to start with Shifan because we talked a little bit through the break. We're talking about some predictions and whatnot. I'm kind of scared for what you're about to say, but I'm going to throw it to you, my friend. What are we thinking here coming up next in the jungle?
YKG is the king of jungle, so I'm rooting for YKG in Sanhok. I'm not trying to reverse cast or curse them. I'm just stating the facts, okay? Even though this is a fall of Titan series, but I do believe YKG can potentially take the Sanhok game.
All right, he has definitively stated that YKG are the kings of the jungle, not just Young Kings Global. It's Young Kings Jungle. I guess jungle could start with a G. Yeah. Wynn, who are we thinking for game number 3 here on Sanhok? Anything that you've taken away from the game so far that leads you to a prediction?
Honestly, I'm really thinking back to how Phoenix played that first Erangel match, and they, I think Shifan mentioned they were smart to not take a fight and prioritize zone, and I really feel like that's what Sanhok is all about. It's so chaotic, and circle means everything. No matter how many predictions we make, Sanhok is really that one map that can just turn everything on its head. So maybe Phoenix can come back. They've tasted chicken already today, and they've dealt well in the chaos, and that's what Sanhok is. It's chaos.
Love to hear it. Neptura, who do we got on your ballot?
I got C4 PB. I think they've been grinding the last 2 games, and they do generally fairly well. We've seen them take home a couple of chicken dinners on Sanhok before over the season, so my bet's on them. I think they're going to be making a big play today.
I like the pick. Neptura going with C4. C4 right now, first overall in average damage per game. So they're just edging out Enhyper and Dope Slayers, but I've got to throw my pick down here. It's a tough one for me, but I'm going to go with Dope Slayers, actually. The consistency I've seen from them throughout the day has been pretty solid, and they've got some standout performances going on already. You've got some new players there as well. I'm looking at Remix to hopefully get some stuff going, but as we take a peek at the leaderboard, I mean, look at the top 5. It's super close, just 5 points separating them. And one surprise that I can personally point out is K19. K19, no bonus points. They've been consistent so far. They've been there at the end of the game. They've been getting elims. So again, I didn't expect K19 to have the most elims after 2 games. That's really impressive. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, Shifan. Is that something that you've seen kind of with their new roster as maybe a team to look out for?
Maybe it's HG24. HG24 is putting work. That's probably why K19 had the most elim right now.
You love to see it. We've got, I believe, Dave and Hot Jukes back on the desk for game number 3. We'll bring them in just a moment to talk about their picks as well. But I'm excited for this one. I got to root for maybe like a cave finish. That's what I'm hoping to see. I want to see that upper and lower chaos. I want to see people swimming in the water. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. But keys to this game for me are Enhyper in the south. Will anyone challenge them? Are they going to be allowed to kind of split drop and get all of that loot for themselves and also execute on the Northwest Island? What will they do? And then lastly, YKG. They've been sending Joey up the mountain to get pressure up there, and it's worked in some cases. It's cost them in others. So we'll turn our attention here to the battlegrounds in just a moment. We'll bring Dave and Hot Jukes in. We'll be back with you guys in just a moment.
What's up, everybody? We are in the game. Sanhok's coming up. I'm going to tell you who's going to win this one. You know who's going to win this one? It's the Panthers, baby. I think they are the kings of Sanhok. They land in Paradise Resort. The Panthers, the jungle, like this, Dave. Are you ready? And look at this. Look at the prediction. Look what we're looking at right now.
That's their spot. Paradise, man. I was peeping the team chats before today, and I was scrolling, right? And the Panthers team chat, these dudes had heat maps. They had a bunch of heat maps on everyone's drop spots. And I was like, what is going on here? So Zuko putting in the homework here, preparing for the finals, scouting out their opponents. It's just absolutely amazing here, Hot Juke. So I'm going to go with you here. The Panthers. This has to be their game. I'm looking at the Panthers to make that clap back, you know, that roar. Panthers roar, right? Yeah, there you go. The Hot Jukes Panthers roar. That's all they needed here. That's all I needed was to hear that, and boom, they're gonna have a good game. I got a good feeling about this.
Oh, a nice northern playing path too. It's gonna be right on top of Paradise. Now, and Hyper, they like to loot Sami, you know, Nocom, Can't Charlie, so they're gonna have to really stretch this flight. But you know, Sanhok's a small map, so no matter where the plane goes, you should be able to make it there.
Yeah, definitely big chillin'. And PB dropping some hot stats. QZZ average damage here so far over 500. So wow. QZZ, yeah, 24K from YKG right behind him, around 478. So these two players have been having a pretty good start to the evening here tonight. But Hot Jukes, I hear shots firing in the background here. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Bo. Poppy looking for an early elim onto Ultimate Gaming, I believe.
Goodness gracious, dude. Ultimate Gaming, come on. Gotta get it. Now, they did get one of the knocks, I believe, on the boat. But it looks like there's a trade going on. Uh-oh, bang. Found a pistol. I think there's a P19, so he's going to have to make something happen here really quick. Oh, he found the UMP. Okay, so he's good. He's good.
Be good. I'm looking around. The thing is, Bope, they were implementing a 2-2 drop, so they're not going to have their other duo over here for the time being. So it's really up to Poppy to see what they can accomplish.
The Deagle. Hasta. From Execute.
Hasta luego, baby.
Hasta luego. That's what he's saying. He said, I'm out of here.
Yep.
See you later. And it looks like Execute coming in with 3.
Yikes, dude.
Triple yikes. And they lost two of their players as well. So Execute just not doing too good.
Yep.
Here
that
in
is
this
actual
one.
replay comms right there. But let's go look at Poppy Sour. Man, talking about Ultimate Gaming, I mean, you could just tell how scared they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, they had to have a good idea that there's at least a player here. You know, I don't know if they knew how many players. But just the fact
my goodness.
that they're playing so calm, so slow. And now to make matters worse, here comes Nate just casually strolling up here. He's like, oh, there's some people over here, guys. Yeah.
Bang and Ultimate Gaming are just getting bullied at this point. I mean, they have been on the wrong side. Right here. On the wrong side of too many highlights. Fisherman saw Nate. Fisherman
they don't know where
saw.
Poppy is, though.
Oh, did he get turned on? He did get turned on. Cobra does help out and catch Nate. Where's the team, though, from the Panthers? Are they a little too split? Well, Quan, does get there in time. I don't think Nate is completely taken out yet. He's not. So Quan, the legend. We saw him make the craziest finish in a Sanhok match not too long ago. Let's make it that little rotation. Nice little pre-fire there. Bang, getting caught out. I mean, this is just... Here comes Bope to just clean up the entire rest of Ultimate Gaming.
Yeah, Bang looking to be on the other side of the highlight reel this time around, but it isn't going to work out. Looks like Quan going to be tapping them down. Should have enough time to pick up Zuko.
No smoke.
See all the little indicators in the top right-hand corner. Looks like Nate should be getting picked up too. So both the Panthers who are live and active going for the safe play. And that allowed Bope, like you mentioned, to close the gap here and potentially backstab.
That tree's a thick boy, and that is a good tree to be behind. So Quan's going to get this res on the Zuko, and they're most likely just going to back up and try to go with their team. Instead, full pushing forward.
As well.
Quan's feeling himself, so they're looking to kind of get the pinch going on here. Uh-oh. Chronix almost getting taken out. That's going to be Bope. I don't think they realize this is a whole different squad.
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't think they do realize, and I think something might have clicked as now we see them pulling back. Chronix on the hunt. Yep. Chronix getting tunnel vision right there, Hot Jukes.
You know, I can't blame him on that because he thought it was Ultimate Gaming. They don't realize that this is another team completely. So that's gonna really make things crazy. But Nate catches Poppy Sour. Can he get Legend here too? Not enough. So that's gonna be the demise of the Panthers.
Yeah. They got Zuko out there in the back line, but Zuko currently getting bodied themselves. Looks like Zuko did take out Ultimate Gaming, though. So the Panthers have at least 3 points, but that's gonna be Bope right ahead of them.
No first aids? Wow.
Nothing, dude.
Nothing. So he's gonna. Oh, Quan's still alive, so that's a lot gonna get the pick up there. I don't think. Oh, so Quan did the right thing. You're supposed to always pass the first aid off first. Let him get some health so he can make a play in case, and then go for the revive. That is the correct sequence.
But
love
that sequence.
It is the right one, but they're down
K19 bodied wanted vigilantes too while this was happening. So K19 just keeping you updated on that one, as we are going to be looking at probably the end of this fight here, as Bope looking to clear out all the angles, clear out the rooms, and see Poppy Sour rocking that Honey Badger here up in the front lines.
Honey Badger don't play. I'll tell you who else doesn't play. It's Quan. Quan's up. I think now that they're a little bit upset that they realize that this is a whole different squad. And Poppy Sour's putting himself in a very bad position here. He's clearing this by himself. I can see the hesitation. I like how he's pre-firing, but he should not be clearing any building by himself right now.
Fortunate for them, the Panthers, even though they had some time to loot, they have like no utility, no grenades, no mollies, no smokes, Quan, no heals. And here we go. We're just gonna try to sneak our way out of this dangerous situation. I love this, Hot Jukes.
Goodness gracious!
Quan's
all right,
like, I need the meds.
Zuko's leaving his head poke out though.
Oh, but Legend holding that angle down. So the Panthers, they're stuck like Chuck right now here, Hot Jukes.
That is correct. That is just the right amount of stuck they are. Now, Ophelia saw him. Gonna throw the nade on the rock. That allows Quan to push up. He gets the double.
Drop shot onto Legend. Legend connecting onto Quan, but there's still Zuko alive, and Zuko
body
taking down Bope.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Rawr. That's what I think.
There we
about
go.
That. You know what I'm saying?
All they needed. That's
the
all
Panthers,
they needed.
They needed that. That's right. They needed a little bit of a boost. You know what I'm saying? Just a good 1v3 to get them fired up. Now they got some decent loot here. It's crazy how fast they looted Paradise Resort just to get into that engagement. So fast that they didn't even get all the loot there. But they came in with that utility. They got a 6 eliminations at the end of it. So that's elimination wise, that's solid. What can they do to finish the game though? With only 2 players up, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already happy. You know, 6 eliminations, that's equivalent to a 2nd place finish. So honestly, the Panthers, GG, in my opinion. I think anything after this is just the cherry on top for the Panthers.
Cherries.
Yeah, and you know what? The Panthers in the wild, they love cherries. You know, they love cherries. But let's look at the replay here, Hot Juke, because it happens so quickly.
Oh, man. Quan gets one. Zuko catches the other. Quan going for that drop shot, barely missing. But then Zuko with this beautiful clean. I'm glad I love these replays, man. We always get to catch the entire thing. I mean, the production team from the Titan series, I'll tell you, next level.
Next level, man. Next level. Let me ask you this, though. You're Bope. Are we rocking the Honey Badgers anymore? You know what I'm saying? They had 2 other players rocking the Honey Badger here.
You know what? You're asking the wrong question, Dave, right?
What's the right question?
The right question is Ultimate Gaming. What do you do now? You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to hear Coach Dave. All right, Coach Dave?
Okay.
I need you to put the hat on. You're talking to Ultimate Gaming. What do you tell them?
This is your moment, all right? What happened in game 1? What happened in game 2? What happened all season long? Forget about it. We are here now, all right? This is the Titan Series Premier Finals. This is what your life all added up to since you were a baby. You're here now, Hot Jukes. You're going to put on the show. We got 3 more games to go. Hey, I'm looking at you. Look at me when I'm talking to you. I'm your coach here. Look at me. We got 3 more games to go. What I want you to do is just hold your head up high and just game. Game like you've never gamed before, Hot Jukes. And then I'm like, okay, fellas. High fives. High fives all around. So it's that high five, though. Boom.
Seals the
The
deal.
high fives is what does it.
And not just any kind of game. Ultimate game. You know what I'm saying?
It's in the name. It's
Yep.
in the name. So I think they got this. I think if they can just kind of just delete everything that's happened in their minds for tonight so far and just forget about it, just coming out the next game, fresh slate, just play, just slay, they could be looking at a pretty decent game here, Hot Jukes. I think that's an important skill for some of these players. It's just the ability to forget the bad moments. You know what I'm
True.
saying? Because if you just keep thinking about what went wrong, what could I have done differently in the middle of a game day, you're going to get hung up on it. You know what I'm saying? It's going to affect you moving forward. So just forget about it. Analyze it later tonight. Let's just show up in our next match feeling good, relaxed, and just ready to game. Play our
Right.
game. We made
So-
it here.
The biggest learning opportunity, Dave, because you know what? At any time, no matter how good of a squad you are, you have to have that ability to come back, right? Because every now and then, no matter how, you can have everything work out for you. And then there's certain times that even though your squad's so on point, hey, you have 2-3 teams just attack you and there's nothing you can do, right? So you're going to have a couple bad starts. Ultimate Gaming definitely got that. But let me just wipe my tears from that beautiful speech, by the way.
Hey,
right? So
you know what? They don't call me Coach Dave for nothing. all
that's
right?
what I'm talking about, right? But hey, wipe
TBS
them
Dave,
tears
Coach
off.
Dave, Mustache Dave. I got a lot of nicknames in the community, but Coach Dave, you know where to find me. Email down below in the description.
Coach Davini coming in hot.
Coach
Oh,
Davini.
yep. Well, I'll tell you what. Ultimate Gaming needs to have a comeback performance in the next game. It's a necessary position, right?
I think they got this, though.
The Titans need to have a comeback finish this game, right? So I'm looking at you, N Hyper. I'm looking at you, YKG. I like what Shifan is doing, right? He's picking YKG, right?
That's
to hopefully curse them,
Yes.
hopefully
True.
to also light a fire of
Yeah.
of just wanting to make Shifan proud in Hyper's heart, right? So I think he's done it twice now. So I think now it takes effect in this game.
Yeah. It's like having a stepbrother and, they're the favorite ones in your parents'
Yeah.
eyes. You know what I'm saying? It happened to me. But let's see what happens in this Sanhok game as 3 teams are going to be down. And I think going back to the storyline of the Titans not really performing and Hyper and YKG, I think to kind of wrap it all up, put a bow on top, I think that also opens up tonight's matches for Ultimate Gaming, teams that aren't performing. Because if Hyper and YKG were just popping off and feeling themselves, everybody else is in big trouble. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Like, they're just going to farm the lobby. So the fact that YKG and Hyper haven't really ramped it up as of right now, I think that really gives these bottom teams an opportunity, to kind of shine here tonight.
Yeah, but these two teams, they're definitely just ticking time bombs, right? I mean, we know they're going to pop off at any moment. Yeah, they didn't blow up at the start, but you know what? Game 3, game 4, you want to calm that down. You want to stop that fuse for as long as you possibly can and get those points up to help offset when they actually do get that good game under their belt, because both these teams at any time can get a 20 elimination
bomb.
chicken dinner.
Jukes,
What's up?
real quick, are we playing Sanhok here?
We are.
Okay.
We're playing
Okay.
Sanhok.
Yeah. Stage. Yeah. Okay. Circle 3. I
This is the
it's
finals,
like
baby. This
so
is the finals.
quiet. Yeah, it's so
We're
quiet. We
used
got
to-
that one early game fight, and after that, like, so quiet. I mean, that just goes to show you how sweaty the lobby is right now.
And I'll tell you what. You know what? I want to see this every match because, when you have so much on the line, you're going to get the best out of these teams. And if these teams played like this 24/7, the whole of NA is going to get better, right? And that's why I love the Titan series, because you can have scrims all day long, right? But that pressure of putting money on the line, of pride, of having your stats on the website, it brings out the best in you, right? And we're still going to see it here because look, and Hyper, ridiculously blessed in this zone. It is their time to shine.
They're pushing on to the duo of the Panthers, actually. So let's see if the Panthers can defend this right now. And Hyper, looks like GK First trying to toss a couple grenades over there. Might have somewhat of a feeling that these buildings might be occupied. So I love how they're working together as a unit, trying to clear out every single angle right now, Hot Jukes.
That's what you're supposed to do, right? Clear out together. You do not want to be stuck in one building by yourself because there is traps set up in both of those buildings. Now, the Panthers are really hoping that another team pushes on that N-Hyper because N-Hyper, they're not going to make any mistakes clearing this out. Look at this. Free Molotoving, throwing grenades. They heard the movement. Yep, that forced Quan to move and gets naded. Yeah, that's just the way it is.
Zuko
with that
get
angle.
Get the thirst. Yes, Zuko
Beautiful.
with another point on the board. I'll take that all day long, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, you know what? Those same words were just said by Shifen out in the back as well. So, you know why? Because he wants his team to get it done with just 3 players.
Totally. I love how Zuko got the elim and just ejected. Just ran as fast as they could. Ended up getting tagged up regardless by K19. Oh! Black Mamba's rolling in right now.
Wow. So we got to see some dice run over. So I'll tell you, this replay team is on point. And so is Kappa. Making it happen with that DBS. Punishing C4. Coop Jr. going down. Uh-oh. Kappa looking for some toes. Trying to catch Ghoul. Here he goes with the push-up. The 1v4 is coming. Boom! One more.
One more. Couple boom booms coming out here. Only 3 more slugs. Got the quick reload down to 4. Scourge unloading the entirety of the clip right there. Swapping to the M4. Kappa, no HP. No HP. Kappa. GG's though. Regardless, Kappa putting in some work with the DBS here, Hot Jukes.
Oh man, almost got that whole squad wipe right there. So beautiful play. Things are starting to get heated up. This is the Titan series, baby. Forged in fire, and Hyper about to be forged in the light of PUBG Mobile if the zone goes on to them, because this should be
okay.
And they get it too. This is their game to win.
Not too bad. And C4, they'll be able to breathe a little bit too, because they're going to be right there on the edge. Meanwhile, the YKG
Remix.
Wall Street Bets, they're going to have to make the push. But Remix, the new addition to Dope's Lairs, UMP, going to take out Dauntless, the pre-fire, but Klaus with the DBS here, just too strong.
Klaus is a monster, I'll tell you what. I mean, I'll put him up against anybody. In a 1v1 situation, he can take it from you.
Well, we saw it right there.
Well, but what about him versus Papa Blue?
I mean, no one can take it from Papa Blue. Let's be
I'll tell
real.
you that. Papa Blue does not miss. I'll tell you that. And here it comes. Boom. Gonna apply that huge pressure onto them. Phoenix, we haven't talked about them at all, right? But they have 7 eliminations here.
Wow.
K19 is picking up some monster points as well. Huge bounce back game for these squads.
Yeah, Phoenix looking to make a repeat of their match number 1 here when it comes to getting all these elims. They also still have 4 alive. So Phoenix and K19 both still very healthy here as we get towards this mid-game right now. There goes Dope Slayers taking down and out. Wall Street Bets, we saw them on that YOLO send. They did lose 2 in the mix. But Wall Street Bets, even though they lost 2, they're dead center. Meanwhile, everybody else playing the edge right here. So Wall Street Bets, I think, might have been worth, losing 2 to acquire that position.
Tell you what, Power Bang, I believe, was the one that was really talking about K19. And this squad with HH24 is looking like another monster here today. 7 eliminations. They're definitely feeling themselves. And Hyper, they're not out of the race yet. They're outside of this zone. They're going to have to get it done with their M4s. And honestly, this is what they do best. It's going to be a really tough cross to make. But if anybody could do it, it's them.
Yeah, there's a couple fights that's about to happen. You got Hyper up there. They're going to be clashing here with K19. But it looks like K19 recognizing Hyper to north. So they're going to be off in push down in the south right on top of Phoenix. And they're going to try to open up with some grenades. And now here comes Papa Blue to put the pressure on as Danny Flo pulling back here, not opting to crest over the hill with the AKM.
Danny Flo, more like Danny Go. Got to get out of here. And he in the wide open, unfortunately, just too much pressure. And that's just Sanhok in a bubble. When you're stuck outside the zone, there's not much you could do. What a catch right there. That's Danny Flow down. And K19 in dire straits here at the end.
K19 and Phoenix just getting
Klaus.
shredded out here. So that's going to open it up for Dauntless to make their approach in the zone.
Oh!
Grenade onto GK first right there.
Yuki.
Here's the follow-up.
I don't think sees him.
Where's the
Rin
follow-up?
doesn't see him.
Where's the follow-up?
Yuki.
One more.
Yuki.
There we go.
Got
The
him.
vehicle, though, ended up getting him after all, but that vehicle just got blown to pieces, saving Rin for just a moment. But Tuki, 1 HP in the zone after that hot juice.
Wow, he survived and eliminated, and a hyper Chiffon slamming his desk right now in frustration. Gonna have to have a talk with the boys after that one. But
11
Tuki-
points. 11 points, though.
But Tuki, look at that. K19,
Yeah.
13
True.
points, Dave.
True.
A monster performance for them. And unfortunately, Phoenix not able to make it out of this one. Wall Street Bets, this could be a huge game for them as well.
It can be, but I don't know. I'm kind of rooting for Tuki back there. Tuki might be able to pull this one through if they can just backstab Wall Street Bets over there, who they did lose one in the mix. Here comes Tuki, rolling up, strolling up, molly in hand. You can have it, Wall Street Bets, swapping to the M4. The damage is coming out, and there goes Tuki with Mori limbs on the board, Hot Jukes.
And the entire rest of the lobby is cleared, so it's just a 1v2. Tuki can win this.
Tuki.
Tuki.
Oh, here comes Skur with a grenade. We cast a curse, Tuki.
What do we do? Papa Blue just said, no, sir, not today. But it's going to be a C4 win. Huge elimination points for this squad. Big for K19. Phoenix also getting some other points on the board. Last team I got to talk about, too, is Wall Street Bets, right? Wall Street Bets have a crazy storyline. They went all the way down into Challenger Division, got themselves out of it, made it into the Premier Finals, and finally put some good points on the board here.
Showing back up, man. So happy for them. Let's see if they can kind of pull together and get some decent points here on the board moving forward. But C4, super consistent here tonight. So, I mean, they've kind of been underneath the radar, but they're going to be up there at the top. Hot Jukes, though.
What's up?
Tuki.
Dude, oh, so close.
We can't get it, but let's see if the desk can get it down packed, because Tuki was just popping off here this game.
Oh man, that was an incredible game, and we've got a couple of horses in this race. I'm looking at C4. I'm looking at K19. Both putting up big numbers. Tuki is right, putting the team on his back. Holy goodness, a lot of crazy skirmishes in that one. And I gotta say, Chiffon, you were saying YKG is the masters of the jungle, kings of the jungle. They met an N-Hyper squad that pieced them up in the middle of that one. And maybe that was all according to plan. I don't know. Love to see it, though. N-Hyper getting surprisingly taken out, though, by K19. Natura, why don't you break it down for us?
Well, PB, there was just so much going on. Two things I gotta say. First of all, this fight, fantastic. Just really, really fun to watch. And I'll break this bit down in a little bit, so I won't go into that just yet. I will point out C4. Did a good job as a duo. They very nearly disappointed me drastically because they did a 1-by-1 push to a DBS. That's just the golden rule of DBS, is just never do that. It never goes well. But you know what? He clutched it out. They got back that one, so they had duo, and they did so well. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Who did this? Just 1-by-1 pushing a DBS. It's just not done. Anyway, I could go on forever about that. But they made it. They're fine. They're good. Yeah, but just really good plays from everybody, and Tuki, man, just MVP of the game for sure. You know, C4 may have won the whole thing, but Tuki won our hearts, PB.
Tuki did indeed, and I like the performance from Dauntless as well. They had a good one here, had all the answers for Remix and the Shack there, and execute. Unfortunate for them, they go out again in stunning fashion, 0 points overall, showing up with only 3 in the lobby right now. They're rocking 3 players, which is not the greatest look for the finals. Hopefully they can pull it together and rebound here. Again, only half of the match is done at this point. We got Vikendi coming up just next, and so they'll have an opportunity to bounce back. But check this Tuki play out. Grenade in, takes down GK gets Ren on the pop-up, stands up and takes down QZZ. What is QZZ looking at there with his team just getting destroyed? Ultimately, Tukey, though, unable to make good on the clutch finish. But I think K19 is going to take it. If we take a peek at the stat sheet here, 3 different, actually 4 different appearances from K19. Longest elim, highest damage, total elims, total knockouts. They are absolutely on fire here. And the cool thing is highest damage wasn't even the same player as the total elims. So you got a really pretty balanced effort here with, HH24, giving his influence as well. So love to see that. We'll take a peek at the match rankings. Again, C4 winning the chicken dinner here, but ultimately K19 gaining the most ground with 21 points scored overall, 15 elims. So you love to see that. It's a great performance from them. Wall Street Bets sneaking into the top 3 here. Dauntless, consistent, once again in 4th. And Hyper, 5th place. So they're still in it, especially when you consider their bonus points. And they've added 8 elims as well to boot. So looking at the bottom, Ultimate Gaming, they're going to have to catch a break here and maybe not land on top of another team. At this point, though, a lot of this is simply just doing your homework because these teams are landing in locations that it's not a surprise. They land there almost every game, the only exception to that being the first game of the day where YKG kind of surprise dropped on them. But other than that, they got to pull things to figure it out. Let's check the overalls now. And we've got ourselves a tight race for first place. C4 Esports, 43. K19, 43. Right now, elims in the favor of K19. But chicken dinners is what sets us apart right now. And that's C4 getting that first tiebreaker. Dauntless, Phoenix Esports, again, love to see them kind of in the top of the standings. Another surprise, I think, from Phoenix being there. This is impressive stuff, but got Dope Esports, Mazexis, Wall Street Bets rounding up that top half here. So really, really close across the board. And we've got a few teams that they've got to pick it up. Execute in dead last at this point. Black Mamba, Mobility, Ultimate Gaming. I don't think any surprises seeing them at that place in the tables, but they got to turn it around if they want to have a shot to get back into this one. Neptura, I'm going to be coming to you next. We got a replay to kind of go over. Would love for you to break down the action. What do we see in the jungle in Game 3?
Alrighty. So I just wanted to mention this bit right here, right? The infamous TP and Bope fight here. If we could, hang on, wait for it, pause. No, not yet. Wait, no, keep going, I got it wrong. So he got to the now there we go. Got those 2 first knocks, right? There's the pause. He did, who's that? Legend, I think. He did end up getting that fight going down. But look at the angle of the hill. That's what I want to talk about, right? TP have far better angles on Bope than Bope had on TP, and that's what won them the game, right? The 1v1 still got it. It's all good, but that angle of the hill, man, see right there, he does find Quan, but he can't really see him. Zuko just gets him in the face because the angles, you could see far more of Bope than Bope could see of TP, and that's what won him the whole fight. So GG's there.
I love that fight. It was definitely one where
cool.
I didn't see TP coming out on top there. I mean, they certainly got surprised, got caught on the off angle by Bope there. And it's never good when you're in a fight. You think you've got a team on the ropes and you start to, go that flank and, there's a whole other squad waiting there. You can't blame them for it. Ultimately caught him off guard, but did a great job just maneuvering out of that position and ultimately securing some elims to add to the stat totals there. Speaking of stats, got to shout out my man Danny Flo on K19. At the halfway point, he is our leader right now for MVP, currently leading in total damage as well as total eliminations. K19, bit of a surprise for me tonight. Shifan, would love to come to you and talk about them a little bit. In addition to whatever you saw within Hyper, your very own team on the Battlegrounds here.
K19, I don't know what happened to them. Could this be the rise of new Titan in NA? I guess thanks to HF24, the new addition to the team, they are doing really well, especially in the last Sanhok match. Tukey was just playing the spoiler position and cost Hyper to win. And talking about the Hyper, I think the Sanhok match, they finally showed some aggressiveness we're hoping for, and I think that's a good start. But would it be too late for them to catch up? Considering they had, even though they had the hard start point, but the gap is around like 20 points now. Can they come back? I don't know. We just got to see the games next.
I couldn't agree more. I gotta say, 16 points right now is how far they're behind fifth place overall. I think it's doable. I saw them put up 34 in one game, Shifan. If anybody can do it, it's in Hyper. So we'll keep our eyes on them. I love how they got the circle first. They were the only team in it there, but ultimately, with everyone on the outside trying to get through, and Hyper had a lot of teams to try to fend off and got a little bit caught off guard there by K19. But we still got to hear from Wynn. Thank you for joining us once again. And again, shout out to the Winner Circle. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? But yeah, man, what did you think of the game? Did you have a chance to break that down over there with your stream?
Yeah, so honestly, I called out Phoenix. That was kind of my prediction. And unfortunately, if you looked at the table, it didn't appear as if they performed very well, but they really did make it to the end of that match, kind of got spoiled on the edge of the zone there. And one thing about Phoenix is that they don't have any bonus points, but they're up there in the leaderboards ahead of even Hyper that has, they have those 10 bonus points in their back pocket. And still, Phoenix, without any kind of buff from the bonus, is still doing very well. And also, as we get into the later stages of today's broadcast, we have to also think about not just the prize pool, but there's a relegation system going on here, right? The bottom 4 teams are going to get sent back down to Challenger. And we also have some teams coming up from Challengers that are trying to make a name for themselves, including Wall Street Bets. They're the only Challenger team that's on that left side of the table in the top 8. So if they can hang on, they're going to be put into the Premier League next season.
For sure. Just to clarify on that one, Win, top 12, guaranteed a spot. Bottom 4 may come back. Depends on if we have any direct invites to throw out to teams, which very well might be the case. There's a lot of interest in this Titan series worldwide, so that's exciting. If we take a peek at the prize pool here, $1,200 for first place. That'll be split between the team. We got $500 for second and $300 for third. I did want to back up your claim, though, Win. You had mentioned Phoenix Esports, and I got to shout out Killjoy from their team, man. He's currently third in the entire lobby right now in total elims, average elims, and also average damage per game. So Killjoy getting it done for Phoenix Esports, leading the way over there. And that's a new pickup to the team. So we're seeing some of that new chemistry kind of gel with these rosters. And that's something that's been kind of exciting to see because there's been some new blood at the top of the leaderboard. So good stuff there. We got Vikendi up next. The snow map, right? Lots of buildings, slower circles. We got obviously the first circle hard shift into the freaking middle of the ocean. We'll see what happens there, but we got to get into the predictions on who is gonna do what when. I'll start with you, man. Give you an opportunity to shout it out first here. Who's gonna win game 4?
Oh man, my mind just keeps going to Phoenix. I don't know why. I mean, they got a win in the first match. I thought they were going to get a win in Sanhok. They unfortunately didn't there. But again, Vikendi, a much different type of situation, just like you mentioned, but still a lot of compounds and a little bit slower pace. It's not Sanhok. It's a little more even keel. But I'd also would love to see a team like Wall Street Bets kind of taste chicken, come up here with the big boys and prove that they can hang around. So I'd love to see a story like that start to emerge here.
Absolutely. I mean, we starting to see these tables kind of separate a little bit. Obviously C4 and K19 tied in the top spot right now. Dauntless and Phoenix are the only teams in the 30s. So a little bit of separation happening. I'm going to come to you, Neptura. Get your prediction here for Vikendi.
Alrighty, so I'm looking down at my phone because I'm looking at the overalls here, alright? So I'm just trying to figure out who's where and all that sort of thing. But honestly, I think for predictions, I kind of want to go with the Panthers on this one. They're tied down there with 14 points, them and YKG. So I'm going to go with the Panthers. They've been looking really good, especially on that Sanhok, and they'll do good again on Vikendi.
All right, Shifan, coming to you. What's your prediction here for game 4 on Vikendi?
Okay. I don't want YKG fans to hate me. They may think, oh, Shifan, you're a caster curse YKG. Okay, so I'm gonna stop picking YKG for now. So I guess I'll shift my pick to C4. Okay, currently the first placing team. Okay, let's go C4.
He's going for the caster curse on the front runners, the team in front of Inhyper at this point. I like the pick. I'm gonna go ahead and select Dauntless from my end for your winner for Vikendi. They need it. They're gonna get it. Dauntless confirmed. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to Dave and Jukes. You game number 4 in the snow. We'll throw it over to you guys.
Here we go. Match number 4 in the books. Dave, we just heard Papa PB himself bet on Dauntless, and I can understand why. Klaus has really, really been making it happen for the squad. I know that's one of his favorite players going into this. My question to you is, Dave, we heard a lot of Phoenix esports, right? We've been hearing about them a lot. Now, we know the sound that the Golden Eagles make. What does a Phoenix make, though?
I don't know. You know what? You're really catching me off guard right now, Hot Jukes. I'm not gonna lie. I was prepped for Golden Eagles sound because that's what I've been studying in the mirror for the past couple months. But now with Phoenix in the mix, currently, what were they in 4th place?
Yeah.
I gotta start planning. I gotta start planning accordingly because I don't think Phoenix esports are going anywhere. I think they're going to be one of the main staples here in NA, PUBG Mobile. I mean, this current team, they're just doing so good. And I love how they're sort of getting a nice little balance, right, between the ranked points and the elim points. I love teams that get that nice, sweet 50-50. So, one side where they're gathering the points isn't heavier than the other side, So to me, they're good at the game as a whole. So to answer your question, get back to me on that one. All right, season 2.
I got you.
Season 2, I'll be ready, Hot Jukes. I'll be ready.
All right. Well, we're waiting. Wow.
Okay.
All right.
I'll be ready in season 2. Are the players ready now, though, for the zone?
Question. That is the question. Dave, I mean, Wall Street Bets all the way down there. Okay, so this could be a good bounce back for them. They're in the middle of the pack right now in 8th place. Now, this is the finals, Dave, right? They obviously want to make it into that top 12. At the same time, you want to be the champions of Season 1, right?
Yeah.
Season 1 champs. And it's crazy to see. I mean, K19 picking up HH24 was huge for this squad. I mean, they look like an entirely different team than what we've seen before.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that because there's been a lot of debate actually today in the chat with these teams picking up OGs, older players who used to be around in the comp scene very early on when it was still at that grassroots level, developing and kind of getting that foothold. So I wanted to actually bring that topic up and get your take on how these OGs, how these players can impact a squad, like a newer team, like K19. Like, what is your opinion on that? On where they bring in value?
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right after I get over this free UC that we're giving away, though, right there on the left-hand side. PUBGmobile.com/redeem. And if you do get this UC, make sure to tweet at us. You know what I'm saying? Easy retweet. Easy retweet. Now, talking about OGs coming at the last second, right, in the finals. Let me tell you my thoughts on that. Okay, first off, gotta get that paycheck, baby. You know what I'm saying? Their money's on the line. They're looking to hunt it down. And I think it's a great thing overall because, one, it brings these players in. It increases the skill cap of the Titan series so it should be an excuse, especially for teams like Nhyper or YKG. These are PMPL teams, right? They should be able to beat anybody. So I think overall it's great for the team getting those players, and it's a challenge for the teams going against them.
Couldn't agree more, and we'll definitely touch on that subject a little more because I feel like it's a big one. It's a big storyline. But Mazexis over here, talking about storylines, Mazexis trying to play catch up on the overall right now. Looks like we got a clean 4v4 over here, Hot Jukes. This is going to be on the West Coast too, so completely opposite from where circle number 1 popped. Looks like Dauntless and Mazexis are going to be in somewhat of a standstill right now. Yeah, they have time on their side, but I'm pointing out right now, Execute in the area. Execute are in desperate need for points. We'll see if they third party.
Well, this is, I think, one of the first times we see Execute come in with their entire squad. So it looks like now they're saying, hey, it's time to turn things on. But I don't know. It could be a little too late. But like PB said earlier, right, when it comes to Nhyper, this squad can literally jump up to first place right here. Like, no problem. They have the ability to put in a 20 elimination chicken dinner against this lobby. Execute, when they're firing on all cylinders, they could put up a monster game too. It's just, now's the time, right? You cannot waste any second. You have to put major points up here and now.
Major points, match 4. That's the headline here. That is the slogan as we're going to be looking at Trick, just the eagle in the sky. It looks like Trick holding it down, relaying the intel to Clown on the opposite end of the town, getting awfully close. Dauntless soon to be in a sandwich. Trick is going to be spotted, though, getting tagged up. We did see the initial knock, but not a lot of movement from Mizexis there.
Yeah, and this is Dauntless. This is the team that, PB predicted. Klaus.
3rd place right now.
Yeah, the major player doesn't want to go down. And honestly, if you're Mizexis, if you get a finish onto one of these players that's Dauntless, I would really want to take them out. Yeah, because that's one of the squads you want to pass up on the leaderboards here and there. And Mizexis is in 7th place.
Mm-hmm. And now it looks like Clown might have been spotted and called out as a solo over here. Dauntless all looking to just collapse on the Clown. So this is when keeping it real goes wrong. Clown looking to make some big plays over here. Now it's going to be looking to be caught off guard. But we're going to be popping over to the Panthers because if I'm not mistaken, they just wiped out Wanted Vigilantes already with 4 elims on the board, Hot Jukes. Once when the Panthers are heating up, nothing's stopping them. But let's see what happens over here between Dauntless and Mizexis.
100%. And Kappa knocking Klaus once again. That blue zone coming in. I think Skipper is going to be able to get that heal off. Wow. Stage 1 not ticking hard enough. That lets Skipper get the res. Or actually the first aid off. But there is fights going all over the place now. Here comes Execute. Wow. That is on to Black Mamba. 2 of the players go down.
Yeah, looks like Black Mamba still have a duo, but remember, Execute are in the general area here, so they're going to be hearing the shots between Mizexis and Dauntless in the blue. Kappa with the Tommy gun. There's one, confirming another. Private getting caught in the doorway saying, watch out, my man. The body block from the teammates, crawling, screaming, pick me up, I'm safe. Private with the UMP spray down, taking down Mizexis here early on this Vikendi game.
Man, Klaus almost got finished right there. Perfect timing to get that done. But the Panthers looking to turn things up a notch as they hunt down the last players of Wanted Vigilantes. That Molotov looking good. Actually, that's that replay from early on. Yeah.
Replay Panthers, man. Replay.
And they got the whole squad. Yeah, so that's Panthers
good.
With 4. Dauntless with 4. That's also good.
That's good. K19 with 4. That's even better.
That's triple good.
Quadruple good.
YKG with the quadruple good as they
Making moves.
Finally looking to wake up here.
Ooh, they lost 2 though.
Ooh, that's not good.
That is not good. But you know what? If they get the quadruple good, that's good.
That is good indeed. And you know what? Not good. Both, yeah.
Is that, I'm stopping this right now.
Whoa. This
DPS.
could be it. There's one.
One more.
Oh!
24K saving the day right there.
That? How did 24K eat that DPS shot?
Dude, he said, I want it all, Hot Jukes. Taking it to the dome right there. Almost getting taken out, but DBS, Vikendi, you'll love to see it here. My favorite weapon. It's just a staple in competitive right now.
Yes, Dave.
So.
Ultimate Gaming. Run away. This
Ren.
though is ridiculous.
Where's the boat Tate, Hot Jukes? Where is the boat Tate, man?
That's right. Where is the boat Tate?
There's a crate out there. If I was Ultimate Gaming and I'm their coach, I'm saying, listen, you see water on Vikendi, you go towards the water. Just go in the water, get some placement points. GG, easy. That's the plan. Hopefully they'll do just that, as we did see them driving out there towards the coast in the sunset.
I'll tell you what, the sun is definitely shining on YKG, the Panthers, Dauntless, K19, starting this off all with squad wipes. And Dauntless, the only team losing 1 player. Versa. Getting some shots onto C4. If you're C4, this is where it gets tricky, right? Sometimes getting in first place can really mess with you because you start trying to play a little bit too passive. and that can allow teams to take advantage of it. So I want to see C4 just keep doing what they've been doing as... Uh-oh, this is Quan versus K19.
Hello, Quan with the DBS, letting it rip right there, trying to back up just a little bit, but look who it was, Tuki with the Tommy gun, following up with the Molotov.
Wow!
K19 putting a stop right there, putting a stop right there. Already with 8 elims, K19, Jukes, when we're talking about momentum, I think K19, they got all the momentum here tonight.
Man, this is a monster squad. This team gonna win the whole thing if they keep playing like the way they've been. I mean, HH24, what is that? Turco, you know, and
Turco.
Tuki.
Danny
I thought that
Flo?
said-
I mean,
I
we're
thought it
talking
said
about Danny
Dave Flo.
Flo here.
I thought it said Dave Flo. You know what? Because we're just chilling. We're just vibing. But Danny Flo has been doing great. 3 eliminations to their name as well.
Yeah, I think, last game, Tuki had like 8 eliminations to themselves. You know, you can't stop that. The only way to stop that is to take them out early on, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here. But talking about taking out somebody early on, Versa looking back and forth, looking to get a knock potentially onto C4 as that Coop Jr. making the pull-up right there behind the bushes just in time. Daddy Payne pulling up across the road. Let's see what Versa can do.
Coops Jr., knuckles white, lungs filled to maximum, holding his breath, barely surviving there. Absolute insanity. So that's going to be great for C4 and Hyper. Uh-oh. Starting to put some punishment onto Execute. And, man, it looks like Execute in last place, down 2 players. Yeah, that's nail in the coffin for them.
Nail in the coffin. Ooh, but Versa, talking about nail in the coffin, Versa holding that one down, taking out Coop Jr., going for the follow-up, has 5 more grenades to go. Let's see if we can get the long toss across the row. That would be beautiful. Looks like we are going to be missing the mark here just a little bit, but it will be putting pressure onto C4 to pull off that revive for just a moment. Now they're going to go right back towards trying to get Coops Jr. back up and in it. Yep, Coops alive. Oh, but Versa connected on a Coops! After all here, Hot Jukes.
Wow, that's going to make things that much more difficult. C4 just trying to stay alive. They're trying to keep those points, but man, Versa shutting it down!
Boom! Versa just too good, Hot Jukes.
Unbelievable. C4 starting to fall apart here, and that's going to allow all these teams, we're looking at YKG and Hyper Dauntless, to open the door and try to pass them up. C4 just trying to hang on. And Team Mobility, if you're them, you're trying to get this done. You want to take out C4 and get some points on the board.
Yeah, totally agree. And we got Versa with the B-Zone right now. 2 more grenades, a couple smokes to go, a couple heals, but their squad mate was taken out. Now here comes the full-on push from C4. B-Zone action. Wee Versa says as they get taken out right there. And you know what, Jukes, they put up a good fight though, man. They put up a great fight. So tip of the cap, as PB would say, to Versa here from DM and GG. 2 points on the board here this game.
Oh, goodness. All right, well, let's see how this is going to finish out. I mean, not a lot of real estate left with this particular circle, but this is Vikendi, right? There's so much space and so many different hills that you can get cover on. So even though there's not a lot of real estate, you can still get that cover and make those plays happen. K19 looking to finish out the rest of Execute. And honestly, the way this team played, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and Hyper sending in the troops right here, one after another on the bridge, looking to pull up onto the squad C4. I like how they kept Ren across the way on the bridge to kind of play that anchor and make sure that their teammates had a safe passage in. Now Kindness, QZZ looking to cook a grenade, looking to find the heat-seeking missile. But they need to watch out. Ghoul cooking one themselves here, Hot Jukes. Cooking in the kitchen, tossing it, the jump. Missing the mark.
I'll tell you what, in Hyper, when it comes to like nade accuracy, I think this is one of the most deadly squads with it. Kindness, especially. This guy knows where to put those nades, and he's tapped up Ghoul pretty much every single time with one of them. Not able enough to get the knock, but look at this. They're just chipping away at him little by little.
Yeah, man, chipping away, and eventually the tree will fall. Let's see, 3 more grenades to go.
Whoop.
Whoop.
Kindness. Oh, those, yeah, now the smokes are coming out. Eagle's
we're
like,
out here.
I've had enough of this. Okay,
Them
I
bushes,
survived.
though, Hot Jukes. Them bushes, I mean, those are some hardcover bushes, so you can't shoot
Strong.
through those suckers.
They are strong.
They're strong, man. I feel bad for the landscapers, but let's see what QZZ can accomplish over here. M4, looking downrange. Looks like Rin still in the back lines.
Perfect. Let's see. This is over here by Hot Springs. Rin trying to get an angle. Now, and Hyper, once they realize that this is C4, I would not be shocked to see them just fully commit this squad.
Yeah, and regardless, Rin, that angle, C4 have nowhere to go now. Nowhere to go. Rin has the backside, the trio right here, looking at this side. I think if we get one knocked, they'll probably make the collapse here.
Let's see.
Making sure they don't get third partied. Yeah,
That's
you
the
can tell they're
danger.
looking for a play.
Yeah, they're looking for a play. They want to apply that pressure at the same time. You know, and Hyper always plays it real safe. They don't want to put themselves in a bad spot and get taken out. Rin's position in this off angle is disgusting. But yeah, I love the fact that he's constantly turning around, making sure he doesn't put himself in a bad spot. Skur, man, if he had that kind of arm, it would be disgusting. But
Yeah, don't be peeking that.
wow,
Ooh,
cool. All right.
Here comes Rin, though, with the support now. A little smoke tunnel to make the mad dash.
He's got to be careful, though, because if C4 hears it, they're going to full send on him, and that's going to really hurt and Hyper. So Rin's got to play this very carefully.
Ooh, more grenades. These bushes just eating them things here like water.
Black Mamba, YKG getting into it. Joey getting knocked and finished. That's going to be a big point for them. Black Mamba only with 2 players up. Yeah, Rin.
Just in the open.
He understood. Yeah, he understood that this is a really risky play. If he goes too far close, C4 is just going to full commit their whole squad onto that separate player and take him out. So in Hyper, just this is this death road right there. You know, they cannot cross that one.
Gotta give it to C4, though. I mean, for being able to just put a stop to N Hyper with the numbers advantage for this long. That's impressive in its own right here. So we'll see as the zone is going to be closing in. Looks like QZZ going to be looking to toss a grenade to that 3rd-story window, possibly onto Skur. Skur on the balcony right now, looking for the angles, looking for the intel. We did see the smokes on the road, so that might have been some bait smoke from QZZ, because now Skur is looking right at it. The tunnel vision is strong. Skur looking to toss that grenade through the window. What a toss if he makes it.
Let's see. This is a huge battle right now because this is really
First and 5th place on the overall.
First and 5th place. So, I mean, this is the one to look at. And it's at the edge of zone. So it's kind of scary. Oh, what a nade. That might be a push. It could be.
No pushes. No movement from C4.
Too risky. They're too spread out. But I think Ghoul is coming, so they're trying to set up for it. So one more knock, they're going to commit. I guarantee you.
Oh, here comes Dauntless over here from
Ultimate
behind,
Gaming.
actually looking to get involved in the broken rooftop over here. Daddy Payne going to be holding down that angle. QZZ through the door right there, connecting a couple shots. Now here comes the push from N Hyper. Now with the zone on top of them. They're going to be making the push across the road, Hot Jukes.
They have to, but now QZZ's in a really bad... Wow! Private's on fire!
He's on fire!
He's burning! And Dauntless
Ultimate
trying to
Gaming.
make a defense. Yeah, let's see what Klaus could do against Ultimate Gaming here. Nice free fire.
Gaming showing up. The coach pep talk. Let's see if it pays off right now because Dauntless. Now they're just 2!
Klaus on the run.
Can they do it? Can
Got
they
one.
do it? Oh, no. Can they do it? Fisherman, it's up to you. Fisherman, 69 with the B zone. Back against the wall. Looking for that reload. Looking for the pickup. My man is going for the pickup on a bang right now, Jukes.
Bang needs to...
Boom! You're out of there. Fisherman going for the pickup, Hot Jukes. I'm sorry, man, but that was just not the play.
Klaus did not stop making plays. And bang, once again on the wrong side of the highlight reel. And now in Hyper, finally putting in some pressure onto C4. I think they only have, that's right, one player up left. Oh, that Tesla got to get moving. That Torque gets the safety.
Yeah, and guess who that is across the way shooting him?
Wow,
That's got to be K19. So K19 laying down some shots down range. So while that Ultimate Gaming fight was going down, looks like Hyper were able to eventually push across the road. And they got 40 limbs, still 4 strong right now, Hot Jukes. So Hyper coming out on top of this battle that we kind of, watching here for a little bit. Big battle, though. Big battle. And I think the big takeaway is C4 still have a solo alive, trying to maintain that first place position.
So lucky. And Hyper just full sends to this complex. It's wide open. Full team up. And I believe it is only that remaining player from C4 that is here. Yeah, Daddy Payne right alongside. So, and Hyper getting to safety. That's going to be huge for them, but they got to watch out because Phoenix is right up on top of the hill, and they're most likely going to come this way.
Yeah, it's actually nuts. We still got Phoenix. We still got K19. We still got a lot of heavy hitters alive right now. And Chico DBS up against Tukey with the Tommy gun. Tommy gun Tukey right now behind the tree, using it for cover. Chico, 4 slugs in the DBS here. Might be looking for that reload real quick, pulling him back. Might be tossing a grenade onto Tukey.
Nice.
Tukey, I'm looking for the meds. Tukey was able to get 1 heal over there, as they're now looking to make the wraparound. There goes Danny down with the AKM, and Chico. Yeah, that grenade the grenade from Chico connecting on both Tukey and Danny. So that grenade was massive from Chico and YKG.
HH24 trying to make a play happen, but YKG shutting that down real quick. Chico definitely got something to say. You can see him reloading that DPS, getting ready for this final circle as we're hitting zone 6. And YKG is just outside of it, so this should be an easy rotation for them.
Hot Jukes, right now, we got to put it, though. We got to mark them down. Tommy Gun Tukey. Let me know in the chat. We need to, that's the name, all right?
TT.
That's the name. Always with the Tommy Gun. So, please, let's call him that from now on. But, Hyper, Bryn on the rooftop.
Uh-oh.
Now looks like Hyper are going to be pushing Phoenix.
And Hyper with some high ground. That is when they are the scariest. Wall Street Bets still alive. They did find a shack. That is a glorious shack if I've ever seen one. You gotta be real careful, though, that nobody just pushes that up on them for free. D's gonna throw some smokes. Getting ready to possibly move out of there. Let's see what Phoenix can do, though. Phoenix looking for some toes. There is Killjoy. Killjoy. Gonna have to make a push. Take a look at this replay here from Chico. Oh, that nade.
Boom. Massive grenade.
Damn.
Or two. That was the
and then
the play of the game right there. Yeah.
1v3.
Angle. Wow.
Told you.
GG's.
YKG and Hyper ticking time bombs. Finally starting to pop off here in the end game. Right when it counts. YKG and Hyper still alive, but you got to worry about Phoenix. Black Mamba, Wall Street Bets. I'll tell you what, though. And Hyper with 4 up, looking real good.
Yep. Looking real good. Chico, last one alive, popping their head up, not looking to go full snake mode, saying not today, looking for some more elims. But over here, Killjoy trying to do the same thing on the opposite end of the play zone. But then Hyper, there goes Chico finally. But regardless, Chico definitely trying to play spoiler over here. Wall Street Bets, hopefully they heard that. Like, Wall Street Bets, this is your chance to make a move.
Oh, and Hyper in the worst position. A shot from the blue zone does take down Killjoy, but I don't think Hyper is going to survive this. Now, yeah, Rin having him push out from the blue.
Boom.
Done.
Taken out. Cat God, the only one in the zone, by the way, from Black Mamba. So let's see what Cat God can do from the zone.
Cat God, meow.
Wall Street Bet still with a duo. Phoenix with a duo. So 2v2v1. Honestly, this is Cat God's game to win if they can third party this.
Oh, it's a huge nade. Cat God staying quiet.
Staying quiet.
Waiting to make a play. Here we go. Wall Street Bets with the push. DBS.
Boom! Dude, the DBS just too strong, man. Phoenix not giving out right now.
Oh! Mon is it!
It's a 1v1. Cat God. Cat God making the
Where you
move behind the crate, looting the crate, getting a level 3 gear. Cat God, now is your chance.
Meow.
Cat God with the MG3. The squad wiper, make a move, Cat God.
Pull out the claws. Now is the time to strike. Don't wait. Phoenix warming up,
Grenade, something.
getting reset. Cat God just staying still, so confident.
2v1. Cats do have 9 lives, but the thing is, will they be able to win this game? How many lives
No way he
they
loses
use
this.
this game here?
No way he loses this. He's got the MG3.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Oh, that's some pressure. He's got the blue zone to his name,
That's
but he
hard
doesn't
cover.
have any utility. One name, and he's over. Here comes Cartman with it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Gotta know
Cartman
what's coming,
popping up.
brother.
Where's the MG3? The grenade!
Oh.
Not taking out Cat God. Cat God's still alive. We're talking about those 9 lives. There goes one hot juke. Cat God popping up with the MG3. Peppering away right here.
One.
There's one. Back to a 1v1. Cartman down really low with the DBS. And there goes Cat God for the win.
Cat God whipping out the claws right at the right time and clutching it out. Man, that was a little too close for comfort, but like you said, Dave, Cat's got 9 lives, and that's all you need if you're Cat God.
I was starting to question Cat God, man. I'm not gonna lie. I was starting to question Cat God, but woof! I mean, this is what they're doing too. Woof! I just won that game. I won that game. Yeah. All according to plan. Oh man, that level 3 gear definitely coming in clutch with the MG3. By the way,
Yeah.
a lot of bullets in that thing.
Man, he ate a DBS shot, right? And took it to the chest. Tried to go for that first aid, which I was just like, don't you do it. Finally popped up, realized that, hey, I'm going to have to get it done with that MG3 and those beautiful peek backs, right? A little tiny strafe going right back into that box. It was just perfectly executed. Hey, but it was good to see, YKG and Hyper finally putting some points on the board.
Yeah, and honestly, Cat God clutching it out. I mean, that's a huge come up for Black Mamba. They definitely needed that one because they're in 15th coming into this game. So 2 more games to go. Wynnsanity and Power Bang on the mics after that. But Jukes, it was one heck of a tournament, man. I'm looking forward to watching the next 2 games. Let's pass it to the desk. Let's see what they have to say.
Sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. You were brilliant as always. Always a great time watching Hot Dave on the caster mics. And man, what an exciting one that was. I was wondering what Cat God was doing at the end there. He knew where they were. And quite honestly, Phoenix had no clue where he was at the end of the game. We take a peek at the replay here. Starting off, Mazexis catching Dauntless a bit off guard here. They had one of Mazexis' players pinned down. They did not account for the high ground, though. That led to an interesting fight early on in this one. And then obviously we saw the Panthers catching wanted vigilantes, basically ending their hopes of any sort of miraculous comeback here. But Neptura, walk us through the rest of this one. And what did you see out there on the battlegrounds?
I saw a couple of things, actually. Hang on, I'm just looking at my notes real quick. Yeah. I did initially think that the K-19 takedown was a mistake on their part because of the spread they made across the compound, but actually that wasn't the case. They actually did a pretty good job with how they handled it. It was just that massive nade coming in against them. That's what really took them out there. So it's a big shame, but I mean, that zone PB, I think a lot of teams probably felt that this game didn't really show off their Vikendi skills the best of their ability just because that zone was such a hard shift right from the beginning. So they definitely had their work cut out for them from the beginning, and a great job by all teams, honestly, to have done as well as they did. C4 did a really good job, I thought. They had a great run. They held out probably a little bit too long on this spot, especially when N-Hyper came to join the party. But yeah, really, really good stuff from him overall. And to finish up, Cat God, though. Cat God, am I right? I thought he had thrown the whole thing. When he got that one, or the... it was only 1v1 and he didn't do a darn thing. The MG3 saved the day. He got those 1v2s and he got it, so GG's.
Impressive stuff for sure. I was liking to see YKG here kind of get their momentum going as well, taking on K-19 and really shutting down a K-19 team that is firing on all cylinders. I said it kind of off broadcast. Man, if they keep playing like this, they are going to win it all. K-19 putting even more elim points in their column on the stat sheet, and that is going to help them out tremendously. And another team I'm so surprised that they're playing the way they are is Phoenix Esports. These guys have been tremendous as well. Both K19 and Phoenix just playing amazing compared to their usual performances here as we see Phoenix unable to get it done. That hard coverage is too much for Black Mamba. Black Mamba, the challenger team, coming up and getting a big W. You love to see it. But we take a peek here at the match report. We've got a nice spread, including Cat God there, picking up the most total elims and the most assist in the lobby. We have Nate from the Panthers picking up that longest elim. Skir being real active in this one from C4, picking up the most damage, and QZZ, as always, right in the thick of the action. So let's go ahead and check out the standings here for the match. Obviously, we saw Black Mamba pick up the chicken dinner, but Phoenix Esports super busy once again, picking up 10 total elims, and this one topping the point totals with 16. Wall Street Bets sneaking in for another top 3, albeit kind of quietly, not doing a ton of elims, but still placing high in the rank. And Hyper once again right there at number 4. So overall, decent performances here. A couple of teams probably at this point you can kind of write off, not quite getting it going as of yet. But again, never say never. You can always have those 30-point games back-to-back to finish things out. We are through 4 games at this point, and it's got to be getting close. We are just about to take a peek at the overalls, and it's got to be neck and neck here, and it is.
Oh,
K19,
my goodness.
52 points. They take first place after game 4, just ahead of Phoenix Esports, who has jumped into second place. C4 holding down third. They have a chicken dinner to their name at this point, 49 points. And Dauntless rounding out your top 4 with 45. Again, top teams starting to separate just a bit. I would say the top 4 have a minimal buffer there. Everyone else has got to get it done. Neptura, coming to you. Give me a reaction on the standings there. What are we thinking about the overalls? There's 2 games remaining, one on Miramar, one on Erangel. Who are we looking at to potentially make a move here late in this game?
Late in the game, I could honestly see some of the lower place teams, the ones that really haven't been doing so well tonight. I could really see them using these last 2 games to just go all for it and go, we're not going to do, we're not here in the top 5. We're not running for those points, so it doesn't really matter. Let's just go all out and try some new stuff. I could totally see some of these teams doing that. In terms of people who are really, looking for that top 3 spot, I'm seeing Dauntless really wanting it, 4 points between them, and Hyper, YKG, both of those teams we should be seeing up at that top 3, and they're not there, but they're very close. So it's really going to get right down to the wire. PB. There we go.
Whatever. TP, PB.
TB. Yeah, TB.
It's all the same. Speaking of that, TBD, we'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to get thoughts from Shifan and Win. But before that, we'll take a quick break before we get back to our 5th and penultimate game of the Titan Series Premier Division. I'm so excited, guys. We'll be back in just a moment. Stick with us.
Absolute battle here. Let's see what Kindness can do.
There's
Gets
one.
Only seeing Team 14 Player 3 was finished.
So there is vague information.
Generic hidden information.
Getting the frags underneath.
Love the finish.
Golden Eagles here on the push. They might regret this, yeah.
He's gaming. He is
Good
gaming.
frag.
Oh, this one might
Great
hurt.
frag.
Terran for 3.
From downtown. You gotta make sure your guns are reloaded when you're pulling up on a team like C4, man, but they're not out of it yet. Fear's coming in with the UMP.
All right, we are back getting ready for game number 5. But while we wait, Shifan, going to come to you really quickly to get your quick thoughts on game 4 of Vikendi. What did you see out there?
I'm sorry, C4. I'm sorry for picking up you. Besides that, I'm picking K19 next game. I think they're doing great, right? They can potentially win the whole tournament. They have the momentum, and can't wait to see.
It's perhaps the greatest team of all time, if I'm not mistaken. If I could put words into your mouth for just a moment. Shifan, the ultimate troll, coming in hot. Before we go to kind of the next segment as well, Neptune, do you want to break down kind of the end of the last match? I know you had some things you wanted to mention.
Yes, I would love to. Get this replay going. Thanks so much. Yeah, so because Jukes and Dave were kind of screaming it. We were all screaming it. Cat God, why aren't you pushing, right? You know, they're getting this res. It's super open. He can just push right through. You can see Cat God's point of view here. You know, we could all say he should push, but you know what? He's got hard cover. He doesn't know what's on that other side. He has zone, so he could just wait for Phoenix to actually move in. But that's actually super risky because as soon as Phoenix push in, they do the right thing, right? Watch this. They're going to push in a little bit, and then there's going to be a big nade. There it goes. Nade, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. There we go. That's that nade right there. That's why it's risky.
Yeah, and this part right here, listen to this. If you heard correctly there, listen to the DBS in between every little you got to reload it, and he peaked perfectly. If you heard that, it was right, like you heard that MG3 kind of. He put it.
Run that back for me one more time, Win. I wasn't quite sure I caught the strategy there.
No, hey, we'll just leave that there. But he sprayed perfectly with that MG3, and also he showed a lot of restraint. Most of us, we get that in our hands. We're like, I got 75 bullets. I'm just letting it go, right? But he showed a lot of restraint, and he perfectly placed like a good 4 to 5 round burst in between each DBS double shot. Like. That was just like a really low-key little 300 IQ kind of play there. It was perfect. And we wanted him to push, but PB, you mentioned it. He had zone, he had hard cover, and he had the MG3. Put that thing on 990, man. He was feeling confident, and he got it done. Now, me personally, I'm actually feeling really great about how that match went out. I was mentioning Phoenix Esports a couple times here. They played really well, but I said, I wouldn't mind if a challenger team does something really well, like Wall Street Bets. They were in there towards the end. It was actually a different challenger team with Cat God and Black Mamba winning it all. So that was that storyline I mentioned. I wouldn't mind one of those. And Cat God really provided there at the end of that match. So it's not done yet, though. We've got a couple of MVPs.
Big brain plays for sure. I love the DBS shots like you were mentioning. That's where, 200 IQ plays, you got to start mixing up. Instead of the double shot, you got to go pop when he peaks, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. All right, we've got just a minute away, Miramar coming up, so let's do some rapid fire predictions here. Shifan, who are you picking as the winner? You sticking with K19 as the best team of all time? Going to take this one?
Yep, K19, let's go.
All right. Got it. Neptura, coming to you. Who you got for Miramar?
I got Phoenix. They're 2 points away from that win. They need another win in their belts to get that. So yeah, Phoenix all the way.
Amazing. Well, Win and I are going to take the cast for this game. I wish you guys nothing but the best, but we're going to head to the desert here. We're dropping shortly. Wynnsanity, who are you picking as your favorite for game number 5?
Honestly, I've been hesitant to mention K19 all broadcast, but they just continually keep coming up in conversation and proving that they're doing well. So, I might throw my hat in the K19 ring as well. They're looking poised, and I love seeing that not only K19 but Phoenix are doing incredibly well with 0 bonus points. In front of all the teams that we gave 10, 8, and 6 bonus points to for their previous performances, these guys are getting it done with no extra help.
Couldn't agree more, man. I love seeing this as well, and I'm also going to side with you on this one and pick K19 for my choice as well. I've been kind of shying away from some of the front runners today, but it's time to hop on the bandwagon, I think. K19 for the win, and I've got some stats to back it up. I'm looking at the MVP ranks right now, the top 5. As it sits going into game 5, number 1 right now is Danny Flo from K19 Esports. We got number 2, Killjoy from Phoenix Esports. Number 3 is Tuki, also from K19 Esports. We've got Skur from C4, and Klaus from Dauntless wrapping up your top 5 performers across all games tonight. But again, with 2 players from K19 in the top 5 overall, that's impressive. I mean, Danny Flo in particular, top total damage, top total elims. That's impressive, and we have not seen this from K19 to this point, so this is kind of new in the Premier Finals, but what a time to turn it on.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but did Dauntless not win the last Miramar? I think they've gotten a chicken dinner today, haven't they?
I can verify that. I believe they did. Give me one moment, and I will.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that
was indeed the case.
This map,
yes, they were.
Yeah, this map is certainly unique compared to all the other ones. I mean, they're all very unique, but Miramar is just a different beast. And like I mentioned last time, it wasn't until the beginning of Phase 5 that we even had like a team get eliminated. But then by Phase 7, the game was over. So the pacing certainly is different from the other games. These teams on Erangel, we were seeing like 15, 20 guys were dead by the end of the second phase. Not the case on Miramar.
Check it out up north. Production's on it already. We've got Poppy Sour from Bope. We've got Legend up there. They're going to Campo Militar. You never, ever see people go up there and loot, so I am all for it, man. Campo Militar is going to be taken down by Legend. We'll see if they get caught on the rotation out of there, because there is another team right with them in Tierra Branca. Ooh, a Southern Zone here pops half in the water. This is toxic, man.
Oh, man.
But definitely it's got to favor those dropping in kind of Los Leones, and that's looking at Mizexis. It's looking at K19. That's already center circle.
Every time that I play PUBG Mobile and I see when that first circle shows up and I'm like over 3,000 meters away from the first circle, I'm like, okay, that's just, we messed up and that's bad luck. Like, how are you going to be 3 kilometers away from the first circle? But they went Militar, and the circle went about as far away as it possibly could be.
Love that first zone when you're like, oh, you only have 6,200 meters to run into the zone. It's like, okay. But team's already on the move. You can see folks trying to grab position here. Rin grabbing a vehicle early on. Gonna go loot with N-Hyper just outside of Minas Generales. And N-Hyper, man, it's been an interesting day, but as Shifan mentioned, trying to cast or curse everyone. I don't care what anybody says. He's trying to jinx it all for every other team in front of N-Hyper, but I gotta say, it's working out all right so far. He's been pretty unsuccessful / successful with his picks. I don't know if it's a good or bad outcome, but you know you'd love to see it. And Hyper is still in the thick of it. They are right out of striking distance right now. It's very, very close. Currently sitting in 5th place overall, but they're still less than 20 points away from first. And for N-Hyper, that's just one good game.
Yeah, honestly, I think N-Hyper, they've kind of got a little bit of clutch in their DNA. So as we get into these last final matches, some teams rise, some teams fall, and I think these guys, they can stand, on their own 2 feet when it comes down to clutch time. And we'll have to see if N-Hyper finally pulls out that massive point game that they are known for doing.
I hate to jinx this already, but you got to think that K19's looking for that chicken dinner, because it has been awful close to the top of the standings. A couple of games it's been tied, and K19 does not yet have a chicken dinner to their name, while teams in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place do. So if they do indeed come down to a tiebreaker, that first one is the chicken dinners that you have. And unfortunately, they don't have one right now. So they've got to at least beat everybody by 1 point at this point, unless they can clutch up and get that chicken dinner. So looking at K19 here to deliver on that. I know you and I both predicted them. Curious to see where they rotate, if, from that southern part of the circle. Are they going to go more center zone? Are they going to play the edge, since they know no one's going to come from their south?
Yeah, honestly, like, if you're really consistent, getting great points every match, you can win the tournament. But if you win the tournament without a chicken dinner under your belt, like, I don't know,
and
it
no
just doesn't
bonus
hit
points?
the same. Yeah, I feel like you got to get a chicken at least. Like, you got to win some games if you're going to win the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been absolutely wild as far as, like, they are 0 chicken dinners, 0 bonus points, and somehow, some way, they are in the thick of it.
Love that Falcon on his shoulder. They going in the FPP. I don't know about that, but here we go. This is how Miramar is. This is what I was saying about the last one. It's a little bit slower to start, and the fact that we're in match 5, you really start seeing some teams kind of pull back a little bit, and they're like, all right, like, we're running out of chances. We can't afford to have a terrible drop. I think it was Ultimate Gaming. Remember the first 3 games, like, they were out within a couple minutes. I was trying to look up what their average survival time was. I'm not gonna lie, because I knew, like, Fisherman 69, for example. Like, I'm like, it's got to be less than a minute. Like, I remember he died in the first 3 games. So Some teams are like,
Yeah.
okay, we just got to survive right now.
Absolutely. I mean, if you really wanted to know their average survival time right now, it is 12 minutes and 9 seconds. That is the average survival time is tied for last with Wanted Vigilantes, also going out in 12 minutes and 9 seconds. So by a fraction of a second, Ultimate Gaming has the fastest exit time out of the arena. So here with the stats, I'll be here all day.
Yeah, I'm just really excited to see what Phoenix does. Same with K19, but those are the two teams, especially Phoenix, that I've been kind of rooting for, and I just love that they don't have bonus points. It really like shows that everything that's going to be reflected on the scoreboard is what they were able to do today. And I just think that's really cool. The bonus points is a great concept, but you know, if you're coming in without any help, like you really got to show up, and that's what these guys are doing.
We really want to reward like high stakes, right? Like the pressure is on in the finals. This is where it really counts. But at the same time, we got to like have a purpose for the qualifiers, right? It's not like there's a ton of teams that are disqualified and whatnot. So it's like we want to reward consistent play to a degree, but not make the bar so high that anyone who didn't perform well in the qualifiers couldn't possibly win. And the cool part is while the bonus points often play a factor, it's not like an absolute hamstring if you don't perform well, as evidenced here today by Phoenix Esports and K19 Esports, both of them sitting very, very nicely in the standings at number 1 and number 2 right now. And by virtue of elimination points, 38 right now for K19, 30 for Phoenix, and the closest teams behind them at this point, only 2 teams have even eclipsed 20 at this point.
Yeah, for sure. But like Hyper is a great example of those bonus points helping. You know, that those past performances where they just absolutely dominated kind of gives them a little bit of a boost here today, given those bonus points they received. And they didn't have a great match number 1. So those 10 points they have really helped kind of fill that gap. But they don't go very far. Like you still do need to score a lot of points in your own right today.
Absolutely. I mean, the real difference is Hyper, despite a fairly lackluster performance in the first half of today, they're in a position with a chicken dinner here to take the lead overall. And that's the virtue of the bonus points, man. You gotta love that position. C4 not in a spot where they want to be remixed, though, on the off angle. Getting busy for Dope Slayers here. He's holding off a whole squad at this point. Looking up the hill, he's got eyes on Ghoul. Fire shots, misses just a little high, but Coop's backing him up there. And Dope Slayers has a good spread here. I'm not sure what the game plan is, if they're going to try to exit from this scenario. I didn't see how this one started, but it looks like both teams just kind of in the open, potentially getting caught, but Dope Slayers making them pay.
Yeah, we had our first blood finally. It took us a little bit to get there, but now we've got a bit of a long-range skirmish going on, not too uncommon here on Miramar. A lot of DMRs, bolt actions, but I love seeing the DMRs get some love. Especially when you got to farm damage, kind of break those vests, get those helmets knocked off, make them waste their meds. Like, DMRs are perfect for that. And look at that shit.
Yes.
Who's going
This
down on
is
that
so
island? Who's
good.
going down near Los Higos, you know? Is
It
anyone going
is,
to brave
man.
it?
Los Egos and the island still in to an extent. It's got to come north at this point, but I'm all
Probably.
for it if it goes to the bridge. All for it, my friend. I'm still
Or-
waiting for one of those circles out on those islands on the right, but we're not
That's,
going to see it
yeah.
for this game.
I was going to say, any kind of crazy island coast finish would be great, but also my favorite thing on Miramar are the Los Leones finishes. That's like one of the biggest, most dense urban areas in any PUBG mobile map, and I've seen some insane, like 40 alive, 45 alive, and we're talking deep into the game because you've got buildings with 5, 6 floors, massive construction sites. It's so much verticality. I really love a Los Leones finish, and we might get that.
100%, man. I don't know if we lost your mic or whatever, but the good mic anyways. It's something's getting picked up there. But what I will say is if we are going to get that Los Leones, that finish, if we are going to get the finish, I would say that I'm hopeful for that cliff to be involved, because that one that's on the east side of the city, that's always fun, kind of watching that fight from some squad that's up there just shooting fish in a fishbowl, basically. Super fun here is Hyper getting into the thick of it right now with Nasty Nate and the Panthers. Nate enters the city, immediately crashes his truck, but that's okay. Cowboy up. Let's keep it going.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Now we're rock solid.
Good. Okay, here we go. Just in time for Bolt to make a statement. Oh, he wants that thirst. He wants to get those points, but not going to happen before he goes down.
He was so close to like clutching that. Unfortunately for him, Hayuya able to take him down. Robert also getting the pickup here. Bope on the back foot. Poppy Sour coming in to try to support, but I don't know, man. Bope, I feel like, had the chance to get position, but they're going to play from the back line with nades. But it looks like Dope Slayers are going to actually leave.
Oh, man.
If they're fortunate enough.
Oh, it's a rotation,
Nope,
though.
they're taking the flank.
Yeah, that's smart. They're not going for just these little kills these knocks they already have. They're going for the full team wipe. And they may just get that here. I think they have one more.
That was just, they outplayed them, man. Dope Slayers with the call there. Immediately on the quick rotation off of the revival. Heads up play. I mean, it took a while for Bope to actually push that, and ultimately they got caught in kind of that middle ground where it was too late for them to retreat, and they were too slow to get on the offensive there. They get caught and eliminated early in this one.
And Hyper, very close there. Low HP, but able to clutch around this monster truck. And in that last fight, we saw Bope get wiped, but Team Mobility got wiped at the exact same second by YKG. So YKG bringing up with 4 kills of their own, and Hyper looking to get involved and get a few more kills to their tally against not only none other than the Panthers. And there's another one for Rin. He's up to 3, and can he go and get the last knock behind him on the high ground? Oh, he's committing to the frag. This could be it.
Bro, Rin is bananas.
There it is. Oh, wow. Rin, I think, wiped all of Panthers by himself.
What is happening right now? Like, he's trying to get out of here. He's got 2 HP. There's people on all sides. And Hyper in a bad spot, but dang it, if he's not going to salvage some points here and keep his team in position to make that heroic comeback, and Hyper probably out of the running for a chicken dinner in this game, but hey, they're making the most of it here, and you got to salute Rin for that effort.
Hey, I mean, Cat God proved if you're a solo, you can still win games. That Vikendi match, he had a couple full teams still in the lobby when he was down to just a solo, and anything can happen. But and Hyper now finally down to a solo, not able to get that revive, but we'll have to see if Mazexis goes to push Rin or if they're just going to move off here and give him a second to recollect himself. They might not know he's there.
After watching what he did to Bope, maybe they retreat at this point. Rin's a freaking one-man army over there.
Maybe just leave him alone. That was impressive.
I mean, for real, though. Like, do you push a guy like this knowing that at this point, all he's trying to do is knock and flush? Like, he's not going to try to 1v4. I mean, he might, but if he has the opportunity, he's going for the flush to try to secure the point, for sure.
This was really good. I think he might not have 1v4'd. I think Panthers might have gotten hit from a different team.
I'm going to call it a 1v7 win. You see Wall Street Bets in the back line firing shots in, so I like 1v7 here, Rin. Getting it done. And honestly, this was so risky coming with a nade. I mean, back to the Wall Street Bet squad there, you know, looking ahead at Mazexis, and he's just going to hold this nade, lob it over, throws it over Zuko's head, but dude, he's too weak, too much, too fast for Zuko, and the Panthers eliminated in this one. They do secure 1 point, but that 1 point isn't going to be enough for them. Finally back on land, the circle shifts. It's kind of a hard shift to the north. I think all squads can appreciate this. Who's looking good here, Win?
That's a good question. I like where Wall Street Bets are. They've got the zone. They've proven they can
like
last.
Dauntless.
Yeah, that's true. Dauntless as well.
They got the whole upper half.
That's a good point, actually. Mentioning that Los Leones is completely empty. You'd think there'd be some people like hanging out, you know, getting the floor or two of a building, but there's no one to be found. Everyone shifted way to the south, and remembering we had a team at Campo Militar, they must have either come down or gotten eliminated.
Absolutely. I mean, very southern zone. I can't blame any of the teams for doing that. And obviously, they don't know where everyone else is on this map, so Dauntless is probably going to proceed with caution, maybe not going into Los Leones with reckless abandon, but they have the ability right now to push entirely through the city all the way to the southern side, and no one's going to be challenging them for it.
How about Dope? 5 kills, leading the pack right now, still full team up. I don't think that's something anyone really kind of predicted at the desk before this match, but they are looking really good.
They need it. Dope has the firepower to actually finish 2 games really strong and make a run for that title spot. Dope recently picked up Remix, actually, who was kind of the front runner for MVP this season. Remix leaving Mazexis, actually, and joining the Dope Slayers. Dope currently sitting in 8th place, 23 points overall. That means they're 29 points out of the overall lead. But again, you know, a couple of chicken dinners in a row, some big frags coming in. Hope Slayers can do it, man. They're off to a good start in this one with 5.
Yeah, that's right. And I just love that we have a couple teams off the board already here in stage 3, because that last Miramar match was definitely taking a long time before we could even get one team off the board. But it's going to get pretty tight here in this zone. Still have 46 up, which is a very respectable number here. And YKG, we've been calling them out. We're like, this team's great at Miramar. They go out really early. This team's great at Vikendi. They go out really early. So finally, is YKG going to actually live up to the hype?
You and I are on the exact same page. I was just about to go there, looking at YKG, 4 points already, and a full squad at this point in the game with good position in the zone. So it's high time they do something with that. And the interesting thing with YKG is they're riding the strength of 5 bonus points as well today. But they're in 6th place overall. So they're certainly within striking distance, but they got to turn it on, man. They can't close that gap if they don't do something this game.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about like what teams kind of have clutch in their veins, and that could be YKG. They might step up when it's needed most. That's a great frag by Klaus,
Ultimate
by the way.
Gaming. Ultimate Gaming going to be in another highlight here. It's just
I know. We're right around that 12-minute mark, so it's time for Ultimate Gaming to depart the lobby, you know?
And we'll see. Nades in deep.
Oh my gosh.
Merry Christmas.
Yo, he needs to get signed to the MLB. Can he hit a third one?
Throw. Oh, Bang's out there, dude. It's going to hit him. It's going to be a headshot.
Oh, not going to get him on the knocked frag, but man.
Hey, good plays, though, from Bang.
Yeah, I was listening to Chief.
He's stuck in an open field, Win. Is he going to survive?
I don't know. Let's see. Is Bang going to even... I think he's trying to get the res, and now it's up to Tehran to try to come through and get his team picked up. I think they might get a full reset here. Looks like they have 3 up, and they're going to get that 4th one up.
Ooh. Dude, that Southern Los Leones was the call.
Yeah.
And Dauntless, they rotated away from it. Where are they at on the map right now, actually? Did they go...
Dauntless is way over
They
getting into the... are they the purple team? Right here.
They're the team. They're the team on the furthest side of the zone on the east. So they need to rotate back up, and they probably will if they can get out of this fight successfully.
Yeah. These guys are probably going to leave Ultimate Gaming alone. But I don't mean, maybe if they know it's Ultimate Gaming, they're like, hey, let's get some points real fast. I don't know if they're feeling confident like that, but YKG now. I think that's a wipe on Execute.
Yeah, they're out of here. No points again. Only 4 points through 5 games right now for Execute. That's by my math.
Did
less
they
than
have
1 point per game.
Any roster changes, maybe potentially for the worse?
Yes.
Because I think you guys were really hyping up Execute in the last couple weeks, and I can't really see where that hype is materialized here.
Exact same thing. I didn't actually think they would make it back to the Premier finals. They were one of the teams relegated down to Challenger and had to play through the Challenger finals. And they came out in the Challenger finals, a completely different looking team as far as their level of aggression, confidence, gun skills, etc. They won the first 2 games and basically solidified their return trip to Premier right then and there. Finished 2nd overall in the Challenger finals, and that team has not been the team we've seen tonight at all. I mean, averaging 0.8 points overall per game, and helped by 0 bonus points. Execute not going to be able to finish in the top of the standings here. And now at this point, they're playing for top 12 right now. They're just trying to get into Premier next season.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we just saw a K19 team get wiped with 0 points. Oh, there we go. Let me finish my thought there. That's not good, but it's at the hands of Wall Street Bets. Big point shift there for some teams. Yeah, really in the top of the table.
Wall Street Bets in 7th overall coming into this game, and they needed those points, and who better to do it than a team that's in front of them. C4, though, you can't allow them to get going, and they are starting to roll a little bit. Unfortunately, they lose a couple, though, in this fight, but we'll see if they can make it through. Mazexis also sitting at number 9. So a lot of the middle of the pack teams right now getting into it, and unfortunately for YKG, they actually lost a couple of members, and Hyper eliminated with 4 points. Oh man, pressure's on for both Hyper and YKG in this last match.
Yeah, so many duos. A lot of teams really getting kind of cut down early. Got to make some adjustments here.
You know who's not a duo, Win?
Dauntless.
Black Mamba.
That's true. I had like 5 teams I could have guessed, you know? Yeah, it'd be great to see Black Mamba get back-to-back chicken dinners. Why not?
This is what C4 did last season coming up from Challenger Finals. They finished number 3 overall in Premier. And I mean, they finished like number 2 in this season for Premier. So, I mean, it was like a really strong case to be made for C4. maybe Black Mamba's the next success story here, and we can surface another team through the Titan series.
Also, isn't this Remix versus his old team right now? I think this is.
Yeah, dude, this is for pride.
I know.
This is for pride.
You
know
gotta
they want
prove that those
revenge.
roster changes were good, you know?
Here, Remix, you left us. You
Right.
shall pay. Problem is we've got 3 teams actually in this building. You've got C4, you've got Mazexis, and you've got Dope Slayers right outside. You can see Wanted Vigilantes getting the better of Dauntless at the moment as well, trading a few knocks from range. Nobody eliminated just yet, though.
I was really rooting for Vigilantes last time I was in the booth here. And if I remember last time, they kind of got going as the show went on. And I feel like they might be doing that here, but it could be too little too late because we haven't heard much from the Vigilantes at all today.
Not at all. Sitting in 13th right now, 11 points total coming into this match. They're going to need every point they can get because, again, they're one of those teams searching for top 12 at this point. Haven't been able to put anything together this game, but they got all 4. That's something to be said. They've got a shot here.
Yeah, but they're going up against Dauntless, which is looking very strong. They won the last chicken dinner here on Miramar. And if Dauntless can wipe this Vigilantes team, that's going to set them up really well. And they do have a knock there, actually. So Vigilantes getting a bit weakened. Looks like Dauntless might back off. They do need to prioritize zone. It's going to shift in 2 seconds.
Interesting plays here. Dauntless is backing off. You saw Tehran take off to the flank, and it was basically him going up against Ander, but they've actually surpassed him. Skipper takes a knock and is eliminated here. Cat God from range from Black Mamba getting the finish. You'd love to see that. Black Mamba getting on the board. One of 2 squads right now with 4 players remaining, the other being Wall Street Bets. Wanted Vigilantes now getting pieced up with Klaus and Dauntless, eliminating them from the lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be really good points for Dauntless. Phoenix also was grabbing some kills there in the kill feed.
Huge.
I think they were helping to slice up that team from
7.
Wanted Vigilantes.
Phoenix was 7
Man, what is
elims
going
right now.
on? Wall Street Bets are just running and gunning. Killjoy getting taken down. A bit of a very odd scuffle. I think that's a downed player from Wall Street Bets. Couldn't tell if he was crouched or downed, and he will bleed out. So I think Wall Street Bets now, they did pick up 6 points, but they are going to go out with no placement.
Look at Black Mamba. If they can get this member res, they're going to have a 4v1v1v1v1v2v2v1 2v3.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah, man, numbers on their side, but I'm really eyeballing Phoenix hard right now, dude. 10 elims, still a couple of players left, and you can't write off the solos and duos at this point because everyone is kind of solos and duos except for one squad, and there's enough solos and duos left that there's still an opportunity for pure chaos. Like Black Mamba could be getting 3rd and 4th partied if their angles aren't right. And I mean, look at this zone. We got several teams trying to make their way in at this point.
Yeah, a lot of solos are going to be greedy for a kill. If they see you like just not moving for a second, they are going to try to steal that point. Honestly, I wish these teams could see how many teams were alive. All they can see is 17 alive. They might think, oh, it's 5 or 6 squads. No, it's 8 teams. Like, you're still barely in the placement just now with 17 alive. So these solos
shrinking,
taking them out is going to
get
important.
interesting. It's great points, though. They do not have that context that we do, that's for sure, but they're starting to piece things together here. Mazexis eliminated in 8th place, and I got to tip the cap to Ultimate Gaming. Had a rough start for the start of the day. Hey, they're in the top half. Haven't picked up an elim yet, but they are in the top half of the lobby, and that's got to be a win.
Maybe. Hey, they got a knock. Come on. Give them that kill point.
Come on. Come on. Don't eliminate them before they get that on the board.
Oh, I'm kind of rooting for Phoenix here. I'm not going to lie. I've been really enjoying watching these guys, and they've already got 10 points so far, which is impressive. And they might get this res, get the reset, and they're still going.
Oh, how is he alive? He's not. Never mind. Klaus just reigning in a red zone right on top of Phoenix, and that is huge for Dauntless. Dauntless with 3 members up, 8 elims. Dude, they're vying for first place. I'm not going to lie. They came into this in 4th overall, and they are terrorizing this lobby right now.
Yeah, they are. Black Mamba finally getting some kills. They had a full squad, but they really haven't done much with that numbers advantage. So let's see if they can clean up here and go back-to-back for 2 chicken dinners. But not
Coops Jr. is going to try to say
Coops.
no.
Yeah, he's got that UMP.
It's going to scare you. You hear footsteps everywhere.
I know, directly between 2 teams.
Black Mamba right now is looking strong. 4 players still alive. They're coming for back. Dude, if they finish back-to-back chicken dinners, they're right in this, and they've got a chance to win it in game 6.
Honestly, yeah, right. I mean, teams can get a good start and fizzle out, or you can really start to bring it up in the latter half here, and that's exactly what Black Mamba's trying to do.
Yeah, YKG's going to make them earn it, though. Black Mamba eyeballing one of the perennial top teams right now. Them and C4 staring down the sights. Headshot here in from Skir. Skir, remember, number 4 right now in the MVP race, so definitely keeping an eyeball on him and his performance.
Black Mamba just needs to be patient. I'm pretty sure they're set up well for the next zone shift. If it pulls even slightly north, which it has, all these players have to come out of this building, and Black Mamba just has to hold this. They can't afford to
YKG
get
eliminated
knocked.
here.
Yeah, we also have that dope solo remix just hiding in there. He might be that little wild card that's going to mess up this fight. As soon as C4 starts fighting with Dauntless, look for a little dope, little poke.
Count on it, dude. Remix is a troll in the final circles. He's a good guy to stay alive until the very end, get those rank points, and ultimately just screw up somebody's day.
Yeah, exactly. But look at Cat
Look at this angle.
He's got clutch in his veins. He hit that 1v2 at the end of the last match, and he's kind of watching that off angle. So if Remix tries to sneak around this dumpster, Cat God's got his number. I like Black Mamba's position here. They're right up on that building. They don't want to give them any ground. This is a really good masterclass in just patience and gatekeeping.
Well, it's about to get real, dude. Stage 8.
Everybody is just waiting for something to happen. No one is moving.
Stage 8 win. We're 11 seconds from the sucker closing. Is it going to be Dauntless? Is it going to be Black Mamba? Will Remix somehow find his way to snake his way to victory here?
Yeah,
we are
Remix is
about
just
to find
in.
out.
I don't know if Tehran is in, but Remix is. All right, looks like, okay, so it's finished its shift. This is where everybody is. Black Mamba, don't be greedy. Black Mamba's being greedy.
Oh, dude.
Remix?
Look at Remix. Oh, he can't get the reload.
Oh my god.
Oh. He didn't know there was a second guy there. He went
Yeah.
for the heal. Oh, unfortunate. But guess what? Black Mamba is alive.
Yeah.
And guess what else? C4 is completely in the building. They're going to be able to get the revives.
Yeah, exactly. Black Mamba really using the strength and numbers there, deciding to push, using the buddy system, and it worked out. Even against a guy like Remix, he's not going to be able to take both of them at once. And so once they reset, we will have a 4v2. It's going to have to come out of that building. So Black Mamba, just be patient. You guys got this.
They can't get caught peeking here. I hope Ollie is not going to get naded. That's the one thing that they can't afford to have happen. They just need to be patient, and they can wait out C4. They have the angles here. Literally sit behind this dumpster and watch the door, and you're good to go.
Yeah, if they throw this, it'll be really disappointing because I think, like, if we had the odds, it's like 95% Black Mamba. Do not give C4 that opening knock and give them that sliver of hope. To make
this
it
is
a
where
2v3.
the experience comes into play, though. I mean, with the positioning that I'm seeing from Black Mamba and the way they're playing this, not having like good zone recognition, like, I don't know, man. They're really opening the door for C4 and their experience to kind of overcome them here.
Yeah, like, see how he kind of snuck in and was inside? I don't know why he did that. They also are up on... Did you see the other Black Mamba players up on the, window? See,
boosted,
don't do that. What are you doing?
Why?
That's going to open up the door for C4. I would have just been outside waiting.
Now he's going to push this. He's got it. He's got an angle on him. He's going to go through the blue.
Oh, he got stuck in the car. Oh, my... Black Mamba, what are you doing? Or maybe it's just hats off to C4.
Mamba to win. Yeah, I want Black Mamba to win here, just to drama, hashtag drama. But they are not playing well enough to hold off C4. This should be easy claps right now. Maybe they're starting to figure it out by virtue of just this timer running out. Zone will start to close here in just a moment. But yeah, they're going to have to stay patient, regardless of it being 4-2 numbers advantage. They have the position and just need to wait it out.
Yeah, also, Coops hasn't picked up a kill yet. His teammate is carrying the entire team with all 5. And Black Mamba, by the way, was able to get that revive. So maybe they learned their lesson and they need to just be patient. They're going for the same thing. He's trying to go up on that little windowsill. It's probably going to get him knocked again if they keep doing that. But here comes the almighty shrink. Down to nothing. 5 seconds.
I don't get it. Like, why are they Why are they risking it?
Hey, I like this play to go up on the roof.
I like the
though.
high ground.
Yeah, that's smart.
See, that's getting an angle and supporting. I like that, but like, stop showing yourself to the other team through these windows.
There's one. Back inside. Oh my God. Heal off. Coop's going for the heal off. I swear to God, if Coops wins on a heal off,
He's gonna win. He's
gonna win.
Experience, man.
He has 7. He's gonna win. He's gonna win, bro.
He's gonna win.
Oh
my God.
I don't.
Oh my God.
I don't know, PB. I don't know, man. But hey, maybe C4 is just that good, dude. That was an unbelievable finish. Heal off stuff.
Hey,
you don't see him
I
often.
mean, it was a pure throw, hardcore from Black Mamba, and this is where the experience factor comes into play. Playing against some of the challenger teams, not having the experience on that big stage. Nerves certainly got to him. I mean, you could see that build up from a mile away. It's like, you guys have the zone, consolidate meds, get it to somebody, and just hold angles. Like, that's all they had to do. Oh man, it just kills me to see them lose that one because of 4-2 advantage with zone advantage. There was no reason they should have lost that game. Rip Black Mamba. But the good news, on the other hand, they finished second place. They're going to pick up some points. Not going to get the elims that they were hoping for to close this one out. Win. What'd you make of the end of that one? That was wild.
Yeah, it was just crazy. I would have loved to go back and kind of look at their utility and their meds, because there could have been a moment, like you said, where Coops was like, hey man, drop me your first aids, right? Like if he goes from 4 up to like 7 first aids, you can see they're starting to compile those resources, and they know that the longer that this little standoff goes, they can really make it to that heal battle. And that was a really smart play. Sometimes aggression isn't the way to win. Sometimes it's just medding off in the final zone.
I mean, it was a super heads up. While I'm hating on Black Mamba a little bit here, I got to tip the cap to C4.
Exactly.
That was incredible. I mean, honestly, that was a really, really heads up way to play. They put pressure on Black Mamba from inside the building, never trying to come out, because ultimately coming out of the building in that situation, they're done. There's no shot. Even though it was woefully misplayed by the other squad, they made the right plays and ultimately got the chicken dinner. As soon as you saw Black Mamba running around outside, I don't think the heal off possibility ever even occurred to them. Heck, it even surprised me to an extent, but the second you saw him not move, you're like, oh, you see what's going on here. A lot of players had died in that building. Crazy. So we're going to bring Neptura in to break down the end of that one. Neptura, what in the world? I don't know if you saw the same things we did, but break it down for us if you would.
Honestly, yeah, I did see the same things that you saw. It really just boils down to a lot of inexperience on the side of Black Mamba. They played it well. I could kind of see what they were doing with it. It was a very difficult position to be in because, they couldn't really get away from that wall. It was very close quarters without any real sort of angles. However, they could have played it a lot better than they did. And it just comes down to the experience and, exactly what you were saying with C4 medding up like that as well, using the heal strat. And a heal strat on Miramar, who thinks of that? So it really just comes down to experience. And Black Mamba did a good job. I mean, still a lot of points. I think they had like 10 eliminations in the end. So big GG's going their way. But you've kind of already said it all. The game in general was very spicy. I mean, Rin needs to be very, very proud of himself for that one. I mean, especially, getting third-partied in the back like that and still having the wherewithal to full, squad wipe the Panthers. I mean, that was a very, very clean fight from Hyper in general. But yeah, just the game in general was really, really nice. Very enjoyable to watch, really, PB.
Pretty crazy stuff. Win. I mean, you mentioned Phoenix Esports. They had another banger of a game, man. They didn't win, but they topped the lobby in elims and topped the lobby in damage, man. Are we going to see Phoenix come out and slay in Game 6, or what's the deal?
Yeah, potentially. Also, with K19 going down, like a little bit earlier than we would have expected, that also leaves that door slightly open. And again, just the two teams with no bonus points are doing this well. You can only imagine, if next season they get a little bit of bonus points and have that extra cushion when they start. We might just see these teams continue to really perform season after season.
Man, you mentioned Coops not having any elims and Skur carrying the load. Skur has vaulted his way up to the top spot right now in the MVP race for the night. Skur topping the entire Battleground lobby here in damage done. And while he does biff it at the end here, it was his play that put C4 in this position. And just like that, C4 topping the leaderboards here, getting another chicken dinner. It's their second of the evening, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Black Mamba almost going back-to-back here, just not quite the experience to make it so. But overall, a respectable performance from them. Dope Slayers, Dauntless rounding out your top 4, while YKG and Ultimate Gaming finishing 5 and 6. We take a peek at the bottom of the leaderboards, and I'm looking at Hyper. Well, I can't wait to hear from Chiffon. If he's still awake, he might have passed out. I had no clue, but if he's on a boat snoring somewhere, then you know what? Bless him. Either way, in Hyper, maybe if he sleeps on them, maybe they vault their way to the top of the leaderboards at the end here. So overall, let's take a peek. Where are we at?
Oh, man.
Oh, man. C4. Second chicken dinner vaults them back into the lead. They've got the 8 bonus points as well, and that is the story. You've got Phoenix with 40 elims right now, but C4 with those 8 bonus points, and that's got them in the lead by 4 win.
Yeah, and looking at Hyper too with 40, like I keep putting some emphasis on those bonus points. If they didn't have them, they would be all the way down in 9th. So I don't know if they've had the performance today to really, justify kind of the 5th place. But looking more up at the top 4 where that pack is starting to separate, it's really close. And we've been saying it, one good game can turn the tides of fortune, if that's an expression. I don't know. But it can really certainly shake things up a bit, especially those top 2 spots. If either of those teams go down early, you're just left like hoping the other one doesn't do well. You don't want to be in that position. You want to survive and control your own fate for sure.
Absolutely. So I'd love to take a peek at the upcoming map here of Erangel, see how long we've got to jump into that one. And then we also have our winners for the day. And that's going to be a key kind of thing as we take a peek at what comes next, right? Because as we mentioned, C4, couple of chicken dinners today. That's obviously going to bode well for them in any sort of tiebreaker at this point. We've also got Phoenix Esports with a chicken dinner, Dauntless with a chicken dinner, Black Mamba with a chicken dinner, but Black Mamba still sitting in 9th place. Man, oh man, wouldn't have been nice to get that chicken dinner for them. Get them closer to being able to vault into that top spot. But here we got just a little bit of time here till our next game. So why don't we throw it to a replay here and let Neptura break down some of this Miramar action as we wait for Erangel to ramp up. So excited to jump into this last game and see who's going to settle what. But let's take it away, Neptura.
Well, thank you very much, PB. Yeah, I just wanted to mention just quickly that, as you had said, that Bope really just Dope Slayers outplayed Bope here. But the big reason why the Dope Slayers were actually able to take advantage of Bope quite so drastically was that Bope allowed Dope Slayers to get that revive without pushing forward to get the revive on their own teammates. They allowed their teammates to just kind of crawl back, and they didn't even get halfway. They didn't get halfway before, Dope Slayers were done rezzing and moving and all that. So they outplayed them, but only because Bope allowed them to. So, it's just the tiny little things that end up making it, a win or lose. So just something I saw in the replay, really.
Couldn't agree more. It's either there's no room for hesitancy in the Premier Division here. You either got to be all in or all out. And in that case, you got 2 players on the ground at the foot of a hill, and they've got a couple of players down on that same hill. You've got to rush and get that high ground, control it, get those nades lobbing over the edge to take out their support players. But they just let him have the revive, and they committed down the hill rather than hang back and actually take that high ground and punish if they actually pushed over. They went midway, and that's something that you can't do. You either got to be all in or all out, and unfortunately getting caught there. I would have picked Bope in that situation just due to alphabetical order. Maybe it's a me thing. I don't know. But I would love to shift our focus to the next game, right? Erangel is coming up next. We've got some predictions to make, right?
We do.
This is crazy as far as the way this is working out. So let's throw the overalls back on the screen if we could, please. Because I want to look at some scenarios. I want to see what's crazy. Wynn, I'll throw it to you first to get your take on what you think is going to go down on Erangel. But let me have it, man. Give me some spicy conspiracy theories here.
Oh man, well, Erangel, that's the most stable map, right? It's the one that everybody knows the best. It's not as chaotic. We're not seeing these zones all shifting the water.
Hold on, before you go any further, do you think Execute can put up 62 this game?
Hey, anything can happen, you were gonna ask my prediction. I was gonna go with Execute, but now you're making me maybe rethink that.
I'm steering you off it, huh? Yeah, I hear you. They could have put up 53 or whatever the heck they need elims wise in the lobby to make that happen. I'm just saying it's an option.
Right?
It's an option.
For me though, honestly, I really want to see Phoenix do well. I think they won the first Erangel, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yes.
they've got some success on that map. They could do it again here. C4, they're winning, but only by virtue of their bonus points. So if I'm Phoenix, I'm looking at this and I'm like, listen, you know what? We're the best team out here today. Like, take away the points from before. Like, you know, they started with a little bit of an advantage, but when it comes to who the heck was the best today, April 27th, it's us. It's Phoenix. We have our fate is in our control. We just need to beat these guys by 4 points. That's all we need. And they've got 10 more eliminations. I believe they're leading the lobby in elims. So I'm feeling pretty good if I'm Phoenix. I'm going to probably guess Phoenix. We'll see.
I like the pick win. They're only 4 points out of it at this point. They've got a chicken dinner already. They've got the most elims of any team right now in the finals. They're playing hot. So Phoenix, I think, is a good call. Neptura, curious to hear your take on this. I mean, is it going to be one of the big dogs kind of roaring their way back at the buzzer? Or, I mean, is it going to be one of these people that we don't, often speak of? Maybe we don't say their names as a lot. I'm looking at K19, looking at Phoenix. I mean, what are you thinking here?
I mean, yeah, I did actually make note in the middle of the game because K19 went out in that last Miramar with 0 points, right? And they were 2 points ahead of Phoenix. And Phoenix got at least 10 points in that game. So we saw that big upset. K19 were leading the entire lobby at the start of the Miramar, and now they're in 5th place. So I think there's definitely a chip on their shoulder coming into the final game. They've been on fire all night. So I think they could definitely do something really, really cool here. If we're talking about some of the stronger teams, the bigger teams, and Hyper haven't been doing badly. It's just they've not been doing as well as they normally do. So I could definitely see in Hyper really just putting their all into this final game and doing something really cool. Otherwise, C4 on a good track, Phoenix on a great track, all that kind of stuff. It's looking good, looking very close, but still looking good.
You know who would disagree with you if he wasn't sleeping his way through a stream right now?
Shifan?
Yeah, Shifan would say that N-Hyper is doing badly and he's not pleased with their performance. So there's that. I mean, we could throw him on screen. I don't know. He's there, but just saying, maybe we visit that one here in a little bit. I want to get spicy with my picks here for a minute. Before we throw to a quick break, I'd love to talk about MVP, right? We've seen some players standing out tonight for sure. We talked about him a little bit before the last game. We've got Skir sneaking into that top spot going into the last game. We've got Killjoy in the number 2 spot. We've got Danny Flo, who's kind of owned that top spot all night long, but had a kind of a weak game 5. Klaus from Dauntless in 4th spot, and Tuki from K19 in the 5th spot. So K19 has a couple of reps there. But my pick right now on the back of Klaus and Dauntless is Dauntless. So I think that they are well poised to jump into that overall spot. They've been around kind of in every game so far. I like the look of that team, man. They picked up a chicken dinner on Miramar a bit earlier, but dang it if they haven't looked good all night. Earlier on Erangel, which is usually a strong map for them, they finished 13th. So I'm looking at a bounce back from Dauntless. I'm looking at a thunderous comeback here. And I think they're going to take this away, and we're going to award Klaus that MVP. I'm changing up everything that I've said so far, but that's the pick. Anyway, like Shifan, I'm going to take a quick nap. We'll be back in just a moment for game number 6, y'all. Keep it locked right here. We'll be back in just a moment.
Let's
so
go.
excited, baby. We're back. It's Erangel Game 6. And we've got the best to ever do it. Wynnsanity.
Oh, man.
Back on the desk with me. What's up, dude?
I am excited. I love Erangel. I don't know about you, but like even after 5 years, I just play this map every day. I'll stream 5 hours, all Erangel. Like I just don't get tired of this map. It is, in my honest opinion, in all of Battle Royale games, this is like one of the best made maps. It's so much fun. It's got a little bit of everything. It doesn't get old. It's just like a masterclass in a Battle Royale map. And that is what we're playing on for the last match to determine a lot of things here, PB, for this Titan series.
Absolutely. We got money on the line, we got pride on the line, and we got ultimate glory on the line. The opportunity to become a real-life Titan is in the mix right now. Is it going to be C4? Is it going to be Dauntless? Is it going to be Phoenix? Is it going to be K19? You'll have to wait to find out. Smash like, though, if you're waiting to find out, because obviously we need to get them likes. Here's the plane path, Win. We got a northern zone coming up. Where's the circle going? Yeah, name me a city. Final circle.
You know it's going Primars. It's going to be half off the map. Water. Imagine.
I'm thinking a ferry pier finish, personally.
That'd be pretty interesting. Yeah, I actually fought a team recently that were trying to take a motor glider off the pier. I'd never had a fight there in my life. But it can be done.
I want to know why my wife is emailing me right now. Like, emailing me. Like, she's downstairs emailing me.
Dear Powerbang, I hope this email finds you
No,
well.
for real. Kind regards.
Kind regards. I'm circling back.
Yeah, pretty much. All that corporate speak. Yeah, maybe I should set a meeting with her, and we'll discuss this later tonight over dinner. I don't know. Anyway, we have Game 6. Premier Series Finals. It's all coming down to this one, and honestly, it's anyone's game at this point. So
I love it that way, don't you? It's better when there's like a pack and it's tight and anyone's in the hunt. It's better than when it's like, well, the team in first place has 180 points and mathematically there's no way anyone can beat them. Like, that's cool, but at the same time, I love when it's down to the wire, you know? No blowouts here.
If I didn't respond immediately, it's because my headphones cut out. I'm going to blame the spot on Earth that I'm sitting on in a bit of a dark spot.
You know what's coming up, though, PB? We got that zone coming up in...
Oh, here it comes.
5 seconds. Oh! Okay, there it is. All right, never mind. Not
right on the dot. We predicted the hell out of that, didn't we?
Perfect. This still could be a juicy one, though. I love how much of, like, the coast is in. And we still have a little bit of military island. So here we go. Yasnaya. We actually have a bit of an early scuffle coming out here, potentially between Bope and I can't see who they're next to, but
don't say Dope. Don't say Dope.
Bope and Dope. Dope versus Bope.
The Panthers.
Bope and Dope.
Yeah, we got the Panthers in. Not only that, Nate is a bit separated from the squad. If you don't, know what I mean here. He's running.
I think he's running. This is a bit of an ISO. Is he going to catch him?
Oh, what the bro?
I think it bounced back. I think it bounced back off the balcony. That would have been really bad, Poppy Sour, man.
He just offs himself from the planet. Oh man, I did not see that coming either. I was like waiting to see where it was going to land, and it like was in your kitchen. Like, okay.
Oh man, what is this, match one? This like the same exact teams in the same spot with the same outfits. I'm seeing like a potential. Don't pull out the pan. If he does it again. When 1 in a billion becomes 1 in a trillion.
When if he does it, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh, this is interesting. Phoenix, they're in chase mode.
Here they go. Yeah, you saw that car come in.
Look at their car. Yeah,
they're gonna ram them. Oh no, illusion. Oh, okay. Hey.
Oh, hey.
He said, "Don't mess with me, bro."
He didn't go for the finish.
Got shut up. All right, just go for the thirst, and he'll probably leave him alone.
Oh, the he's gonna have backup any moment here. They've got cars. I can't believe he didn't go for the. He's not griefing, man. They've got 3 cars and they've got all the angles now, so I think they're gonna be able to pick this guy up. We'll see. I'm honestly shocked at Cartman here.
Why didn't he go for the flush there? That was a.
He was at his feet, bro. I have no idea. There's a reason that this team is not at the top of the leaderboards. You know.
That's right. Yeah.
Although 13th.
Although, Wanted Vigilantes, the Brotherhood is on display. They're like, we're not having him go down without a fight here. Now, Cartman's trying to bail from Phoenix.
All right,
This is going
I gotta know.
sideways.
Does Cartman have a weapon? He's just driving around like
He's
a
gonna
hooligan.
die. Oh, it's gonna blow, dude. That cone
I
is
wonder if he knows his car.
Legs.
I don't know if he realizes you can't juke with a car. Oh no, Phoenix is.
Vigilantes. Wow.
They started so good, and oh no, their title hopes are going down like this. What the heck?
Oh, all right. Wanted
Oh,
Vigilantes,
no.
so top of the table somehow, exactly according to plan. And now my main guys, Phoenix, who were trying to win this tournament, are down to a solo in the first 3 minutes. That
Chat,
is not
if there's
good.
any creative people out there, I want you to zoom in on Wynsanity's face saying Phoenix is going to take this home. And then I want you to hard cut to that spot in the field with them getting panned to death like 5 minutes later by one of the last place teams.
Oh
That's
man,
what
I was so into it. I was like, it's April 27th. We're the best team today. We don't have bonus points. It doesn't matter. Oh, it matters. Hey, I mean, they're still in it. If they can pull like a cat god at the end, what they really need is who's in front of them? K19, right? Or is it Dauntless? No,
for
it's
who?
C4. Who's in first place? Why am I forgetting this? It's so tight. I can't
C4's
remember.
first, Phoenix
C4's
is second,
first.
Dauntless third.
Yeah, that's who it was. It was C4. It was after that last match, that big Miramar game. It's actually C4 that's ahead by 4 points. They need C4 to get taken out fast, and they need
C4
pick
needs
up.
like at this point probably like negative 4 points. And that'll get
Yeah,
Phoenix
honestly.
like in there.
They're in the money though. That's really also what's at stake here too. Is if they slip down the leaderboards too far, then they're going to lose some cold hard cash.
I mean, Dauntless and K19 are at the doorstep. They're knocking, man. And, you know, if Dauntless puts together just a few elims here, they're going to be sneaking by Phoenix, and it's going to cost them some money.
Good old level 1 helmets, M16s. We got some really good loadouts here. This Milta
This is
fight,
tough.
they remember what happened last time. I mean, I'm definitely sensing a little bit more of a relaxed strategy here from these guys now. Not going at it, but here's the replay for
What?
this scuffle. And Vigilantes was on the ropes, and they somehow turned it around.
Like right here, how are you not, when this guy's driving off, how are you not just, like right there?
Yeah, just
Like,
go for the
run
finish,
around,
right?
Finish.
Honestly, though, by not finishing him, that's what kind of kept Phoenix invested in that fight to try to come and save him. When they should have bolted. They should have left him behind. I'm not gonna lie.
They wanted
to have a
they
trio
wanted those
than a
4
solo.
players, yeah, for sure. You know, I'm kind of is this
The slow mo pan. The production is like, let's slow it down.
He's like, honestly, they're not even trying to be disrespectful. They're just out of bullets. They didn't even have a chance to loot. So,
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, they're probably down to the bare bones there for sure. Now, I don't like this from YKG. You know, we did this once before. I think this is a fight that they can win, but the fact that they still haven't pushed the action and taken advantage of it, like clearly, again, they're targeting here. They're trying to take out this team. But it's taking too long. They're losing players. This is going to hurt them on rotation. It's going to hurt them on loot. You mentioned they're wearing like level 1 gear. They don't need this type of stalling at this point. They need to get the momentum going.
I know. I'm getting such deja vu. Like, we literally watched this in the first match. I feel like this is a replay, not match 6. But YKG may be able to play this differently and escape without losing a guy this time. Fisherman goes down. UG on the ropes now for sure. I believe that's going to be the finish. So, okay. YKG does survive with a full team. But, yeah, I don't know if I like the same exact play call here.
I mean, it's hard to hate on it when they leave with 4 points and a full
they
squad,
won, yeah.
but-
So
And they have zones, so it did go down. They're not going to have to rotate far, and now they have all of Milta to loot up. And it's not the best loot in the world, but it's probably enough to get the squad kitted out. It's interesting, though. Both times, you know, YKG, it's not their normal drop spot, as we've mentioned, but both times, the other team got the jump. Ultimate Gaming got the first knock in both scenarios. And honestly, against a better squad, YKG probably loses, that fight and or some more members coming out of that team fight. So they're lucky to get out of there with 4 for sure.
yeah, look at Execute coming out of Zarky, man. The circle
probably
did
going for
not
a
bless
swim.
them at all. Same with Dauntless. They're going down, making the way past Georgia Pool, and they're definitely a team that's in the hunt here as well. So don't see any fights in their immediate future, but not a lot of points either.
Dope on the horizon there. A team that's you never know what you're gonna get from them. But man, they're potent on that roster. They're 30 points out of first here, so first maybe out of reach, but I think they're still gunning for that top 3, trying to get the money.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's time to really step up. Like if you're close, I mean, why back down? Really take this last game, take it by the reins, and see what you can do. There's a lot more than money on the line. You did mention pride and really showing out and proving why you're one of the better teams here. Got to get it done. Last chance. And oh my gosh, we got a K19 Panthers. Good old fashioned shootout. Yeah.
We got a freaking, what is this, a demo derby going on out here? The Panthers and K19 getting it. This is a big fight, though. This has got big implications here. K19 has to make it out, and they've lost Danny Flo, which was one of the front runners for MVP. Danny Flo gonna get finished here by Chronix. That's unfortunate for K19. They really needed that player alive.
Why do I feel like so much strategy's just gone out the window this match? Like, why is everybody driving around like it's a classic game? You know, like, what is happening here? And Hyper's pulling up on Bisexes.
Hey, have some free kills, guys. Come on in.
Yeah.
Water's warm.
Is this the match where Hyper just magically somehow finds like 20 kills? We know they can do it. They need to do it.
Tell, I mean, look at they're in vehicles. They're hunting. Hyper I'm calling it now. They have the same look to their performance that was in game 4 of week 3 last week. Dude, I wouldn't be surprised right now if Hyper puts up bonkers numbers, and some of the competition that's ahead of them right now, I'm looking at K19, they've already been affected. I'm looking at Phoenix. They've already been massively affected. Hyper has the ability to do this, and it really comes down to their performance, and then also, what is C4 going to do?
K19
gets
getting knocked, and they've got another player at 1 HP here getting into a fight with Dope Slayers. And here come the Panthers over the hill, and they're going to be rolling right past Dope. Yeah, he's going to see that, and they're going to turn around.
I have a message in chat from Darren. Says, Hyper 20-plus kills chicken.
All right.
Does he see the future win?
Let's see it. They're top of the table now, officially with their 4th kill. Oh, man, Panthers in shambles. Now they've got 3 knocks. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be it's gonna be a team wipe here. Yeah, good coordination. Like how Dope Slayers they push together. And YKG also look at the triple knock there. At the hands of C4.
Dude. At C4, no less.
Oh man, I was going to say we might see a C4 YKG fight, given that they were in close proximity. C4 was right up at the Milta Bridge. We knew that YKG was in Milta.
YKG gone.
Yeah, YKG's
they will
gone.
not repeat as champs. So YKG, your defending champions for the Premier Division Season 0, will not repeat as champions. And C4 trying to take that title home. And they just put 4 points on the board and got some momentum going against one of the best teams in the lobby. So C4's got to be feeling good right now. But again, they got to look over their shoulder at Hyper. Hyper is trying to mix it up right now, and they found Wall Street Bets, and they're going in.
Oh, man, these guys are on a tear right now. I love what I'm seeing.
Why don't
the
they
aggression.
play like this every game?
Right?
It's
They have
crazy
the
to me.
ability. They totally have the ability to it. I think it's more of like a confidence thing. They're trying to play the leaderboards, but this game, they're like, listen, boys, we just got to go do what we do best.
Ooh, good
Wall
angle.
Street Bets striking back. Uh-oh. This might
Sneaky
backfire
little
for
angle
Hyper.
from D there. Rin should be able to pick this up, but Jiwoon might be on the push here. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, hey, if there's any one guy to have left.
TMGG, that's so clutch for Hyper because the third party's going to keep them from pushing.
That's true.
Let's
Like,
see.
if you're
Oh,
Phoenix,
they
though-
did catch Hyper, though. That's going to be the end of the run.
If you're Phoenix, though, you really were hoping that C4 was going to go down at the hands of YKG, but the fact that it went the other way means that for Phoenix's chances in second place, it is now very difficult for this solo player to pick up double-digit points is what they're going to need. And with
This is
Hyper,
tough, man.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the points. I'm looking at the teams and the way things are kind of thinning out. Hyper, obviously getting chopped down a peg there. That's going to slow their roll a little bit. Phoenix getting knocked and down to 1. You got K19 cut down to a duo. That really leaves Dauntless and C4 as kind of like the top contenders kind of going head-to-head. And would you look at that? The zone centers up on Hyper, Wall Street Bets, and Black Mamba.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty forgiving circle. We had the path go right through here. A lot of teams already in zone. Not something we see too often.
Look at C4 on the
with
south. They're
Hyper,
just chilling.
Yeah, and Hyper, they're gonna have the opportunity to just kind of roam around, and there's a lot of teams for them to pick off if they're looking to get into a fight.
Chat's a little mad at Phoenix. No weapon, still went for the fight. Slightly mad at Phoenix for that. Phoenix thought this was a classic. Basically, you know, everything that you were saying, a little harsher though. I see some name calling, some goofballs thrown in there as well. It was like an interesting decision for sure. And Hyper, though, is going to set up shop in this compound here. This is a good one to take over if the circle is going to center here, but also a difficult one to rotate out of, especially if somebody's going to camp that high ground on you. So we'll see how this shakes up, but Wall Street Bets and Hyper conveniently going to stare at each other from across the way from these compounds.
Yeah, and Hyper, they might, you know, evaluate their pace and switch it up a bit because they really need to get into their like kind of mid-game, late-game form here. So you see them getting a compound. As these circles restrict, you know, it's not as much of a roam around and just start picking off teams. It does become a little bit tighter, and they have to start thinking long-term. They already picked up 5, so they probably knew they needed to secure some points, and then they can figure out how can we not only continue to get the kill points, but let's try to win this dang thing too. So maybe look for a bit of a shift here from Hyper. And that's a kill coming for... I'm blanking on X. It is... Remind me, PB?
You want me to remind you of when? I wasn't listening.
Execute. Execute. Thank you. I'm like, I kept thinking extreme. Right. It's execute. they do not have any
they are
points,
pretty
so
extreme.
They are, yeah.
They're so extreme, Win. They're rocking 4 points after 5 games of play.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, they're the point. If any points that go to execute are pretty much just taken off the table completely, which doesn't help any of these other squads.
I'm just hoping they can average 1 a game. That's what I'm hoping.
They are now. They've got another one.
No. We're in game 6.
They've got 2 points now, don't they?
All right, 2. Yeah, we're there.
There we go. Yeah, 6 for 6.
My milestone has been checked. That box has been ticked off. I'm calling it a success. The KPIs have been met. All right. Well, interestingly enough, though, Hyper made it out of that skirmish with TMGG with 3 players alive. Kim Chi knocked himself getting out of his vehicle, which ultimately prevented a further push from Team Mobility.
Got a little too excited there.
Yeah, maybe a little too amped up after knocking a member of Hyper. I don't know. Probably not the way they were hoping for it, but ultimately that's going to live to have Hyper fight another day. I will say, though, Hyper week 1 of this season started Erangel with 3 players, and they won the match. So even though they have 3, you can't count them out, man. Hyper with 3 is dangerous still.
Hey, Cat God as a solo is dangerous. You know, anything is possible as long as they play it right. It's just reading the situation and adjusting your strategy based on your player count.
Give him that MG3, right? And it'll be
right. Or just find a crate weapon. You know, that's why those crates are there. They can turn the tide of battle, and we've got 2 of them in zone right now.
All right, so one of the things I want to point out right now with this circle is Nova is center zone. It's a farm circle. Nova drops farm. This is their land. This is their kingdom, and everyone has to come to them. So if anybody knows this ground, knows the angles, knows where to look, it's Nova. And with 3 players all kind of locking down those compounds, I think they can support each other decently well and put out enough firepower to potentially successfully defend here. So Nova still is probably not done making noise. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
We have a C4 Dauntless potential fight as both of those teams were rotating up into the southern part of the zone. So depending on where they stop, they're gonna cross paths eventually. And this is Dope Slayers going down at the hands of Team Mobility.
Oh, connected on the exit there. Hayuya dropping bombs out of that M4. That was impressive.
K19's out. Big old goose egg for K19. I think that was a vehicle explosion or some kind of frag or something that blew them up in the kill feed.
You know what that is, Win?
That is unfortunate. That's what that is.
Exactly right. Them's the breaks. That's the School of Hard Knocks right there. K19, impressive performance today. I'm not going to lie. They did a hell of a lot more than I thought they would. Whatever that squad is you guys got together over there, keep it up. It's got potential. It's not going to get the dub today, but hey, had they come in with a season full of bonus points and whatnot, maybe it's a different story.
I mean, they got 52 after 4 games, and I kept talking about what teams have clutch in their DNA and their veins. They do not, because they match 5, match 6, 0-0. If they could just have picked up a moderate amount of points, they would have broken the 60-point threshold. They would have been up there with the top teams, but completely fell apart here in the last 2 matches.
A lot of pressure, you know, to try to hold the top spot. It's one thing to reach it. It's another thing to hold on to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Man,
Seen a
so
couple
the
knocks
gap
here for-
right now with C4 Esports. Again, they put up 4 this game. That means they're sitting at 69 points right now. So that is the score to beat. Somebody's got to get 70. In Hyper, can you do it? They came in at 40, and they need to score 30 bomb here, and they've got 5, so only 25 more to go.
Yeah,
which means if they can score 10 more elims, they got a shot of getting there. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, they need a lot of kills and the
They need
chicken
15
dinner.
more, yeah.
Yeah, but if in those kills they can include a wipe on C4, you know, that really helps. They're gonna have to do that sooner rather than later.
There's Cartman. He's still clowning around. Phoenix is still in it.
Yeah, I don't know. He did pick up a kill though. Phoenix now up to 2 points, but in this position, with looking at that mini map, he is surrounded. That is
was that a
unfortunate
molly
for Phoenix?
Ooh, PK taking out Hayu. Yeah, that's the end of the road for the Dope Slayers. They're not going to get that big performance. They get 7 though.
This is good for Cartman in a way. If Black Mamba gets taken out uphill, that might be an opening for him. But I don't know. I might be discounting
Well,
Cartman.
hey, if any team was going to be parked next to Cartman to try to pick off, you gotta choose the situational awareness of Black Mamba. So he's got to be happy with that. Ooh,
Yeah.
Wait, Klaus getting smoked under that vehicle.
That was nice though. That was a really good pickup there. They've got three points there, and Black Mamba, they were in 9th with 27. So I don't know about how high they can finish, but they performed decently well in the second half of this tournament.
Hey, Shifon has woken up. I want to inform him that N Hyper has center zone. They're holding the compound. Everyone is driving towards them right now. This is it, the last defense. What's it gonna be? Dauntless is gonna crash on him. See, Shifon, welcome to the world.
God,
Here we go.
compound.
Can they defend?
Here it comes, and there it goes.
What a time to be alive. Oh no.
Oh wait, they're still in it. It's actually N Hyper that's. Oh man.
Nice throw there. Rin taken out. QZZ knocked and finished. N Hyper down to 1. This is where the journey looks to be coming to an end. Certainly won't have the firepower to make up the points for N Hyper, but hey, they might be able to eke out a few more here. It's a matter of time though before GK first is tested.
How the heck did Dauntless actually win this pull-up, which they're about to lose as Wall Street Bets now pulls up? Look, we got a used car lot out here. Ooh. Oh my gosh. This is N Hyper's chance. If they can read this third party right, they maybe can.
Hello, Poppet.
He didn't even
I
pull
was
the
waiting
trigger.
for it.
He didn't even pull it. He just sat there. All right.
Into your kitchen. So there is that. Unfortunately for N Hyper, that'll be the end of the road. Unfortunately for Dauntless, that'll be the end of the road.
Phoenix is out
Sheesh.
too.
C4's out as well. Did they do enough? Black Mamba's still in, can score some points. Wall Street Bets is still in, can score some points. Execute has tripled their score this game. It seems like, you know, all things looking pretty up for the X squad. Black Mamba though, man, maybe they get a second chicken dinner here. I don't know. They got one player
C4
left.
is out as well. I think they clinch now because everybody that's still in is like way down, you know? So barring like a 30-point game for one of these teams, which is not going to happen. I think C4 is winning. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. We still got some gameplay to go, but no teams are in this zone.
All right, everybody, you can leave the stream now. C4 is going to.
I'm sorry. I mean, we don't know who's going to win, PB. Everyone needs to watch until the very bitter end. There's no way to tell. There's not a massive website with all of the stats that you could possibly want at TitanSeries.gg.
All right, that's right. We're gonna plug.
There we go. Is that better?
Done.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Man, that is a tough one. That is a tough one indeed.
I love that we have at least 2 challenger teams that are like still in this. We have Black Mambas, Wall Street Bets.
Hey, we got some UC to give away.
And Bope.
It's about
Hey,
that time. You know, everything on the line. and I think we just give away some free stuff.
Yo,
You know what I'm
PB,
saying?
all 4 of the challenger teams were in the top 5 of this game, man.
Absolutely, that's how it
Both
should be.
Execute, Mamba, and Wall Street Bets, all 4 of the teams that snuck in at the bottom with no bonus points out here showing off in match number 6. I love it. And Wanted Vigilantes, too. I believe they may have been a challenger team from like the previous season. They were newer to the scene as well. Wall Street Bets falling out of his own vehicle. And all of a sudden, we're in an Execute Bolt 3v2, dude. All right, these were 2 of the top challenger teams.
Let's go. Execute versus Bope. Execute with 3 players, too, is going to win this.
I know, and all 3 of them are still up. This is, all right. Ooh, what a finish. Wow. I don't think anyone in the desk could have ever guessed that that's how that match was going to go down.
I
There it is.
had no idea that that was about to go down. That was absolutely bananas. Hey, we'll take it, though. Execute.
Sure.
Picking up your winner chicken dinner. Winner chicken dinner, am I right? Execute, making it in grand fashion there. You know, I will say, we were saying that they were trying to make it to the top 12 to guarantee that spot in Premier. Maybe, just maybe, they have done that. So, man, that was absolutely bananas. Would love to bring in back some of our talent to talk about it for just a minute. And holy crap, that was insane. We got everybody joining us again. Freshly rested. We've got Chiffon. I don't know what you caught of that game. And Hyper didn't quite make it to the end, but you woke up at the perfect time to see just God and country heading at your boys. And unfortunately for them, they got crashed. A beautiful third party by Wall Street Bets. Dauntless. I mean, they were everything in the kitchen sink was going at them. Chiffon, what did you think of that last match?
I just woke up and I see Hyper dying. I don't know. I'm cursed. I'm just cursed at this point. Oh man. Trouble in
Paradise for sure. Chiffon, glad to have you with us once again. Natura, I would love it if you could break down that action. What did you see? I know you witnessed some things with that last fight.
Yeah, a lot of weirdness, honestly. That was like a very strange game. We had 5 teams that, like you said, were part of the Challenger finals there. 5 teams were part of Challenger finals, but not only that, part of, the lower ranked teams. We didn't see anybody from the top 5 battling it out for those final few points. This just made me mad, PB. I'm really annoyed with Phoenix for throwing this game like this. I mean, you could go, yeah, well, they were trying to save their teammate. Why they threw away second place for this? That's all I'm gonna say about that. Excuse me. Oh my dear.
Oh no.
But
oh no. Come on now. Can't be that mad now. Can you?
Well, I cough on them. No, I mean, it lesson learned. It's cool. They thought they'd done a good enough job, and they just went, you know what? Let's just do it this time around. It's fine. It's the last game. Whatever. That's fine. TMMG as well, saw some interesting stuff from them, like you said, and Hyper got really blessed with that third party coming in against T-Mobility as well. I do want to just shout out Ultimate Gaming here, because I think today they actually did a really good job. They were consistent in their plays, and I saw some really cool stuff from them, but they just got so incredibly unlucky tonight that they just weren't able to translate that into points on the board. So I really do feel for them, because they're a good team. They just weren't able to show it tonight like they usually are. And Hyper, I think they're going to be pretty mad at Dauntless for just completely ruining their game. With the zone blast like that, they could have absolutely won this game, but Dauntless just ruined all that.
They really could, man. And I want to point out, too, Hyper was getting it going. They were just starting to pick up that momentum. They were trying to crash those compounds. They got caught in the open field a little bit. And the third party from Mobility up the hill. Oh, man! I was so sad, because we saw a glimmer of what that game 4 in week 3 looked like. And this crash right here, you see Dauntless fly in. And they get into it. And right behind him, you can see on the minimap right now on the brown, pulling up is Wall Street Bets, and just a beautiful third party here, waiting for the action to kind of conclude. But they roll up, they get the job done as well. So nice work to everyone involved here. I really like the plays.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yo, Win. did this last game kind of go like you expected, or were you
Absolutely
thinking to
not.
execute? I mean, did we? I kind of predicted execute. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, I said execute. Wait, didn't you were like, are they gonna have like a 65-point game? And I was like, yeah, I was gonna pick them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we
See,
can
I
take
did.
credit for this one, dude. I'm pretty sure.
I totally maintained that pick, and they won. They proved me right, as always. I haven't made a bad pick in my life.
100% not
execute.
sarcasm either. I mean, dude, you doubt a team, they kick some ass. If you believe in a team, they fail you every time. So that's the nature of the beast on the casting desk. Oh man, just incredible stuff all the way around. I'm excited to see the rankings here. We'll have the match scores, obviously. First and foremost, Execute picking up 17 much needed points here and the chicken dinner, and that should, God willing, get them into the top 12. That was a lot of points for one match, considering they came into the 6th match with 4. So literally quadrupling their score. You love to see it. Here is the bottom half of the tables, though. Notable teams here: YKG, N-Hyper, Dauntless. Not where they were hoping to end up here. Again, N-Hyper, Dope Slayer is able to put up some pretty decent points, but that is all she wrote. Now it comes down. Remember, coming into the game, our top 4 was C4, Phoenix, Dauntless, K19, and we got to see if any of those rankings change. So, first, before we head to the overalls, before we announce our champion, I want to give a big shout out to the viewers, the players, the casters, the talent, the super talent, like the everybody that's here and doing their thing for the Titan series. I very much appreciate it. Really happy to be able to contribute to the esports scene in North America, trying to bring it back, trying to give people something to play for, and ultimately a place to hone your skills. So again, big thank you from my end on that front. But Shifan and Hyper, we didn't get it done. What do you do in a situation like this as kind of a manager for a team? Is this something where you just like break down the film, you practice more, you try to get back into competition right away? How do you address a shortcoming in a way that, obviously is positive, and you try to get things back on track?
Honestly, it's been disappointing. We've been performed. I don't think we're ourselves, especially after PMPL NA finals. We were improving like the fights, but I don't even believe that's our main problem right now. I just feel like players need to work together more. I've seen these hyper players, they are great individually, but I feel like they're not like in a position where 1 + 1 = 2. It's more like 1 + 1 is like 1.5 or something. I want them like one plus one should be like equals to 3 something. They should work together more and play with each other more. I just feel like that's lacking right now in the team. I think that's definitely a direction the team and the coach will be working for in the future, and hopefully can improve them even better and become an even more consistent and aggressive team.
I have all the faith in the world that you guys will be back stronger than ever. I was sitting here running all of these scenarios in my head. You start talking about 1 + 1, and I'm the meme with like the numbers and the square roots and all this happening. And I'm like, okay, so it's a multiplicative effect, right? It's 1 × 1, then it's better. And I'm like, wait a minute, no. But anyway, Shifan, again, hats off to N-Hyper. Again, they're always exciting to watch play. And if anything, we saw their potential game 4, week 3. That was bananas. Let's see some more of it. Honestly, from my perspective, watching them play, when they really turn on that aggression, they're a dangerous team, hunting people down. We'll love to see that a little bit sooner in these matches. But with that, it is time to crown our Season 1 Premier Division champion. The stats have been tallied, and the results are in. So why don't we announce it? Drum roll, please. Bring it. Season 1 champions. None other than C4 Esports.
Let's go.
Holy cow. C4 coming off a Season 0 Challenger Finals Championship. They come back Season 1 and win Premier. Holy goodness. Here are your final leaderboards.
Dang.
And Phoenix, had it not been for the push in the middle of the freaking field with no weapons. What are we doing, Phoenix? I mean, you had it. It was so close. And honestly, Win, Look at them bonus points, man. Fat 0 in that category, and they were within 8 of that top spot.
That would haunt me if
man.
I'm Phoenix, thinking like, man, we could have won if the bonus points really is what made the difference. They came into the C4 came in today with 8, and that is what got them this overall first place. But look at Execute. You kept saying that they needed to be top 12, and they got it by 1 point with that last chicken dinner.
Dude, literally just finishing in the top spot. It's 10 points for first place. It's 6 points for second place. So literally just getting that placement right there is what qualifies Execute for Premier Division. I will say, I think they would say it's an awful performance as well throughout Premier Division. Like, they don't deserve to be in Challenger, right? We need Execute in that Premier Division, mixing things up, throwing their elbows around, getting dirty with these squads and showing them who's boss. Execute, I'm excited to see you guys back in Season 2. I'm hoping you bring it, and definitely, I think you guys will bounce back. So, again, huge shouts to them. Happy they came through at the end of the day and got that chicken dinner. Not only that, they did it shorthanded with 3 players. Like I said, Aaron Gill, 3 players, that's all you need. And Hyper proved it, Execute's proved it. I think people should just start playing with 3 from now on Aaron Gill. That's the meta. Anyway, we are ready for our MVP of the finals announcement as well. And it is from the winning team. It is Skir from C4 Esports, dropping 14 elims. That's second overall in the competition. You love to see that. And then also first overall in damage, first overall in survival time. So absolutely amazing performance from Skir. Only behind Danny Flo from K19 on elims. Really, really impressive stuff overall. So big shouts to Skir, the Season 1 Finals MVP. Get us a photo, man. Get us a photo. We want to put your beautiful mug on that screen instead of that silhouette. Come on, bruh. Come on. Anyway, C4, now that you have been champions of Challengers in Season 0, champions of Premier in Season 1, you are hereby barred from Season 2 until you get me photos, and then you're in. So that all being said, Nepture, do you have any final thoughts for us for Season 1 Premier Division?
I really do, PB, because I was noticing the teams that were in Season 0, when we started this whole thing, they were going really, really strongly. The super lazy reflexes, the K19s, all those teams that were doing super well. And then this season we see those teams that were struggling, or teams that were doing really well actually struggling in the season. So I think in terms of the Titan series and the kind of the consistency that Titan series actually brings to the scene, it's going to be really interesting over the next few months to see these teams evolve and even themselves out and grow. And I think it's just a really cool thing that we've been able to provide here in terms of just really watching teams and how they adapt to different things. So big GGs to everybody. It was a great, great season again. And I can't wait for next season, what they got then.
Can't wait to see more of next season as well. I'm with you on that one. Chiffon, do you have any final thoughts for the Premier Division Titan Series of Season 1?
It's just similar like what I said in the Challengers final. We're always happy to see new teams coming up and it beat those Titan teams up. Right, the fall of Titans. I think that's always a good sign for our NA region to grow and improve on. And I think this is just a great platforms for if you're trying to play competitive or even trying to taste the scrims or official tournament like PMPI. I think this is a great entry, and I think if you're in it, like you should just give your 100% and try it. See if you can win against those Titan teams. Yeah, definitely.
100%, man. That's what we're hoping to see. I mean, even if you're out of out of it and, you're mathematically eliminated, right? This is still the area where you're going to get better. This is where you're going to get that practice. And if you ultimately are serious and are committing your time to, playing esports at a professional level, you can't afford to take off games and be like, it doesn't matter. We're already eliminated. Like, you got to bring it each and every game if you want to hope to get better. And that's what I'm hopeful that all the teams participating do. Because, man, it's nothing better and just like that hard-nosed battlegrounds action. And so super excited to see that not only conclude this season for Season 1, but looking forward to next season for Season 2. Win, coming to you, man. Thanks so much for the guest appearance once again. Shout out to the Winner's Circles for joining us as well. Give us your final thoughts here, wrapping up Season 1.
Yeah, this was great. The action's incredible. I love that it really feels like once again we have kind of a path. If you're a player that feels like you're pretty good, the Titan series just feels like a great way to kind of show off your talents. Maybe get picked up by a team, get picked up by a better team, rise up through challengers, get to premier. Like you finally kind of have this pathway, and we've seen some new teams come up and play pretty well and make a name for themselves. Maybe they didn't play well last season, or they were in challengers, now they're in premier. Shifan mentioned it's this kind of relegation system is super fun and it makes it interesting. You never really know who's going to be in premier or fall down a challenger or vice versa. So it's really fun to watch.
Speaking of that, gotta tip my cap as well to Black Mamba. While they didn't win, they had an epic flop in game number 5. Damn it, they did enough. They did enough. They'll be back in the Premier Division should they want the spot. They finished in the top 12, number 9 overall. So again, a new fresh face in the Premier Division. You love to see it. Black Mamba, cannot wait to see you guys grow. Again, for Power Bang here at the Titan Series, thank you so much to the production team. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes making this happen. Thank you to you guys, the fans watching, PUBG Mobile for making a great game. We are out of here for this season. Again, retweet all the stuff on social media. Like us on Instagram. Follow us everywhere at Titan Series GG. We'll be back for season 2 soon. Congratulations to C4. The check's in the mail, guys. Take care. Power Bang out.